Section 21 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kelly Hess. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Causes of the Revolution. The Revolution of America was an extraordinary event, and at the time of its occurrence was unlooked for, both by the government and nation of Great Britain. That the colonies had long been dissatisfied with the measures adopted towards them by the parent country, and that this dissatisfaction was gradually increasing, was well known. But the statesmen on the other side designed, and doubtless supposed, that they should be able to secure the submission of the colonies to whatever line of policy they might please to adopt. But they little understood the American character. Had they reflected upon the circumstances in which the colonies originated, and their steady progress in wealth and population, they might well have anticipated the final result. Certain it was that oppressive and coercive measures would only tend to weaken their affection for the parent country. Kindness and conciliation might have preserved the bond of union. Indeed, it was possible to have confirmed the colonies in their regard for the land of their birth, but the line of policy which could alone have effected that object was overlooked or disregarded by British statesmen, and through their infatuated counsels, they hastened the very event which they so much deplored. Let us advert to some of the remote and proximate causes which brought about this revolution. 1. Objects proposed by the colonies in their settlement of America. At the era of the Revolution, 13 colonies had been planted. These were Virginia, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Maryland, North and South Carolina, and Georgia. Virginia, the first, was settled in 1607, and Georgia, the last, in 1732. Different objects were proposed in the establishment of the different colonies. The leading object of some was pecuniary profit. They were induced, either by associated or individual proprietors, who themselves remained in England, to come to America with the hope of profitable returns for the advance of their capital. But the more northern colonies came on their own concern, at their own expense, and with reference to the enjoyment of freedom and peace in religion, which they could not find at home. Now, was it to be expected that those who had left home and all its endearments, for the sake of enjoying a larger liberty, would consent to have that liberty abridged, especially after having tasted its blessings for years? If the Pilgrim Fathers had such notions themselves, was it to be supposed that their children would cherish less manly and patriotic sentiments? The spirit of liberty does not easily die where there is aliment to keep it alive. The blood of freemen, or those who aspire to freedom, instead of becoming weaker as it flows down in successive generations, usually becomes more pure and more excitable. This was verified in the history of the colonies anterior to the Revolution. They were men of whom the principles of liberty had taken strong hold. Their distance from the mother country, her neglect of them, the exercise of civil and religious freedom for a number of years, all served to excite and strengthen a desire for independence. Such an event was the natural result of the principles with which the colonies began their career. It was the natural result of the physical courage and strength acquired in felling forests, resisting savages, and in carrying out those plans and enterprises in which a young, ardent, and ambitious people are likely to engage. 2. Their forms of government were conducive to independence. In the settlement of the colonies, 3 forms of government were established. These were usually denominated charter, proprietary, and royal governments. The difference arose from the different circumstances under which the colonies were settled, as well as the different objects of the first immigrants. The charter governments were confined to New England. The proprietary governments were those of Maryland, Pennsylvania, the Carolinas, and the Jerseys. The others were royal governments, or those which were immediately under the British Crown. As early as 1619, only 12 years from its settlement, a provincial legislature, in which the colonists were represented, was introduced into Virginia. In Plymouth and in Massachusetts, the colonies organized their body, politic and social, upon principles of perfect equality. And as the Puritans spread themselves over New England, they gave to the distinct communities which they established constitutions still more democratic. In January 1639, 3 years from the commencement of the Connecticut colony, the planters on Connecticut River convened at Hartford and formed a system of government which continued, with scarcely any alterations, to the year 1818. Of this system, Dr. Trumbull observes, quote, "With such wisdom did our venerable ancestors provide for the freedom and liberties of themselves and their posterity. Thus happily did they guard against every encroachment on the rights of the subject. This probably is one of the most free and happy constitutions of civil government ever formed. The formation of it at so early a period, when the light of liberty was wholly darkened in most parts of the world, and the rights of man were so little understood in others, does great honor to their ability, integrity, and love of freedom." End quote. In Maryland and Pennsylvania, the first assemblies established a popular representation, and in all their political regulations proceeded upon broad views of civil freedom. The same remark, says Mr. Walsh, may be extended to the Carolinas and New York. The very first principles, then, of the colonists in relation to government were anti-monarchical. In their incipient colonial state, they had the feelings of freemen, and all their institutions, as far as they were allowed to carry them, spoke of liberty and equality. This spirit was never lost to the colonies. In the variety of fortune which they subsequently encountered, in every change of monarch abroad, in every shift of rulers at home, through royal smiles and royal frowns, in times of war and in times of peace, their love of liberty continued unabated and even increased. Thus early began those sentiments of freedom and independence which, uniting in their course with other streams, ended at length in a deep, broad, irresistible current against British oppression. 3. Influence of the expenses incurred by the colonies in their settlements and in their several wars and those of the mother country. All the 13 colonies, says Mr. Walsh, with the exception of Georgia, were established and had attained to considerable strength without the slightest aid from the treasury of the mother country. Neither the Crown nor the Parliament paid a dollar towards purchasing the soil of the Indians, the original masters of that soil. These purchases were made by the colonists themselves. The settlement of the province of Massachusetts Bay alone cost £200,000, an enormous sum at the era at which it was effected. Lord Baltimore expended £40,000 in his establishment of the colony of Maryland. On that of Virginia, immense wealth was lavished by the first settlers. The first planters of Connecticut consumed great estates in purchasing lands of the Indians and in making settlements. In like manner, when assailed by fierce and warlike tribes, the mother country furnished no aid whatever, neither troops nor money. She erected no fortifications, entered into no negotiations, and manifested no sympathy or even interest in the fate of her offspring. Some of the most considerable Indian wars in which the colonies were involved were the immediate result of the rashness and cupidity of the royal governors. That, for instance, which is styled King William's War, memorable in the annals of New Hampshire particularly, was owing to a wanton predatory expedition of Andros in 1688 against the possessions of a French individual situate between Penobscot and Nova Scotia. The testimony of Lord Brougham on this subject is worthy of special notice. In his work on colonial policy, he observes, quote, "The old colonies of North America, besides defraying the whole expenses of their internal administration, were enabled from their situation to render very active assistance to the mother country upon several occasions not peculiarly interesting to themselves. They uniformly asserted that they would never refuse contributions, even for purposes strictly imperial, provided these were constitutionally demanded. Nor did they stop at mere professions of zeal. The whole expense of civil government in the British North American colonies, previous to the Revolution, did not amount to 80,000 pounds sterling, which was paid by the produce of their taxes. The military establishments, the garrisons, and the forts in the old colonies cost the mother country nothing." End quote. From the foregoing facts, nothing is clearer than that the colonies were obliged, from their earliest existence, to take care of themselves. At first, Great Britain thought little of them, and cared, if possible, still less. They were obliged to repel hostile tribes without aid, and defend themselves against the aggressions of more civilized powers. And moreover, they were compelled to carry on not only their own wars, but those of the mother country, and then pay the expenses. It may well be asked, what was the natural and almost necessary consequence of such treatment? Keep a child in leading strings, and it will be long ere it walks. Teach him to walk early, and he will soon decline your aid. Let a father send forth his son to take care of himself, and perchance the next he hears of him, he will learn that his fortune is made, and no longer will he wish for parental assistance. And fortunate will it be if the son, under a sense of former parental indifference and unkindness, does not, at length, feel a correspondent alienation from the parent. But whether these illustrations are apposite or not, certain it is that the colonists at length learned the important fact that they could take care of themselves. To this they had been driven. The next natural feeling to this superiority over the difficulties and trials which they encountered in their early settlement of the country was a willingness and even wish to be independent of the parent by whom they had been so unkindly neglected. Great Britain might, therefore, thank herself for the spirit of independence which at length appeared among the colonies. Her line of policy engendered and matured it. 4. Measures of oppression. Within little more than a generation from the commencement of the plantations, says Mr. Walsh, the royal government began those formal inquiries into their population and manufactures which were so often renewed until the period of our Revolution. The object or occasion of these inquiries was twofold: a jealousy lest the colonies should grow too fast, and secondly, a desire to monopolize, for the benefit of Great Britain, all their trade and the proceeds of their manufacturing industry. The various acts of monopoly which passed Parliament during a series of years, it is not necessary to particularize. They uniformly bore heavily on the commercial and manufacturing enterprise of the colonies, and were designed to keep them in a firmer dependence upon England, to render them more beneficial and advantageous, to employ and increase the English shipping, to make a vent for English manufactures. After the peace of 1763, a still more grinding policy was proposed, that of taxing the colonies with the avowed purpose of drawing a revenue into the royal exchequer, and on the plausible yet unwarrantable ground that Great Britain had contracted a debt in their defense. Hitherto, when money was wanted in the colonies, the Parliament of England had been content to ask for it by a formal requisition upon the colonial legislatures, and they had supplied it with a willing hand. But now it was thought that a shorter method of obtaining it might be resorted to with better effect. Before proceeding to notice the measures adopted with reference to the foregoing object, it is necessary to advert to what were denominated writs of assistance, which were orders issued by the Superior Court of the province, requiring the sheriffs and other civil officers to assist the person to whom it was granted in breaking open and searching every place, even private dwellings, if suspected of containing prohibited goods. The first application for a writ of this kind was made by the deputy collector at Salem in November 1760. Doubts being expressed by the court as to the legality of the writ or the power of the court to grant it, the application was deferred to the next term when the question was to be argued. At the appointed time, Mr. Gridley, a distinguished lawyer, appeared for the Crown, Mr. Thatcher and Mr. Otis for the merchants. The trial took place in the council chamber of the old townhouse in Boston. The judges were 5 in number, including Lieutenant Governor Hutchinson, who presided as Chief Justice, and the room was filled with all the officers of government and the principal citizens to hear the arguments in a cause that inspired the deepest solicitude. The case was opened by Mr. Gridley, who argued it with much learning, ingenuity, and dignity, making all his reason depend upon this consideration, that the Parliament of Great Britain was the sovereign legislator of the British Empire. He was followed by Mr. Thatcher on the opposite side, whose reasoning was ingenious and able, delivered in a tone of great mildness and moderation. But, in the language of President Adams, Otis was a flame of fire, with a promptitude of classical allusion, a depth of research, a rapid summary of historical events and dates, a profusion of legal authorities, a prophetic glance into futurity, and a rapid torrent of impetuous eloquence. He hurried away all before him. "I will to my dying day," said Otis, among other things, "I will to my dying day oppose, with all the power and faculties God has given me, all such instruments of slavery on the one hand and villainy on the other. It appears to me the worst instrument of arbitrary power, the most destructive of English liberty, and the fundamental principles of law, that was ever found in an English law book." The occasion was intensely exciting. The liberties of the people were in danger. Their dwellings, those sanctuaries where every man should feel himself safe, and his effects, all were in jeopardy. And the vast throng gathered on the occasion so thought, especially as their excited feelings became more intense under the thrilling appeals of the eloquent Otis. "Every man of an immensely crowded audience," says President Adams, "appeared to me to go away, as I did, ready to take arms against writs of assistance. Then and there was the first scene of the first act of opposition to the arbitrary claims of Great Britain." The court postponed a decision of the question until the following term, and in the meantime wrote to Great Britain for information on the subject. Writs were afterwards granted, but were extremely unpopular. In Connecticut, writs of assistance, it is said, were never granted. The next measure of oppression was the passage of the famous Stamp Act. Such a project had been suggested during the administrations of Lord Walpole and Mr. Pitt, but they were too sagacious to venture upon a measure at once so odious and unjust. Said Walpole, "I will leave the taxation of America to some of my successors who may have more courage than I have." And said Pitt, "I will never burn my fingers with an American Stamp Act." To the successor of Mr. Pitt, Lord Grenville, was reserved the honor, or rather the infamy, of such a project. When the bill was ushered into the House of Commons, petitions from Virginia, Connecticut, and South Carolina, in every way respectful, but in tone firm and decided, were offered in opposition to it. But the House refused even to receive them, on the ground that the right of Parliament to tax the colonies was denied, and secondly, that it was contrary to a rule of the House to receive any petition against a money bill. The debate therefore proceeded. The chief advocates of the bill were the Prime Minister and Charles Townshend. In the opposition were Mr. Pitt, who, however, was absent by reason of sickness, General Conway, Alderman Beckford, Colonel Barry, Mr. Jackson, Sir William Meredith, etc. Conway and Beckford opposed the bill on the ground of its injustice, Colonel Barry and others on the ground of its inexpediency. The purpose of the minister, however, was fixed, and rallying his surprised and half-hesitating troops, he took the question. A large majority expressed in favor of the bill, 254 and 50 against it. On its coming into the House of Lords, it received the entire concurrence of that body, and on the 22nd of March obtained the royal assent. This act, so celebrated in the annals of American history, both as an act of flagrant injustice on the part of the British Parliament and one of the proximate causes of the Revolution, consisted of 55 specific duties laid on as many different species of instruments in which paper was used, such as notes, bonds, mortgages, deeds, university degrees, licenses, advertisements in newspapers, and even almanacs, varying from 1/2 penny up to 6 pounds. As an illustration of the heavy burdens designed to be put upon the colonies by this act, it may be stated that previous to the passage of the act, a ream of common printed bail bonds cost 15 pounds, stamped 100. A ream of stamped policies of insurance amounted to 190 pounds, of common ones, without stamps, 20. A piece of paper or parchment used as a diploma or certificate of a degree taken in any university, academy, or college was taxed 2 pounds. For a piece of paper for a license for retailing spirituous liquors, 20 shillings were demanded. For one for a license for selling wine only, 4 pounds. For wine and spirituous liquors, 3 pounds. For letters of probate, administration, or guardianship, 10 shillings. For a common deed conveying not exceeding 100 acres of land, 1 shilling and 6pence. For a newspaper containing half a sheet or less, 1/2 penny. 1 sheet, 1 penny. Pamphlets, 1 shilling per sheet. Advertisements, 2 shillings each. Almanacs, 4pence. This act was ordered to take effect on the following 1st of November. Meanwhile, the people in various parts of the country were anxious to express their detestation of the measure which the lapse of a few months was to bring into operation. One day in the month of August, the effigy of Andrew Oliver, the proposed distributor of stamps in Massachusetts, was found hanging on a tree, afterwards well known by the name of Liberty Tree, in the main street of Boston. At night it was taken down and carried on a bier amidst the acclamations of an immense collection of people, through the courthouse, down King Street, to a small brick building supposed to have been erected for the reception of the detested stamps. This building being soon leveled with the ground, the rioters next attacked Mr. Oliver's house, and having broken the windows, entered it and destroyed part of the furniture. The house of Benjamin Hallowell, Jr., Comptroller of the Customs, was next entered, and, elevated and emboldened by liquors found in his cellar, the mob, with inflamed rage, directed their course to the house of Lieutenant Governor Hutchinson, who, after vainly attempting resistance, was constrained to depart to save his life. By 4 in the morning, one of the best houses in the province was completely in ruins, nothing remaining but the bare walls and floors. The plate, family pictures, most of the furniture, the wearing apparel, about 900 pounds sterling, and the manuscripts and books which Mr. Hutchinson had been 30 years collecting, besides many public papers in his custody, were either carried off or destroyed. The whole damage was estimated at 2,500 pounds. On the arrival of the 1st of November, on which the Stamp Act was to go into effect, the day was ushered in at Boston by the tolling of the bells. Many shops and stores were shut, and effigies of the authors and friends of that act were carried about the streets and afterwards torn in pieces by the populace. Nor was Massachusetts alone. The obnoxious act received similar treatment in the other colonies. On the 24th of August, a gazette was published at Providence with Vox Populi Vox Dei for a motto. Effigies were exhibited, and in the evening cut down and burned. In Portsmouth, Newcastle, and other places, the bells were tolled to denote the decease of liberty. In Connecticut, Mr. Ingersoll, the stamp master, was compelled to resign. The spirit manifested in New York produced a similar resignation. Offended with the conduct of Lieutenant Governor Colden in relation to the Stamp Act, many of the inhabitants assembled one evening, and breaking open his coach house, took out his coach, which, with his effigy, they burned, amid the acclamations of several thousand spectators. In Philadelphia, on the appearance of the ships having the stamps on board, all the ships in the harbor hoisted their colors half-mast high. The bells were muffled and continued to toll till evening. Similar demonstrations of dissatisfaction were made in numerous other places. The opposition to the Stamp Act was so universal and so formidable as to prevent all hope of its successful operation. Had this measure been persisted in, the Revolution in America would doubtless have dated at an earlier day. Fortunately for the American colonies, the administration of Lord Grenville terminated in July 1765, that minister being succeeded by the Marquis of Rockingham, while the Duke of Grafton and General Conway were made Secretaries of State. To this new ministry it early became apparent that, in respect to the colonies, a crisis was now at hand. Either existing measures must be relaxed, or a resort must be had to arms. The former being deemed the wiser plan, a repeal of the Stamp Act was moved in Parliament, and on the 18th of March passed the House by a majority of 275 to 167. In the House of Lords, the majority was 105 to 71. In America, the intelligence of the repeal was received with acclamations of the most sincere and heartfelt gratitude by all classes of people. Public thanksgivings were offered up in all the churches. The resolutions which had been passed on the subject of importations were rescinded, and their trade with the mother country was immediately renewed with increased vigor. The homespun dresses were given to the poor, and once more the colonists appeared clad in the produce of British looms. In July 1766, the Marquis of Rockingham retired from the cabinet, and a new ministry was formed under the direction of William Pitt, the Duke of Grafton being placed at the head of the Treasury, and Charles Townshend made Chancellor of the Exchequer. In May 1767, the latter revived the scheme of taxing America, proposing to impose duties on glass, paper, tea, etc., imported into the colonies. The bill passed both houses without much opposition, the Earl of Chatham being confined at that time by sickness. The news of this measure, on reaching America, produced the greatest possible excitement. Countermeasures were immediately proposed. Resort was had, as at a former day, to non-importation, the effects of which had been so severely felt by the traders in England under the Stamp Act. Boston, as before, took the lead. At a town meeting held in October, it was voted that measures should be immediately taken to promote the establishment of domestic manufactories by encouraging the consumption of all articles of American manufacture. They also agreed to purchase no articles of foreign growth or manufacture, but such as were absolutely indispensable. New York and Philadelphia soon followed the example of Boston, and in a short time the merchants themselves entered into associations to import nothing from Great Britain but articles that necessity required. Several events about this time served to increase the excitement of the colonies, especially in Boston. Among these may be mentioned the arrival at the latter place of a man of war and transports from Halifax, with 900 troops on board. Such a proceeding on the part of the British ministry was eminently calculated to excite the jealousy and indignation of the colonists. They felt disgusted and injured, and the more so from the haughty and imperious bearing of the officers and troops. In a few weeks this force was augmented by the arrival of several more transports from Cork with the 64th and 65th regiments, under Colonels Mackay and Pomeroy. Another measure adopted about this time by the British ministry, and one which perhaps struck more vitally at the liberty of the colonists than any which preceded, was an order to the provincial governors to procure information touching all treasons, etc., and to transmit the same, with the names of the suspected persons, to England, in order that they might be ordered thither for trial. The design of it was to terrify the patriotic party into submission, but well might it have been foreseen that such an offensive measure would only serve to rouse opposition and confirm the whole civilized world in the righteousness of the common cause. Parliament again convened January 9, 1770, soon after which, 28th, the Duke of Grafton resigned his office of First Lord of the Treasury. Lord Chatham, having recovered from his late illness, had now returned to Parliament, and, with his wonted vigor, attacked the system and measures of the administration. Lord North, Chancellor of the Exchequer, succeeded the Duke of Grafton, and from this time commences an administration which forms a momentous era in the history of Great Britain. During his administration, which lasted to the close of the Revolution, Great Britain lost more territory and accumulated more debt than at any former period of her history. The first measure of North's administration was in part conciliatory, being a motion to repeal the port duties of 1767, with the exception of the duty on tea. This his lordship, in spite of the friends of the colonies, determined to retain. To this partial repeal Governor Pownall strongly objected. It would produce nothing but civil discord and interminable contention. Repeal all or none. Why retain this single duty as a peppercorn rent, to show the tenor by which the colonists hold their rights, and by so doing jeopardize His Majesty's entire interest in the American colonies? "I have lived in America," said he. "I know the character of the people. Depend on it, with their views they will never solicit the favor of this House. Never more will they wish to bring before Parliament the grievances under which they conceive themselves to labor." While high and angry debate was thus in progress on the other side of the water, on this side events were transpiring which were giving increasing irritation to already excited feelings, and adding to the force of the gathering storm. Collisions and quarrels between the soldiers quartered in Boston and the citizens were not unfrequent, and at length, on the evening of the 5th of March, 1770, resulted in an effusion of blood called, by way of eminence, the Boston Massacre. 3 men were killed and 2 mortally wounded, who died soon after. Mutual exasperations preceded. Neither citizens nor soldiers were exempt from the charge of insult and provocation, but a sentinel who had been brought to ground by a blow, on rising, fired, as did, at the same time, a sergeant and 6 men who were with him. Their fire resulted as already stated. Great excitement followed. The murderers were arrested. The following morning the authorities of Boston, urged on by an exasperated people, required the troops to be withdrawn from the town. The lieutenant governor for a time resisted the demand, but on learning that no other course would satisfy or restrain the people, he expressed his willingness that they should be withdrawn to the castle, which was accordingly done. Captain Preston, to whose company the soldiers belonged and who was present, was also arrested and committed to prison. The funeral of the victims was attended with extraordinary pomp. Most of the shops were closed, all the bells of the town tolled on the occasion, and the corpses were followed to the grave by an immense concourse of people arranged 6 abreast, the procession being closed by a long train of carriages belonging to the principal gentry of the town. Captain Preston and the party of soldiers were afterwards tried. The captain and 6 of the men were acquitted, and 2 were brought in guilty of manslaughter, a result which reflected great honor on John Adams and Josiah Quincy, the counsel for the prisoners, and on the jury. The month of June, '72, furnished a new source of disquietude and animosity. On the 9th of that month, the Providence packet, while sailing into the harbor of Newport, was required by His Majesty's revenue cutter, the Gaspee, Lieutenant Doddington, to lower her colors. This the captain of the packet deemed repugnant to his patriotic feelings, and the Gaspee fired at the packet to bring her to. The American, however, still persisted in holding on her course, and, by keeping in shoal water, dexterously contrived to run the schooner aground in the chase. As the tide was upon the ebb, the Gaspee was set fast for the night, and afforded a tempting opportunity for retaliation, and a number of fishermen, aided and encouraged by some of the most respectable inhabitants of Providence, being determined to rid themselves of so uncivil an inspector, in the middle of the night manned several boats and boarded the Gaspee. The lieutenant was wounded in the affray, but with everything belonging to him he was carefully conveyed on shore, as were all his crew. The vessel, with her stores, was then burned, and the party returned unmolested to their homes. When the governor became acquainted with this event, he offered a reward of £500 for the discovery of the offenders. Another fruitful source of mutual ill-feeling between the British ministry and the colonists was the determination of the former to introduce tea into America and to impose a tax thereon, in opposition to the wishes of the latter. Accordingly, cargoes of tea were sent to New York, Philadelphia, Charleston, and Boston. The fate of these cargoes thus sent was different. Those destined for New York and Philadelphia were sent back by the inhabitants. The citizens of Charleston unloaded the cargo sent thither, and stored it in cellars, where it perished. On the arrival of the vessel with the tea in the harbor of Boston, a meeting of the citizens was immediately called. The hour of destruction, it was said, or of manly opposition, had now come, and all who were friends to their country were invited to attend, to make an united and successful resistance to this last and worst measure of administration. A great number of people assembled from the adjoining towns as well as from the capital in the celebrated Faneuil Hall, but the meeting was soon adjourned to one of the largest churches in town. Here it was voted that they would use all lawful means to prevent its being landed, and to have it returned immediately to England. On the following day, when the citizens assembled to receive the final answer of the factors as to the course they would pursue in disposing of the tea, a communication was made to the meeting, in which the factors informed them that they must decline sending back the tea, but were ready to have it stored and remain until they could hear from the company in England. The citizens continued dissatisfied with the conduct and proposal of the consignees, and again ordered a watch to guard the vessels. It was also again voted that whoever should import tea into the province should be considered an enemy to the country. When it was found that nothing could be effected in a regular way, The meeting was broken up, and a number of men in disguise proceeded late in the evening to the vessels then lying at the wharf, which had the tea on board, and in a short time every chest was taken out and the contents thrown into the sea, but no injury was done to any other part of the cargoes. The inhabitants of the town generally had no knowledge of the event until the next day. It is supposed the number concerned in the affair was about 50, but who they were, no one pretended to know. A few of them became known in after years when it was no longer liable to involve them in trouble. When intelligence of the destruction of the tea reached Great Britain, and the determined spirit manifested in the colonies in opposition to all revenue laws was made known to the ministers, a majority at once resolved on more energetic measures, and found themselves supported by Parliament in their plans of coercion, regardless alike of the great principles of the Constitution and of the permanent peace and prosperity of the kingdom. Lord North, it is said, declared that he would not listen to any complaints or petitions from America till she was at his feet. In a few days a bill was introduced for the immediate removal of the officers concerned in the collection of customs from Boston, and to discontinue the landing and discharging, lading and shipping goods, wares, and merchandise at Boston or within the harbor thereof. The bill also levied a fine upon the town as a compensation to the East India Company for the destruction of their teas, and was to continue in force during the pleasure of the king. The opposition to this measure was very slight, and it was carried, in both houses, without a division. The 1st of June was fixed for the Boston Port Bill to go into operation, and the blockade was consequently to commence on that day. On the 13th of May, at a meeting of the inhabitants of Boston, it was resolved to invite the other colonies to unite in refusing all importations from Great Britain, and to withhold all commercial intercourse with her. To secure their cooperation, a special messenger was dispatched to New York, Philadelphia, and other places. In every place he was received with great cordiality, and resolutions were immediately adopted corresponding to the wishes of the people of Boston. Such was the state of affairs in the colonies generally in May, when General Gage arrived in Boston as the successor to Governor Hutchinson, who had been recalled. At a former period he had been for several years Commander-in-Chief of the British military forces in America. Notwithstanding the prejudices of the people to the appointment of a military man, he was received with due honor and even great ceremony by the council and citizens, all of whom expressed a hope that his administration would conduce to the peace and welfare of the province. A short time, however, served to develop the character of General Gage and his servility to an arbitrary ministry in the mother country. He threatened to remove the General Assembly to Salem, gave his negative to 13 of the council chosen by the Assembly, refused to appoint a day for special prayer at the request of that body, and finally sent a proclamation by his secretary to dissolve them. At this period of increasing turmoil and agitation, the Second General Congress assembled, September 5, 1774, at Philadelphia, in which all the colonies were represented excepting Georgia. Peyton Randolph of Virginia was elected president, and Charles Thompson of Philadelphia secretary. The most eminent men of the various colonies were now, for the first time, brought together. They were known to each other by fame, but they were personally strangers. The meeting was solemn. The object which had called them together was of incalculable magnitude. The liberties of no less than 3 millions of people, with that of all their posterity, were staked on the wisdom and energy of their counsels. No wonder, then, at the long and deep silence which is said to have followed upon their organization, at the anxiety with which the members looked round upon each other, and at the reluctance which every individual felt to open a business so fearfully momentous. In the midst of this deep and death-like silence, and just when it was becoming painfully embarrassing, Mr. Henry arose slowly, as if borne down by the weight of the subject. After faltering, according to his habit, through a most expressive exordium, in which he merely echoed back the consciousness of every other heart, in deploring his inability to do justice to the occasion, he launched gradually into a recital of the colonial wrongs. Rising as he advanced, with the grandeur of his subject, and glowing at length with all the majesty of the occasion, his speech seemed more than that of mortal man. Mr. Henry was followed by Mr. Richard Henry Lee, in a speech scarcely less powerful, and still more replete with classic eloquence. One spirit of ardent love of liberty pervaded every breast, and produced a unanimity as advantageous to the cause they advocated as it was unexpected and appalling to their adversaries. The Congress proceeded with great deliberation. Its debates were held with closed doors, and the honor of each member was solemnly engaged not to disclose any of the discussions till such disclosure was declared advisable by the majority. On the 14th of October, a series of resolutions regarding the rights and grievances of the colonies was passed and promulgated. They were couched in strong and undisguised language, and set forth to the world what were considered by this noble body of men to be the rights and privileges of the people of America, in defense of which they were ready to peril life, liberty, and fortune. A majority of the members of this Congress, says Mr. Pitkin, had little doubt that the measures taken by them, if supported by the American people, would produce a redress of grievances. Richard Henry Lee said to Mr. Adams, "We shall undoubtedly carry all our points. You will be completely relieved. All the offensive acts will be repealed. The army and fleet will be recalled, and Britain will give up her foolish projects." George Washington was of the opinion that, with the aid of both the non-importation and non-exportation system, America would prevail. Patrick Henry concurred in opinion with Mr. Adams that the contest must ultimately be decided by force. The proceedings of Congress met with the almost unanimous approbation of the people of America. The non-importation agreement entered into by their delegates was adopted as their own. Committees of vigilance were appointed in all the towns and districts, and the names of those who disregarded it were published as the enemies of public liberty. Before the close of the year, the busy note of preparation resounded through almost every colony. The Massachusetts Committee were indefatigable in providing for the most vigorous defense in the spring. They had procured all sorts of military supplies for the service of 12,000 men, and had engaged the assistance of the 3 neighboring provinces of New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. While the notes of warlike preparation were thus sounding louder and louder through the country, the British Parliament assembled on the other side of the waters. In January 1775, Lord Chatham, having taken his seat, moved that an humble address be presented His Majesty, most humbly to advise and beseech His Majesty that, in order to open the way towards our happy settlement of the dangerous troubles in America, by beginning to allay ferments and soften animosities there, and above all for preventing in the meantime any sudden and fatal catastrophe at Boston, now suffering under daily irritation of an army before their eyes, posted in their town, it may graciously please His Majesty that immediate orders may be dispatched to General Gage for removing His Majesty's forces from the town of Boston, as soon as the season and other circumstances indispensable to the safety and accommodation of the said troops may render the same practicable. Notwithstanding this motion was persuasively urged by Lord Chatham, and ably supported by Lord Camden, Lord Shelburne, and the Marquis of Rockingham, it was rejected by a large majority. Immediately following its rejection, the minister proposed in the House of Commons a joint address to the King on American affairs. In this address, which was carried by large majorities, Parliament declared that Massachusetts was in a state of rebellion, and that this colony had been supported by unlawful combinations and engagements entered into by several of the other colonies, to the great injury and oppression of His Majesty's subjects in Great Britain. Assuring His Majesty of their determination never to relinquish the sovereign authority of the King and Parliament over the colonies, they requested him to take the most effectual measures to enforce obedience to that authority, and promised him their support at the hazard of their lives and property. Opposition to the address was made in both houses, but in vain. The king, in his answer, declared his firm determination, in compliance with their request, to enforce obedience to the laws and authority of the supreme legislature of the empire. His answer was followed by a message requesting an increase of his forces by sea and land. Thus the determination of king and parliament was formed, left of God to follow the counsels of a proud, overbearing, and obstinate ministry. They had now made declarations and taken positions from which there was no retreat but by concessions, which were not to be expected. In due time, the news, and such intelligence had not before been borne across the waters of the Atlantic, so exciting, so appalling, so maddening. The news arrived of the king's speech at the opening of Parliament, of the resolutions adopted by that body, and finally of the act by which the inhabitants of Massachusetts were proclaimed rebels. All the province flew to arms. Indignation became fury, obstinacy, desperation. "We must look back no more," said the colonies. "We must conquer or die. We are placed between altars smoking with the most grateful incense of glory and gratitude on the one part, and blocks and dungeons on the other. Let each then rise and gird himself for the combat. The dearest interests of this world command it. Our most holy religion enjoins it. That God who eternally rewards the virtuous and punishes the wicked ordains it. Let us accept these happy auguries, for already the mercenary satellites, sent by wicked ministers to reduce this innocent people to extremity, are imprisoned within the walls of a single city, where hunger emaciates them, rage devours them, death consumes them. Let us banish every fear, every alarm. Fortune smiles upon the efforts of the brave." By similar discourses they excited one another, and prepared themselves for defense. The fatal moment is arrived. The signal of civil war is given. Thus was the way prepared for a contest which king and parliament might at one time have easily avoided. Had they listened to the warning voice of Chatham, descending to his grave, or had they regarded the dictates of common political wisdom, America might have been retained, and with all her loyalty and affection, as a dependency. But God designed a better portion for her, and hence he allowed the monarch and the statesmen of England to adopt measures the most impolitic and oppressive, the result of which was, as we shall see, the independence of America, and the loss to the British crown of its brightest jewel. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Verla Vieira. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States. Events of the Revolution. Battle of Lexington. The immediate cause of the battle, or, more properly, rencontre at Lexington, was an attempt of a detachment of British troops to execute an order of General Gage to destroy certain military stores, which the provincials had collected at Concord, a town situated some 18 miles from Boston. In anticipation of an approaching contest, the Provincial Assembly of Massachusetts had passed a resolution for the purchase of all the gunpowder that could be found, and of every sort of arms and ammunition requisite for an army of 15,000 men. As these objects abounded principally in Boston, the inhabitants employed all their address to procure and transport them to places of safety in the country. Cannon balls and other instruments of war were therefore collected and transported in carts, apparently loaded with manure, powder in the baskets and panniers of those who came from Boston market, and cartridges were concealed even in candle boxes. By these means, and through other channels, a considerable quantity of arms and ammunition had been collected at Concord. Excited by the Loyalists, General Gage resolved to send a few companies to Concord for the purpose already stated. It was said also that he had it in view, by this sudden expedition, to get possession of John Hancock and Samuel Adams, two of the most ardent patriot chiefs, and the principal directors of the Provincial Congress, then assembled in the town of Concord. In pursuance of the above purpose, on the evening of the 18th of April, several British officers dispersed themselves here and there upon the road and passages, to intercept the couriers that might have been dispatched to give notice of the movements of the troops. The governor gave orders that no person should be allowed to leave the city. Nevertheless, Dr. Warren, one of the most active patriots, had timely intimation of the scheme and immediately dispatched confidential messengers, some of whom found the roads interdicted by the officers who guarded them, but others made their way unperceived to Lexington, a town upon the road leading to Concord. The intelligence was soon divulged. The people flocked together. The bells in all parts were rung to give the alarm, and the continual firing of cannon spread the agitation through all the neighboring country. In the midst of this tumultuous scene, at 11 in the evening, a strong detachment of grenadiers and of light infantry was embarked at Boston, to land at a place called Phipps's Farm, whence they marched to Concord. The British troops were under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Smith and Major Pitcairn, who led the vanguard. The militia of Lexington, as the intelligence of the movement of this detachment was uncertain, had separated in the course of the night. Finally, at 5 in the morning of the 19th, advice was received of the near approach of the royal troops. The provincials that happened to be near assembled, to the number, however, of only 70. The English appeared, and Major Pitcairn, galloping up to them in a loud voice, cried, "Disperse, rebels! Lay down your arms, and disperse!" The provincials did not obey, upon which, advancing nearer, he discharged a pistol, and brandishing his sword, ordered his soldiers to fire. 8 Americans were killed, 3 or 4 of them by the first fire of the British, the others after they had left the parade. Several were also wounded. A handsome monument has been erected to the memory of the killed, on the green where the first of them fell. Meanwhile, Hancock and Adams retired from danger, and it is related that, while on the march, the latter, enraptured with joy, exclaimed, "Oh, what an ever-glorious morning is this!" considering this first effusion of blood as the prelude of events which must secure the happiness of his country. The soldiers advanced towards Concord, where the inhabitants assembled. But seeing the numbers of the enemy, they fell back, and posted themselves on a bridge, north of the town. The light infantry assailed them with fury, routed them, and occupied the bridge, while the others entered Concord, and proceeded to the execution of their orders. They disabled 2 24-pounders, threw 500 pieces of ball into the river and wells, and broke in pieces about 60 barrels of flour. During the search of the British for military stores, a British officer demanded entrance into the barn of Captain Wheeler. This was readily granted. In it was stored a large quantity of provincial flour. The officer expressed his pleasure at the discovery, but Captain Wheeler, with much affected simplicity, said to him, putting his hand on a barrel, "This is my flour. I am a miller, sir. Yonder stands my mill. I get my living by it. In the winter, I grind a great deal of grain, and get it ready for market in the spring. This," pointing to one barrel, "is the flour of wheat. This," pointing to another, "is the flour of corn. This is the flour of rye. This," putting his hand on his own cask, "is my flour. This is my wheat. This is my rye. This is mine." "Well," said the officer, "we do not injure private property," and withdrew, leaving this important depository untouched. The militia being reinforced, Major Buttrick of Concord, who had gallantly offered to command them, advanced towards the bridge, but, not knowing of the transaction at Lexington, ordered the men not to give the first fire, that the provincials might not be the aggressors. As he advanced, the light infantry retired to the Concord side of the river and began to pull up the bridge, and on his nearer approach they fired and killed a captain and one of the privates. The provincials returned the fire. A skirmish ensued, and the regulars were forced to retreat with some loss. They were soon joined by the main body, which now retreated with precipitancy. Meanwhile, the people of the adjacent country flocked in, and attacked them in every direction. Some fired from behind stone walls and other coverts, while others pressed on their rear during their retreat to Lexington. General Gage, apprehensive for the fate of the English, had dispatched 900 men and 2 field pieces under command of Lord Percy. This corps arrived very opportunely at Lexington at the moment when the royal troops entered the town from the other side, pursued with fury by the provincial militia. It appears highly probable that, without this reinforcement, they would have all been cut to pieces or made prisoners. Their strength was exhausted, as well as their ammunition. After making a considerable halt at Lexington, they renewed their march towards Boston, the number of the provincials increasing, although the rearguard of the English was less molested on account of the 2 field pieces, which repressed the impetuosity of the Americans. But the flanks of the columns remained exposed to a destructive fire from every point adapted to serve as coverts. The Royalists were also annoyed by the heat, which was excessive, and by a violent wind, which blew a thick dust in their eyes. Finally, after a march of incredible fatigue and considerable loss of men, the English, overwhelmed with lassitude, arrived at sunset in Charlestown. Independently of the combat they had sustained, the distance they had that day traveled was above 35 miles. The day following, they crossed over to Boston. The rencontre at Lexington was, in itself, an inconsiderable affair, but in its relation and influence, its importance can scarcely be estimated. It was the first outbreak of indignant feeling which, for months and years, had been acquiring strength, but which, until now, had been suppressed. It was a solution of the problem, whether the wrongs of America could be redressed without a resort to arms. It developed the spirit and determination, as well of the King and Parliament, as of the Americans themselves. It shut the door for further negotiation. It cut off hope for the colonies, but through an appeal to arms. In fact, it was a signal for war. It was war itself. The affair had 2 results. The first was to demonstrate how false and ridiculous were the vaunts of those Gascons who, within Parliament as well as without, had spoken in such unworthy terms of American courage. From this moment, the English nation, and especially its soldiers, persuaded themselves that the struggle would be far more severe and sanguinary than had been at first believed. The second effect of the combat was greatly to increase the confidence of the colonists and their resolution to defend their rights. It should be added also that the reports of the cruelties of the British troops produced an incredible excitement in the minds of the inhabitants, which was still further increased by the public honors which were paid to those who had fallen in the opening contest. Their eulogies were pronounced, and they were styled martyrs of liberty, while their families were the objects of unusual veneration. They were cited as the models to be imitated in the approaching conflict. The Provincial Congress of Massachusetts was in session at Watertown, 10 miles distant from Boston. On receiving intelligence of the battle, it took immediate measures to raise 13,600 men, and chose for their general, Colonel Ward, an officer of much reputation. This militia was designed to form the contingent of Massachusetts. The provinces of New Hampshire, Connecticut, and Rhode Island were invited to furnish theirs in order to complete an army of 30,000 men, to be commanded by General John Thomas, an officer of great experience. Connecticut dispatched immediately a considerable corps under the command of Colonel Putnam, an old officer who, in the 2 late wars, had often given proof of courage and intelligence. The other provinces were not slow in causing their standards to move, and in a short time an army of 30,000 men was found assembled under the walls of Boston. So great and so universal was the ardor produced among the inhabitants by the Battle of Lexington, that the American generals were obliged to send back to their homes many thousand volunteers. Putnam took his station at Cambridge, and Thomas at Roxbury, upon the right wing of the army, to cut off entirely the communication of the garrison by the isthmus with the adjacent country. Thus, in a few days after the affair of Lexington, the capital of the province of Massachusetts was closely besieged. Thus a multitude assembled in haste, of men, declared rebels, and mean-spirited cowards, held in strict confinement, not daring to sally forth even to procure food, many thousands of veteran troops, commanded by an able general, and combating under the royal standard. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States. Events of the Revolution. Battle of Bunker's Hill. Boston, which for a considerable time had been the point of greatest interest in the American colonies, was not less so immediately following the Battle of Lexington. That engagement served to quicken the already excited pulse of thousands. The fires of patriotism burned brighter. Sires and sons, mothers and daughters, rejoiced that the crisis had come, and were ready to make every needful sacrifice for their country's good. In a few weeks, the metropolis of the province of Massachusetts was environed by an American army, 15,000 strong, 10,000 of which was furnished by Massachusetts, and 3,000 by Connecticut. The rest were supplied by the other New England colonies. Of these troops, General Ward was commander-in-chief. His headquarters were at Cambridge. The right wing was stationed at Roxbury, the left at Medford and Chelsea. Towards the end of May, a considerable reinforcement arrived at Boston from England, which, with the garrison, formed an army of from 10 to 12,000 men, all veteran troops. At the head of this reinforcement were three distinguished and practical generals, Howe, Clinton, and Burgoyne. The difference in numbers was on the side of the Americans. Not so, however, their military science, arms, or ammunition. They had in all but 16 field pieces, 6 of which at the very utmost were in a condition for service. Their brass pieces, which were few, were of the smallest caliber. They had, however, some heavy iron cannon, with 3 or 4 mortars and howitzers, and some scanty provisions of balls and bombs, but of powder they were almost totally destitute. The situation of the English was now daily becoming more perplexing and critical, and the necessity was increasingly apparent, if they intended to retain their position, of fortifying certain points in the neighborhood. The two regarded of greatest importance were the heights of Dorchester and Charlestown. The former presenting superior inducements, it was determined to occupy and fortify that first and afterwards the latter. The Americans having learned the intentions of the British general, it became a serious question what course was most prudent for them to adopt. For a time, a difference of opinion prevailed among the American patriots, but at length the Committee of Safety recommended to the Council of War to occupy and fortify Bunker's Hill at once, and Dorchester Heights, now South Boston, as early after as practicable. In conformity with this suggestion, on the following day, 16th June, General Ward issued orders to Colonel Prescott to proceed to Charlestown and occupy and fortify Bunker's Hill. The troops detached for this purpose amounted to about 1,000 men. They were ordered to take provisions but for a single day. In the early part of the evening of the 16th, they were mustered on Cambridge Common near the colleges. They were commended to the protection and guidance of Almighty God in a prayer by President Langdon, after which, led by the valiant Prescott, attired in a calico frock and himself preceded by 2 sergeants with dark lanterns, and accompanied by Colonel Gridley and Judge Winthrop of Cambridge, they took their destined path. Having reached the ground, the question arose which of the 2 hills was intended as Bunker's Hill. The northern eminence was more generally spoken of under that name, while the southern, commonly called Breed's Hill, was evidently the one best fitted for the purpose. After long deliberation, it was decided to construct the principal work on Breed's Hill, and to erect an additional and subsidiary one on Bunker's Hill. Accordingly, Captain Gridley proceeded to lay out the principal work. Midnight arrived, however, before a spade entered the ground. They remained there for less than 4 hours before daylight, when the operation would of course be seen by the British. The men, however, now began, and they worked. Meanwhile, a strong guard under Captain Manners was stationed on the Charlestown shore to watch the enemy. The day had been fair, and it was a clear, starlight night. Colonel Prescott, accompanied by Major Brooks, went down twice to the shore to reconnoiter, and distinctly heard the British sentries relieving guard, and uttering as they walked their rounds the customary, but in this instance deceptive cry, "All's well." The night on the part of the Patriot band was one of sleepless vigilance and incessant toil. Shovels, pickaxes, and spades were in incessant motion, and by 4 o'clock in the morning they had thrown up a redoubt, 8 rods square and 4 feet high. At this time, the captain of a British ship called the Lively discovered the work and opened a fire upon it. The alarm was given to the British in Boston and to the men of war in the river, and a heavy cannonade was commenced. The fire from a battery of 6 guns on Copp's Hill proved most annoying, but the Americans, regardless of bombs and balls, continued their labors with unshaken constancy. The first martyr who had the honor of shedding his blood on that memorable hill was a private soldier by the name of Asa Pollard of Billerica, and the shot which killed him was the only one which took fatal effect during the forenoon. While various movements were in progress, the Americans in the neighborhood of the redoubt were by no means idle. About 200 yards in the rear of the breastwork was a stone fence surmounted with rails. In front of this, another fence was constructed, and the space between the two filled with hay, which happened to be on the field. A subsidiary work was also hastily thrown up on Bunker's Hill, properly called by General Putnam. From the moment the British discovered the operations of the Americans, they well knew the importance of dislodging them from their position. They had expected to attain this object by a cannonade from their batteries and ships of war, but it was soon apparent that other and more effective measures would be necessary. Accordingly, after mature consultation in the Council of War, summoned by General Gage, it was resolved to transport a competent force across the river and attack the works in front. It was a day without clouds and intensely hot. Between midday and 1 o'clock, 28 barges were seen moving from the end of Long Wharf towards Morton's Point. On board of these were 4 battalions of infantry and 10 of grenadiers. They had 6 pieces of artillery, one of which was placed in each of the 6 leading boats. About 2 o'clock, a second detachment left Winnisemmet Ferry and joined the first at Morton's Point. They were soon after followed by reinforcements which landed at Matlin Shipyard, now the Navy Yard near the east end of Breed's Hill. These several detachments, amounting to about 4,000 men, were under command of General Howe, subordinate to whom were General Pigot and Colonels Nesbitt, Abercrombie, and Clark. A short time before the action commenced, a horseman was perceived advancing rapidly from Charlestown towards the American redoubt. It proved to be General Warren, the president of the Provincial Congress. "Ah," said Putnam, as the former came up, "it is you, General. I am glad to see you, and yet I regret your presence. Your life is too precious to be thus exposed. But since you are here, let me receive your orders." No, replied the gallant soldier, I give no orders. I come as a volunteer, and now say where I can be most useful. Go then, said Putnam, to the redoubt. You will there be less exposed. Tell me, rejoined Warren, where will be the point of greatest danger? The redoubt will be the enemy's first and principal object, said Putnam. If we can defend that, the day is ours. Warren passed on, and as he passed, the troops recognized him, and loud and long were their acclamations. Every bosom felt the impulse of his presence. At the redoubt, Prescott received him, and begged him to receive the command. Give me a musket, said Warren, today. I take a lesson from the veteran soldier in the art of war. Warren could not content himself away from the dangers which were thickening around the patriotic cause. The day previous he had presided in the Congress in session at Watertown, and had spent the entire night in transacting business growing out of his official station. On reaching Cambridge, early in the morning, he received intelligence of the expected battle. He attended a meeting of the Committee of Safety, of which he was chairman. Here he made known his intention of taking part in the approaching contest. Your ardent temper, said Jerry, will carry you forward in the midst of peril, and you will probably fall. I know that I may fall, replied Warren, but I should die with shame were I to remain at home in safety while my friends and fellow citizens are shedding their blood and hazarding their lives in the cause. The honor of Warren is greatly enhanced by the consideration that he was originally opposed to the plan of fortifying the heights of Charlestown, but no sooner had the Council of War decided upon that measure than he gave it his hearty cooperation, and here we see this brave and patriotic man in the field of battle, and in the midst of danger, having adopted the beautiful sentiment of the Roman poet, Dulci et decorum est pro patria mori. The action opened at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at which time a general discharge of artillery was ordered along the whole British line. At the same time, the troops advanced in 2 divisions. General Howe led the right towards the rail fence, General Pichot with the left end towards the redoubt. The march of the British troops was slow but steady. They wore the aspect of strong confidence and strong determination. Meanwhile, the American drums beat to arms. Quitting his entrenchment, where he was still at work on Bunker's Hill, Putnam led his equally determined but far less disciplined troops into action. Said this veteran general in his usual pointed and laconic style, fellow soldiers, powder is scarce and must not be wasted. Reserve your fire till you see the whites of their eyes, then take aim at the officers. This injunction, however, having been disobeyed by a few of the more restless and impetuous, Prescott, proceeding along the line, said in a tone of thunder, the next man that fires before the order is given shall be instantly shot. It was apparently cruel thus to require troops whose bosoms were now glowing with burning zeal to withhold their fire, while the enemy was pouring in his at every step of his progress. It was, however, a wise delay. At length the British had advanced within 8 rods of the redoubt. Now, men, said Prescott, now is your time. Make ready, take aim, fire. And such a deadly fire, perhaps, was never before made, and when the smoke rolled off, such a sight was perhaps never before seen. The hillside was covered with the slain. The ranks of the British were broken, and confusion appeared on every side. The British officers attempted to rally their troops. In this they succeeded so far as to induce them to fire, but evidently appalled at the fearful and unexpected carnage, they turned and fled down the hill. Following this repulse, there was an ominous pause, says a writer, like the lull that sometimes interrupts the wildest tempest, only broken by the occasional discharge of artillery from the ships and batteries. It was not, however, of long duration. A second attack was decided upon, and orders issued again to advance. Meanwhile, a deep silence brooded over the American lines, all being intent upon the devastation which had been made, and watching for the future movements of the enemy, which had been so signally repulsed. Their success had greatly exceeded their own expectations, and served to inspire them with still more confidence in a second rencontre, which they might now momentarily expect. In the first attack, they had been directed to reserve their fire until the enemy had approached within 8 rods. Now they must wait until the enemy should approach within 6 rods. While the British troops were advancing, suddenly a new spectacle burst upon the eyes of the tens of thousands who were looking on from every neighboring eminence, which greatly added to the sublimity of the scene. Annoyed in his first attack upon the American redoubt by the fire of a detachment stationed at Charlestown, General Howe had given directions to fire that town, both by way of revenging the injury he had sustained, and also the more to distract the Americans during his second attack, to which he was now advancing. In furtherance of this object, a large quantity of combustibles had been conveyed from Boston, and a detachment of Marines from the Somerset been landed to set them on fire. The work of conflagration was now commenced. Dense and dark clouds of smoke rose over the town, and at length enveloped the whole peninsula. Through this smoke, columns of flame shot up, and flashed in every direction. The fire spread with fearful rapidity from house to house, and from street to street. At length the flames reached the church, and climbing its lofty steeple, converted it into a blazing pyramid. The beams supporting the bell were burned in sunder, upon which it fell, and while falling, its pealing sounds were distinctly heard by hundreds, uniting with crackling flames and crashing edifices in enhancing the dreadful magnificence of the day. It was in the midst of a scene of desolation like this, by which property to the amount of £120,000 sterling was destroyed, 600 buildings consumed, and 2,000 people rendered houseless. The two opposing forces were preparing for another sanguinary rencounter. The British general was leading on his troops, as cool and undisturbed as if they had met with no repulse. They opened their fire by platoons, and apparently at random, yet not entirely without effect. Colonels Nixon and Brewer were borne wounded from the works. A ball through his shoulder rendered Colonel Buckminster a cripple for life. Major Moore received a shot through the thigh, soon after which a second ball pierced his body, which subsequently proved mortal. The Americans had been charged to reserve their fire till the enemy was within 6 rods. The success which had attended their former delay now enabled them the most cheerfully to yield obedience to orders, a compliance with which had, in the first instance, seemed nearly impossible. At length the enemy reached the prescribed distance, when the anticipated words, "Make ready, take aim, fire," were heard in a voice like thunder, and in an instant hundreds of men, including a surprising number of principal officers, were seen prostrated in the dust. The fire proved even more destructive than in the first attack. General Howe was left nearly alone, almost every officer of his staff being either killed or wounded. So sweeping had been the destruction that the ranks were fatally broken, and a second time orders were issued for the British Army to make good their retreat. An interesting incident is related as having occurred immediately following the fire of the Americans. Among the British officers who escaped the terrible destruction was Major Small, but so fatal had been the fire that scarcely was there a man left near him. Consequently, his superior dress rendered him a more conspicuous object. Several riflemen had marked him, had indeed raised their guns and were in the act of leveling them, when Putnam recognized Major Small and perceived the imminent danger he was in. A moment longer, and his early friend with whom he had served in the French War, and for whom he cherished an unfeigned regard, would be in the agonies of death. He sprung upon the parapet and rushed immediately before the leveled rifles, exclaiming, "My gallant comrades, spare that officer. We are friends, we are brothers. Do you not remember how we rushed into each other's arms at the meeting for the exchange of prisoners?" The appeal, it need scarcely be added, was successful. Every rifle was instantly lowered. Every bosom glowed with the generous emotions which filled that of the high-souled Putnam. Nor was one feeling of regret indulged as the gallant British officer retired unharmed. Although repulsed in a second attack, and with losses as signal as unexpected, Howe immediately decided upon renewing the contest. Upon the issue of that day, and the results of this single conflict, he well knew, might hang the fortunes of the British cause in America. If successful, the patriots would become disheartened. If defeated, they would take courage and continue the controversy with greater animation. With more wisdom, he decided to concentrate his whole force upon the redoubt, and that his troops might act with greater energy. He directed them to lay aside their cumbersome knapsacks, and, in imitation of the Americans, to reserve their fire, or, if circumstances allowed, to rely upon the bayonet. Meanwhile, the situation of the Americans had become critical and alarming. They had indeed lost comparatively few of their number, but it was discovered, we might almost say to their dismay, that their ammunition was nearly exhausted. They had little prospect of any further supply. They had few, if any, bayonets, and as to reinforcements so extremely desirable and now necessary, they could indulge only slight hopes. They were, however, cheered by the prospect of a reinforcement of 300 men at the critical juncture. The regiment of Colonel Gardner, stationed at Charlestown, although they had received no orders to that effect, that gallant officer volunteered to bring to their assistance. Most unfortunately, however, just as he was descending to the lines, a musket ball struck him, which soon after proved mortal. In consequence of this untoward event, his regiment became disordered, and but a single company that marched from Charlestown, under command of Captain Harris, participated in the action. It was, however, and well does it attest their patriotic courage, the very last to leave the field. The history of the American War furnishes many an incident of thrilling interest, and many an instance of heroic bravery and devotion to the cause of liberty. The last moments of Colonel Gardner may be ranked among the number. On receiving his wound, he was borne from the field by some of his men, when his son, a youth of only 19 and a second lieutenant in Trevithick's artillery company, rushed forward to his father's aid. On beholding him, said the father, "Think not of me, my son. I am well. Go to your duty." And the son obeyed and hastened to his post, while the father was borne from the field to die. Is it a matter of marvel that people should succeed in a struggle where such lofty patriotism fired their bosoms, and in pursuing which some of the tenderest and strongest ties of our nature were sacrificed for their country's good? The British troops, as we said, were again advancing, without bayonets, with a few charges of powder remaining. The Americans waited in silence to receive them as they were able. Stones and the stocks of their muskets supplied the place of powder and ball. Richardson, a private in the Royal Irish Regiment, was the first to mount the parapet, but he fell the next moment. Nearly at the same time, Major Pitcairn, whose insolence and inhumanity at Lexington will not soon be forgotten, appeared upon the parapet, and as if actuated by a similar spirit now as then, he exultingly exclaimed, "The day is ours." But here he met a deserved fate. While the words still lingered on his lips, a bullet from a musket fired by a colored man named Salem pierced his body, and he fell and expired. While these events were occurring in one quarter, the enemy were more successful in another, a southeast corner of the redoubt. Here a tree had been left standing, and by means of this, General Pichot succeeded in mounting the works. His men followed him, and here, for a brief space, the contest was spirited and sanguinary. Several American officers suffered severely. Colonel Bridge was twice wounded by a broadsword. Major Gridley received a ball through the leg and was borne from the field. Lieutenant Prescott, nephew to the colonel, had his arm so broken as to hang useless by his side, but nothing deterred by his wound. He continued to load his musket and was in the act of pointing his gun through the sally port at the enemy, when he was cut in sunder by a cannonball. But now the sacrifice of life which had been being offered upon the shrine of liberty was accomplishing no good. The Americans could no longer contend with hope, as the ammunition was fairly expended. Prescott was reluctant to yield, but it was wise. It was best. An honorable retreat was still practicable, and he chose his alternative. The Americans retired in order from the hill. A retreat bore more heavily upon one patriotic spirit than, if possible, upon all others. That one was Warren's. He lingered to the very last moment, beyond the moment of safety. Nor had he quitted the works or proceeded but a few rods, when the British were in full possession. Major Small, the British officer whose life Putnam had saved only a few hours before, saw him, surmised his reluctance, perceived his danger, and would have saved him. Addressing him by name, he besought him to surrender as the only means of security, at the same time ordering his men to suspend their firing. Warren, it is supposed, heard the voice of Small, but whether he would have taken advantage of the proffered safety cannot be known. He turned his head towards the sound, and at that instant a ball sunk deep in his forehead and produced instant death. The day following, the body of this patriot, statesman, and hero was discovered and identified by Isaac Winslow, then a youth, afterwards general, and by several others who were familiar with his person. The bullet which terminated his life was extracted by Mr. Savage, an officer in the custom house. Subsequently, he carried it to England, but years afterwards it was presented at London to Reverend Mr. Montague of Dedham, Mass., in whose family it still remains. The remains of Warren were buried on the spot where he fell, but the following year they were temporarily removed to a tomb in the Tremont Cemetery. They now repose in the family vault under St. Paul's Church, Boston. The loss of Warren was among the saddest and bitterest incidents of the day. Few had such aspirations after liberty. Few so well understood the true interest of the country, or were better able to suggest measures calculated to secure the triumph of her cause. To the British, the intelligence of his fall was as grateful, considering him in the light of an enemy, as it was unexpected. It is recorded that when on the following morning the news of the event was brought to General Howe, who remained on the field during the night, he was scarcely credited, and when at length it was verified, he declared that his death was a full offset for the loss of 500 men. The Battle of Bunker's Hill, which we have thus described as minutely as our limits will allow, was of about 2 hours' continuance, having commenced at 3 o'clock. The Americans engaged were estimated at about 3,500. The number killed and missing was 115. 305 were wounded, and 30 taken prisoners. Of the several regiments, Prescott suffered the most severely, losing 42 killed and 28 wounded. Several officers were killed: Colonel Gardner, Lieutenant Colonel Parker, Major Moore, and Major McClary. The British force engaged in this battle was 4,000. Their loss, General Gage, in his official account, acknowledged to be 1,054, 226 killed, 828 wounded, including 19 officers killed and 28 wounded. Their loss, according to an official account of the action by the Massachusetts Congress, was 1,500. Charlestown was entirely destroyed. On the retreat of the Americans, the British took possession of Bunker's Hill, from which they kept up a fire of artillery during the night. The Americans occupied Prospect and Winter Hills. It was a bold attempt on the part of General Howe to carry the American redoubt by an attack in front. In consequence of this, his troops were exposed to the direct and galling fire of men who were each able to take deliberate aim. A censure was indeed cast upon him for so doing, but a too vain confidence in the bravery and discipline of his soldiers, and an equally mistaken estimate of American valor, led him to reject a plan proposed by General Clinton, and the adoption upon which, had it succeeded, would have secured more honor, but which obviously was so hazardous and doubtful in its issue, as might well have gained for the other preference. The night of the 17th of June was one of more sadness to the British than to the Americans, notwithstanding that the latter had been driven from their position, and the colors of the former were waving over Bunker's Hill. To the British belonged the field, to the Americans, in effect, the victory. What the former had gained was of no use to them, as their forces were not sufficiently numerous to hold possession of so extended a line. Their loss in numbers was grievous, but this was small in comparison to the mortification experienced in view of their repeated repulses. Nor was that mortification lessened when it became known that the retreat of the Americans was caused by a want of ammunition. Had the materiel of battle not failed, who can say that the Americans would not have maintained their position? Such an issue, however, might have drawn after it consequences which, in the sequel, would have been disastrous to the patriotic cause. A vain confidence might have been engendered, leading to the neglect of needful and even essential preparation to cope with a foe more formidable at that era than any other on the globe. It was well, doubtless, and Providence in kindness so ordered. If that ammunition should fail, God gave to the Americans just that success which was calculated to animate and encourage them, and permitted them to suffer just in that way and to that extent, and to teach them humility and to trust in Him. Theirs was a just and glorious cause. It was the cause of liberty and of God. It was right that they should succeed, but it was equally befitting that they should feel and acknowledge that their success was from the God of their fathers. End of section 23. Section 24 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States, Events of the Revolution. Washington, Commander-in-Chief. If, previous to the Battle of Bunker's Hill, doubts existed in the minds of any whether the contest between Great Britain and America would be settled without a struggle, the sanguinary scene on the hill must have dispelled them. Both parties had received a wound not likely soon to be healed. If the British had won the field, they had gained but little, if any, honor. And in the repulse, which the Americans had met while they had lost no honor, they had acquired self-confidence and added to their already high-wrought valor and determination. The battle was fought on Saturday afternoon. Before Sunday night, the intelligence was spread more than 100 miles distant from the scene of action. All were roused to the highest pitch of resentment and set about preparing themselves for a long and bloody struggle. Companies were raised and equipped with the utmost dispatch. All hopes of reconciliation were lost. Squads of armed men flocked to headquarters, some of them having traveled 80 miles in 24 hours. While events of so much importance were occurring in and around Boston, the more immediate theater of the war. The Second General Congress were in session in Philadelphia, in deep consultation as to the measures which the cause and exigencies of the country required. Their session had commenced on the 10th day of May preceding. Various matters of interest engaged their attention and required all their wisdom and firmness. As the war had commenced, it was essential to keep up the zeal of the people, to prevent revolt to the royal standard, to introduce discipline into an army which had been collected in haste, to provide for the growing expenses of a war, the end of which could not be predicted, to prevent in the conduct of the war the revival of jealousies which had existed between the different colonies, and finally to place the army in the hands of some commander-in-chief, in whom the country could confide, and whose commands the army would cheerfully obey. The importance of this last duty magnified the more it was contemplated, and difficulties presented themselves which occasioned no small anxiety and embarrassment. A mistake here might prove fatal to the liberties of the country for an indefinite period to come. Upon whom, then, should their choice fall? Gates and Lee were held in high estimation as military men, the first for his experience, the second because to experience he joined a very active genius. But they were both born in England, and in case of misfortune it would be difficult, however upright and faithful they might have been, to persuade the people that they had not been guilty of treason, or at least of negligence in the accomplishment of their duties. Besides, Lee had an impetuosity of temper, which in some hour of excitement might spur him to the adoption of measures inconsistent with the safety of the army, and prejudicial to the interests of the patriotic cause. There were also Ward and Putnam, who were already in the field, and who had demonstrated the most signal valor and ability in all the actions which had taken place in the vicinity of Boston. Putnam had seen much service, and for energy and promptitude had few equals, but he had declared himself too openly in favor of independence. This Congress devoutly wished to procure, but withal in a propitious time. As to General Ward, New England, it was well known, entertained an exalted opinion of him, and many were strongly wishing it and anticipating that the lot would fall on him. He had served in the French War, in which he had acquired an honorable distinction. In addition, he was both a scholar and a gentleman, and the army itself was uncommonly prepossessed in its favor. But besides that, he also had openly expressed himself in favor of independence. It was well known that the province of the Middle, and more of it of the South, were in a measure jealous of New England, in which the physical force of the country confessedly predominated, and they would naturally be reluctant to have the cause of America confided to the hands of an individual who might allow himself to be influenced by certain local prepossessions, at a time in which all desires and all interests ought to be common. Nor was it a small desideratum with some of the sages of that era that the commander-in-chief should himself possess an estate of such value as to offer a guarantee of his fidelity, and elevate him above the sordid and selfish motives of personal gain. Surrounded by such difficulties and embarrassed by such opposite considerations, what was to be done? One point was clear. Union must be preserved at any sacrifice. Union was strength. If in harmonious concert the colonies could not proceed, their doom was sealed. The country and the whole country must come in. The pulsation must beat through all hearts. The cause was one, and how many soever bore a part in sustaining and defending it. They must act as impelled but by one motive, and using but a single arm. To the final question, if it had been foreseen for some time, the Congress must come. Out of doors the subject had been considered and debated, but as yet no settled opinion had been formed, and no decisive action had been had. In this anxious and inquiring period, the Father of mercies, the Almighty Being by whose care the colonies had been planted and hitherto sustained, whose blessing was daily sought by thousands of families, morning and evening, whose guidance the public councils, whether provincial or continental, were never ashamed to implore. That good and gracious benefactor was not slow in pointing to the man who should lead the armies of his American Israel. One morning the elder President Adams was walking in Congress Hall, apparently absorbed in thought, when Samuel Adams, a kinsman and a member of Congress, approaching him, inquired the subject of his deep cogitation. "The army," he replied. "I am determined what to do about the army at Cambridge." "What is that?" asked his kinsman. "I am determined to enter on a full detail of the state of the colonies before the House this morning. My object will be to induce Congress to name a day for adopting the Army as the legal army of the United Colonies of North America. And having done this, I shall offer a few hints on my election of a commander-in-chief." "I like your plan, Cousin John," said Samuel Adams, "but on whom have you fixed as this commander?" "George Washington of Virginia, a member of this House." "That will never do, never, never." "It must do," said John Adams, "and for these reasons. The Southern and Middle States are loath to enter heartily into the cause, and their arguments are potent. They see that New England holds the physical power in her hands, and they fear the result. A New England army, a New England commander, with New England perseverance, all united, appall them. For this cause they hang back. The only way to allay their fears and silence their complaints is by appointing a Southern chief of the army. This policy will blend us in one mass, and the mass will be resistless." Mr. Adams now went in and, taking the floor, put forth his strength in the delineations he had prepared, all aiming at the adoption of the army. He was ready to own the army, appoint a commander, and vote supplies. His speech was patriotic, eloquent, and thrilling, but some doubted, some objected, some feared. To all these doubts and hesitations he replied, "Gentlemen, if this Congress do not adopt this army before 10 moons have set, New England will have a Congress of her own, which will adopt it, and she will undertake the struggle alone, with a strong arm and a clear conscience." This had the desired effect, and they agreed to appoint a day. The day was fixed and came, and the army was adopted, and now followed the question as to the commander. Mr. Adams again rose. He proceeded to a minute delineation of the character of General Ward, according to him merits and honors, which then belonged to no one else. But at the end of this eulogy he said, "This is not the man I have chosen." The peculiar situation of the colonies required another and a different man, and one from a different quarter. These qualifications were now set forth in strong, bold, and eloquent terms, and in the sequel he said, "Gentlemen, I know these qualifications are high, but we all know they are needful at this crisis, in this chief. Does anyone say that they are not to be obtained in the country? I reply, they are. They reside in one of our own body, and he is the person whom I now nominate, George Washington of Virginia." At the moment, Washington was intently gazing, as were others, upon Mr. Adams, wrought up by an eager curiosity for the enunciation of the name, without a suspicion that it would be his own, as it transpired from the lips of the speaker. He sprang from his seat and rushed from the hall. Samuel Adams, already in the secret, immediately moved an adjournment of the House in order that the members might have time to deliberate on a nomination so unexpected and so surprising. On the 15th of June, 2 days only before the Battle of Bunker's Hill, Congress convened in the hall to decide the important question. As individuals, they had given to the subject a deep and solemn deliberation, commensurate with its vital importance to the country. Until the enunciation of Washington's name by John Adams, probably no one even thought of him. But now, but one sentiment prevailed. He was the man, and their ballots unanimously confirmed the choice. The delegates of Massachusetts had other predilections, but nobly relinquishing sectional claims and even partialities, they united with the others and rendered the choice unanimous. That was a happy day, that a fortunate selection for America. And who can doubt that the God by whose providence nations rise and fall guided that choice with the same benign influence which was exerted upon the prophet in a prior age of the world, when from among his brethren he selected David as the successor of Saul. In a few days following the appointment of Washington, Congress published a manifesto, setting forth to the world the causes which had led them to take up arms. After enumerating these causes in a tone of manly assurance, and yet of humble dependence upon Almighty God, they said, "Our cause is just, our union is perfect, our internal resources are great, and if necessary, foreign assistance is undoubtedly attainable. We gratefully acknowledge, as signal instances of divine favor toward us, that his providence would not permit us to be called into this severe controversy until we were grown to our present strength, had been previously exercised in warlike operations, and possessed of the means of defending ourselves. With hearts fortified with these animating reflections, we must most solemnly before God and the world declare that exerting the utmost energy of those powers which the beneficent Creator hath graciously bestowed upon us, the arms we have been compelled by our enemies to assume, we will, in defiance of every hazard, with unabating firmness and perseverance, employ for the preservation of our liberties, being with one mind resolved to die free men, rather than to live slaves." Finally, they added, with a humble confidence in the mercies of the supreme and impartial judge and ruler of the universe, we most devoutly implore his divine goodness to protect us happily through this great conflict, to dispose our adversaries to reconciliation on reasonable terms, and thereby relieve the empire from the calamities of civil war. The above manifesto was sent into every part of the country and read from the pulpits by the ministers of religion, with suitable exhortations. In the camps of Boston, it was read with particular solemnity. Major General Putnam assembled his division upon the heights of Prospect Hill to hear it. It was followed by a prayer analogous to the occasion. The general having given the signal, all the troops cried 3 times, "Amen," and at the same moment the artillery of the fort fired a general salute. The colors recently sent to General Putnam were seen waving with the usual motto, "An appeal to heaven," and this other, "Qui transunet sustinet." The same ceremony was observed in the other divisions. The joy and enthusiasm were universal. It may be added in this connection, as an evidence of the piety of our fathers, of the belief of a superintending providence, which characterized that generation, that Congress recommended a public fast to be observed in all the colonies on the 20th of July. The soldiers they recommended to be humane and merciful, and all classes of citizens to humble themselves, to fast, to pray, and to implore the divine assistance in this day of trouble and of peril. Congress in a body attended divine services on that day in one of the churches of Philadelphia. Just as they were about to enter the temple, important intelligence was received from Georgia. It was that that province, which had hitherto held itself aloof from the common cause, had joined the Confederation, and had appointed 5 delegates for its representation in Congress. While humbling themselves, God was blessing and exalting them. No news scarcely could have occasioned more joy, and this was heightened in consideration of the moment at which the government and people were apprised of it. End of section 24. Section 25 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States. Events of the Revolution. Evacuation of Boston. Having elected a commander-in-chief, Congress proceeded to the selection of other experienced officers. Artemus Ward, Charles Lee, and Philip Schuyler were appointed major generals, and Horatio Gates, adjutant general. These appointments were followed a few days after by that of 8 brigadier generals: Seth Pomeroy, William Heath, and John Thomas of Massachusetts, Richard Montgomery of New York, David Wooster and Joseph Spencer of Connecticut, John Sullivan of New Hampshire, and Nathaniel Greene of Rhode Island. In July, Washington, accompanied by General Lee, repaired to the camp near Boston, receiving on his journey thither the highest honors from the most distinguished citizens. On making a review of the army, soon after his arrival, he found an immense multitude, of whom only 14,500 were in a fit condition for service. But even these, in respect to uniform, equipment, and discipline, exhibited a variety most disheartening and painful to a commander. As to discipline, it scarcely existed. The subordinate officers were without emulation, and the privates, having been unaccustomed to the rules and regulations of a camp, were impatient of all subordination. Fortunately, the newly appointed generals soon arrived, and with great alacrity betook themselves to the task of reform. General Gates, who was versed in the details of military organization, exerted a powerful influence in this salutary work. In a short period, the camp presented an improved aspect. The soldiers became accustomed to obedience. Regulations were observed. Each began to know his duty, and at length, instead of a mass of irregular militia, the camp presented the spectacle of a properly disciplined army. It was divided into 3 corps. The right, under the command of Ward, occupied Roxbury. The left, conducted by Lee, defended Prospect Hill, and the center, which comprehended a select corps destined for reserve, was stationed at Cambridge, where Washington himself had established his headquarters. The circumvallation was fortified by so great a number of redoubts and supplied with so formidable an artillery that it had become impossible for the besieged to assault Cambridge and spread themselves in the open country. It was believed also that they had lost a great many men, as well upon the field of battle as in consequence of wounds and disease. Another material deficiency was the want of gunpowder. In the depositories of Roxbury, Cambridge, and other places, there were found to be only 96 barrels. The magazines of Massachusetts contained but 36 more, and after adding to this quantity all that New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Connecticut could furnish, the amount fell short of 10,000 pounds, which allowed only 9 charges to a man. In this scarcity and danger, the army remained more than 15 days, during which time, had the English attacked them, they might easily have forced the lines and raised the siege. At length, by the exertions of the Committee of New Jersey, a few tons of powder arrived at the camp, which supplied for the moment the necessities of the army and averted the evils that were feared. The providing of gunpowder had now become an important and even an essential consideration. Accordingly, it was recommended by a resolution of Congress that all the colonies should put themselves in a state of defense and provide themselves with the greatest possible number of men. of arms and of munitions, and especially that they should make diligent search for saltpeter and sulfur. An exact scrutiny was therefore commenced in the cellars and in the stables, in pursuit of materials so essential to modern war. In every part, manufactories of gunpowder and foundries of cannon were seen rising. Every place resounded with the preparations of war. The provincial assemblies and conventions seconded admirably the operations of Congress, and the people obeyed, with incredible promptitude, the orders of these various authorities. In addition to these measures, several fast-sailing vessels were dispatched to the coast of Guinea, where they procured immense quantities, having purchased it of European ships employed in the trade. The Assembly of Massachusetts even prohibited the use of powder in shooting at game, or its expenditure in public rejoicing. In the autumn of 1775, General Gage obtained leave to repair to England, or, according to some authorities, was recalled by the king. During his administration, he had rendered himself odious to the Americans, and now they heard of his retirement without regret. He was succeeded in command by General William Howe, a gentleman much esteemed for his talents, and withal less vindictive in his temper. Towards the close of the year, Washington was environed with difficulties. Great responsibilities were resting upon him, with which his means were far from being commensurate. The organization of the army, notwithstanding his greatest efforts, was very imperfect. The ardor of the troops, having little excitement beyond an occasional skirmish, was evidently abating. In not a few instances, a spirit of rapacity had been manifested by portions of the troops, and depredations were made upon private as well as public property. Several generals, dissatisfied with the promotions made by Congress, resigned their commissions and returned home. Sickness, especially the dysentery, appeared in the camp, and proved a distressing visitant. The cold weather set in and occasioned great suffering to the soldiers, who were destitute of barracks and other conveniences. While these and other troubles were in a degree disturbing the calmness of Washington, other considerations did not serve to allay his anxiety. He knew that Congress anxiously contemplated more decisive steps, and that the country looked for events of greater magnitude. The public was ignorant of his actual situation, and conceived his means for offensive operations to be much greater than they were, and they expected from him the capture or expulsion of the British Army in Boston. He felt the importance of securing the confidence of his countrymen by some brilliant action, and was fully sensible that his own reputation was liable to suffer if he confined himself solely to measures of defense. To publish to his anxious country the state of his army would be to acquaint the enemy with his weakness and to hazard his destruction. The firmness and patriotism of General Washington were displayed in making the good of his country an object of higher consideration than the applause of those who were incapable of forming a correct opinion of the propriety of his measures. On this and on many other occasions during the war, he withstood the voice of the populace, rejected the entreaties of the sanguine, and refused to adopt the plans of the rash, that he might ultimately secure the great objection of contention. While he resolutely rejected every measure which in his calm and deliberate judgment he did not approve, he daily pondered the practicability of a successful attack upon Boston. As a preparatory step, he took possession of Ploughed Hill, Cobble Hill, and Lechmere's Point, and erected fortifications upon them. These posts brought him within half a mile of the enemy's work on Bunker's Hill, and by his artillery he drove the British floating batteries from their stations in Charles River. He erected floating batteries to watch the movements of his enemy, and to aid in any offensive operations that circumstances might warrant. In these circumstances, he took the opinion of his general officers respecting an attack upon Boston, but they unanimously gave their opinion in opposition to the measure, and this opinion was immediately communicated to Congress. Congress appeared, however, to favor the attempt, and that an apprehension of danger to the town of Boston might not have an undue influence upon the operations of the army, resolved that if General Washington and his council of war should be of opinion that a successful attack might be made on the troops in Boston, he should make it in any manner he might think it expedient, notwithstanding the town and the property therein might thereby be destroyed. Towards the close of February, the stock of powder having been considerably increased, and the regular army, which amounted to 14,000 men, being reinforced by 6,000 of the militia of Massachusetts, Washington himself was disposed to carry the war against the British into Boston, but his general officers dissenting, he reluctantly acquiesced and turned his attention to the taking possession of Dorchester Heights, by which he would be able to command the city. The announcement of this intention diffused joy throughout the American army, and each one prepared himself to obey the summons in case his service was required. The night of the 4th of March was selected for the enterprise, in hope that a recollection of the tragic scenes of the 5th of March, 1770, would rouse the spirit of the soldiers to a degree commensurate with the daring exploit proposed. Accordingly, on the evening of the 4th, the necessary arrangements having been made, the Americans proceeded in profound silence towards the peninsula of Dorchester. The obscurity of the night was propitious, and the wind favorable, since it could not bear to the enemy the little noise which it was impossible to avoid. The frost had rendered the roads easy. The batteries of Phipps Farm and those of Roxbury incessantly fulminated with a stupendous roar. 800 men composed the vanguard. It was followed by carriages filled with utensils of entrenchment, and 1,200 pioneers led by General Thomas. In the rear guard were 300 carts of fascines, of gabions, and bundles of hay, destined to cover the flank of the troops in the passage of the Isthmus of Dorchester, which, being very low, was exposed to be raked on both sides by the artillery of the English vessels. All succeeded perfectly. The Americans arrived upon the heights, not only without being molested, but even without being perceived by the enemy. They set themselves to work with an activity so prodigious that by 10 o'clock at night they had already constructed 2 forts, in condition to shelter them from small arms and grape shot, one upon the height nearest to the city, and the other upon that which looks towards Castle Island. The day appeared, but it prevented not the provincials from continuing their works, without any movement being made on the part of the garrison. When the latter discovered these deeds of the Americans, nothing could exceed their astonishment. Their only alternative, it was at once apparent, was either to dislodge the Americans or abandon the town. The first intention of Howe was to attempt the former, and preparations were made accordingly, but he was compelled to defer the attack till the following morning. During the night a storm arose, and when the day dawned, the sea was still excessively agitated. A violent rain came to increase the obstacles. The English general kept himself quiet, but the Americans made proper use of this delay. They erected a 3rd redoubt and completed the other works. Colonel Mifflin had prepared a great number of hogsheads full of stones and sand, in order to roll them upon the enemy when he should march up to the assault, to break his ranks and throw him into a confusion that might smooth the way to his defeat. On more mature reflection, General Howe was convinced of the impolicy of attempting to dislodge the Americans. If success should crown such an enterprise, it would indeed be highly auspicious to the British cause, but a failure would be fatal. The other alternative, therefore, was the only choice left. Having taken this resolution, General Howe notified the selectmen of Boston that the city being no longer of any use to the king, He was resolved to abandon it, but if opposed, he should fire it, and for this purpose ample materials had been provided. To these conditions it appears, from what followed, that Washington consented, but the articles of the truce were never written. The Americans remained quiet spectators of the retreat of the English, but the city presented a melancholy spectacle. Notwithstanding the orders of General Howe, all was havoc and confusion. 1,500 loyalists, with their families and their most valuable effects, hastened with infinite dejection of mind to abandon a residence which had been so dear to them, and where they had so long enjoyed felicity. The fathers carrying burdens, and the mothers their children, went weeping towards the ships. The last salutations, the farewell embraces of those who departed, and of those who remained. The sick, the wounded, the aged, the infants, would have moved with compassion the witnesses of their distress, if the care of their own safety had not absorbed the attention of all. The carts and beasts of burden were become the occasion of sharp disputes between the inhabitants, who had retained them, and the soldiers who wished to employ them. The disorder was also increased by the animosity that prevailed between the soldiers of the garrison and those of the fleet. They reproached each other mutually as the authors of their common misfortune. With one accord, however, they complained of the coldness and ingratitude of their country, which seemed to have abandoned, or rather forgotten them upon these distant shores, a prey to so much misery and to so many dangers. For since the month of October, General Howe had not received from England any order or intelligence whatever, which testified that the government still existed and had not lost sight of the army of Boston. Meanwhile, a desperate band of soldiers and sailors took advantage of the confusion to force stores and pillage the houses and shops. They destroyed what they could not carry away. The entire city was devoted to devastation, and it was feared every moment that the flames would break out to consummate its destruction. The 15th of March, General Howe issued a proclamation forbidding any inhabitant to go out of his house before 11 o'clock in the morning, in order not to disturb the embarkation of the troops, which was to have taken place on that day. But an east wind prevented their departure. Meanwhile, the Americans had constructed a redoubt upon the point of Nook's Hill, on the peninsula of Dorchester, and having furnished it with artillery, they entirely commanded the Isthmus of Boston and all the southern parts of the town. It was even to be feared that they would occupy Noddle's Island and establish batteries, which, sweeping the surface of the water across the harbor, would have entirely interdicted the passage to the ships and reduced the garrison to the necessity of yielding at discretion. All delay became dangerous. Consequently, the British troops and the Loyalists began to embark the 17th of March at 4 in the morning, and by 10 all were on board. The vessels were overladen with men and baggage. Provisions were scanty. Confusion was everywhere. The rear guard was scarcely out of the city when Washington entered it on the other side, with colors displayed, drums beating, and all the forms of victory and triumph. He was received by the inhabitants with every demonstration of gratitude and respect due to a deliverer. Their joy broke forth with the more vivacity, as their sufferings had been long and cruel. For more than 16 months they had endured hunger, thirst, cold, and the outrages of an insolent soldiery, who deemed them rebels. The most necessary articles of food were risen to exorbitant prices. Horseflesh was not refused by those who could procure it. For want of fuel, the pews and benches of churches were taken up for this purpose. The counters and partitions of warehouses were applied to the same uses, and even houses not inhabited were demolished for the sake of the wood. The English left a great quantity of artillery and munitions. 250 pieces of cannon of different caliber were found in Boston and Castle Island, and in the entrenchments of Bunker's Hill and the Neck. The English had attempted, but with little success in their haste, to destroy or to spike these last pieces. Other had been thrown into the sea, but they were recovered. There were found, besides 4 mortars, a considerable quantity of coal, of wheat and other grains, and 150 horses. Dr. Thatcher, in his military journal, thus describes a visit which he made to the Old South Church a few days after the evacuation. March 23rd. I went to view the Old South Church, a spacious brick building near the center of the town. It had been for more than a century consecrated to the service of religion, and many eminent divines have, in its pulpit, labored in teaching the ways of righteousness and truth. But during the last siege, the inside of it was entirely destroyed by the British, and the sacred building occupied as a riding school for Burgoyne's regiment of dragoons. The pulpit and pews were removed, the floor covered with earth, and used for the purpose of training and exercising their horses. A beautiful pew, ornamented with carved wood and silk furniture, was demolished, and by order of an officer, the carved work, it is said, was used as a fence for a hog-sty. The North Church, a very valuable building, was entirely demolished and consumed for fuel. Thus are our houses, devoted to religious worship, profaned and destroyed by the subjects of His Royal Majesty. His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief, has been received by the inhabitants with every mark of respect and gratitude, and a public dinner had been provided for him. He requested the Reverend Dr. Eliot, at the renewal of his customary Thursday lecture, to preach a Thanksgiving sermon, adapted to the joyful occasion. Accordingly, on the 28th, this pious divine preached an appropriate discourse from Isaiah 33:20, in presence of His Excellency and a respectable audience. The recovery of Boston was an important event, and as such was hailed with joyful triumph throughout the colonies. A golden medal commemorative of the occasion was struck by order of Congress, and a vote of thanks was passed to Washington and the Army for their wise and spirited conduct in the siege and acquisition of Boston. Independence declared. For some time previous to the winter of 1775-6, the ultimate separation of the colonies from Great Britain must have occurred to the leading men of America as a possible event. But the people at large had, at that time, not only not contemplated such an event, but would have been startled by the proposal. The proceedings of the British Parliament, however, at length became so unjust and even monstrous as to array most of the Americans against the parent country, and to excite a wish in the bosoms of thousands that colonies were free from her dominion. The news of the Battle of Bunker's Hill not only roused to indignation the king and his ministers, but convinced them that a flock of Yankees were not so despicable objects as they had supposed, and that if the arms of the Americans were not so brightly burnished as those of His Majesty's disciplined troops, nevertheless, in the firm hands and under the practiced eye of country boors, they could make sad havoc among them. A large augmentation of the forces in America, contrary to all previous opinion, was now deemed essential. Accordingly, an act was introduced into Parliament, authorizing the employment of 16,000 German troops, which, with the British regiments in and about to be sent to America, would constitute a force of nearly 50,000 men. The minority in Parliament reprobated the employment of mercenary troops in strong and unmeasured terms, but little did the friends of America in Parliament feel, in view of such a step, compared with the Americans themselves. "Arm foreigners against us," they exclaimed. "Let us treat the English themselves as foreigners. Better for us to be eternally separated from them than to be exposed to such cruelty." But the indignation of the Americans was, if possible, still more increased by another Act of Parliament, passed at the same session, viz., prohibiting all trade and commerce with the colonies, and authorizing the capture and condemnation, not only of all American vessels with their cargoes, but all other vessels found trading in any port or place in the colonies, as if the same were the vessels and effects of open enemies, and the vessels and property thus taken were vested in the captors, and the crews were to be treated not as prisoners, but as slaves. By another clause, British subjects were authorized to compel men taken on board of American vessels, whether crews or other persons, to fight against their own countrymen. By such measures, cruel and impolitic, did the British authorities compel the Americans not only to take up arms against the mother country, but to desire a lasting separation from her. Thus the leaven commenced, and by degrees diffused itself through the mass. Shortly after the Gazettes began to speak out, these were followed by the issue of several pamphlets, among which that entitled Common Sense by Thomas Paine produced a wonderful effect in the different colonies in favor of independence. Influential individuals at every colony urged it as a step absolutely necessary to preserve the rights and liberties, as well as to secure the happiness and prosperity of America. Reconciliation, they said, on any terms compatible with the preservation and security of these great and important objects was now impossible. These sentiments were disseminated among the people by distinguished individuals in a variety of ways. The Chief Justice of South Carolina, William Henry Dayton, appointed under the new form of government just adopted, in his charge to the grand jurors in April, after justifying the proceedings of that colony in forming a new government on the principles of the Revolution in England in 1688, thus concludes: "The Almighty created America to be independent of Great Britain. Let us beware of the impiety of being backward to act as instruments in the Almighty's hand, now extended to accomplish His purpose, and by the completion of which alone America, in the nature of human affairs, can be secure against the crafty and insidious designs of her enemies, who think her power and prosperity already far too great. In a word, our piety and political safety are so blended that to refuse our labors in this divine work is to refuse to be a great, a free, a pious, and a happy people." This was bold language for one so prominent to utter. In the view of royalists, it was treasonable, but in the estimation of the true friends of American liberty, if bold, it was just and patriotic. At length, the question of independence entered some of the colonial assemblies and conventions, and expressions in favor of such a measure were made. North Carolina, it is believed, has the honor of taking the lead as a province, having by her convention as early as April 22nd empowered their delegates in Congress to concur with those in the other colonies in declaring independency. On the 15th of May, the Convention of Virginia went still further and unanimously instructed their delegates in the General Congress to propose to that respectable body to declare the United Colonies free and independent states, absolved from all allegiance or dependence upon the Crown or Parliament of Great Britain, and to give the assent of that colony to such declaration. During the same month, Massachusetts and Rhode Island virtually adopted similar resolutions. In short, public sentiment appeared to be setting strongly in favor of action on this great and momentous question. Meanwhile, Congress were not idle or uninterested spectators of events. They had been watching with no small solicitude the signs of the times. Personally, they had counted the cost. Most of the members had come to the conclusion that rather than be slaves, as they had been, they would sacrifice fortune and life itself. These, therefore, they were willing to peril by any act or declaration which might seem to contribute to their country's cause. But a sacred regard to that cause required the utmost prudence. Premature action might injure a cause which they wished above all others to benefit. The popular feelings must have been duly interested. The popular will must precede and direct. At length, the propitious time was believed to have arrived, and in humble dependence upon the guidance and protection of Almighty God, it was determined to go forward with this great and solemn work. On the 7th of June, therefore, the great question of independence was brought directly before Congress by Richard Henry Lee, one of the delegates from Virginia. He submitted a resolution declaring that the United Colonies are and ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and Great Britain is and ought to be dissolved. The resolution was postponed until the next day, and every member enjoined to attend, to take the same into consideration. On the 8th, it was debated in a committee of the whole. No question of greater magnitude was ever presented to the consideration of a deliberative body, or debated with more eloquence, energy, and ability. Every member seemed duly impressed with the important bearing that their decision would have upon the future destiny of the country. Mr. Lee, the mover, and Mr. John Adams were particularly distinguished in supporting, and Mr. John Dickinson in opposing the resolution. On the 10th, it was adopted in committee by a bare majority of the colonies. The delegates from Pennsylvania and Maryland were instructed to oppose it, and the delegates from some of the other colonies were without special instructions on the subject. To give time for greater unanimity, the resolution was postponed in the House until the 1st of July. In the meantime, a committee consisting of Mr. Jefferson, John Adams, Dr. Franklin, Mr. Sherman, and R. Livingston was appointed to prepare a Declaration of Independence. During this interval, measures were taken to procure the assent of all the colonies. A portion of the colonies had not given specific instructions to the delegates, while others had, and in opposition to the measure. On a question of such magnitude, it was deemed of the utmost importance that entire unanimity, if possible, should be had. The delegates of New York dispatched and expressed to the convention of that colony then in session for advice, but the convention, not considering themselves or their delegates authorized to declare the colony independent, recommended that the people who were then about to elect new members to the convention should give instructions on the subject. June 15th, New Hampshire instructed her delegates to join the other colonies on this question. On the 14th, Connecticut gave similar instructions. New Jersey followed on the 21st. Pennsylvania, the same month, removed restrictions which in the previous November had been laid upon their delegates, and now authorized them to unite in the measure. Maryland had also instructed her delegates to vote against independence, but on the 28th of June, following the example of Pennsylvania, the members of this convention recalled their former instructions and empowered their delegates to concur. These new instructions were immediately dispatched by express to Philadelphia, and on 1st of July were laid before Congress. On the same day, the resolution of Mr. Lee relating to independence was resumed in that body, referred to a committee of the whole, and was assented to by all the colonies, except Pennsylvania and Delaware. The delegates from the former then present were 7, and 4 voted against it. The number present from Delaware was only 2, Thomas McKean and George Reed, and they were divided, McKean in favor and Reed against the resolution. Being reported to the House at the request of a colony, the proposition was postponed until the next day, when it passed and was entered on the journals. The Declaration of Independence was reported by the Special Committee on the 28th of June, and on the 4th of July came before Congress for final decision and received the vote of every colony. 2 of the members from Pennsylvania, Morris and Dickinson, were absent. Of the 5 who were present, Franklin, Wilson, and Morton were in favor, and Willing and Humphrey against. Mr. McKean, to secure the vote of Delaware, sent an express for Mr. Rodney, the other delegate from that colony, who, although at a distance of 80 miles from Philadelphia, arrived in time on the 4th to unite with him in the vote, and thus complete the union of the colonies on this momentous question. The committee appointed to prepare a Declaration of Independence selected Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson a subcommittee, and the original draft was made by Mr. Jefferson. This draft, without any amendment by the committee, was reported to Congress, and after undergoing several amendments, received their sanction. It not only remained to affix their signatures to the Declaration and to publish it to the world, and their duty in respect to this important measure was done. Having been engrossed on parchment, it was brought out and laid on the table. This was on the 2nd of August. Meanwhile, some who had voted for the Declaration had left Congress, and others had taken their places. The latter signed the instrument. John Hancock, as president of the Congress, led the way. Taking a pen, he recorded his name. He wrote with great power, and on the original parchment, no signature is so bold and full-faced as his. The others followed by states 56 in number. The Declaration of Independence was the great act of the Revolution. It was the hinge on which turned the important events which followed. Yet, at the period the plan was brought forward, it appeared to many to partake of the wildness and extravagance of some measure of the Night of La Mancha. At that day, the colonies were few and feeble. They had no political character, no bond of union but common sufferings, common necessities, and common danger. The inhabitants did not exceed 3 millions. They had no veteran army, no arsenals but barns, no munitions of war, few fortifications, no public treasury, no power to lay taxes, and no credit on which to obtain a loan. No wonder that the hearts of some trembled. No wonder that many doubted the expedience of such a bold and adventurous step. Who was the nation with which the colonies had to contend? The mistress of the world, a nation whose navy far exceeded that of any other nation on the globe. Her armies were numerous and veteran. Her officers were skillful and practiced. Her statesmen subtle and sagacious, and were now fired with indignation. All these circumstances were well known to the patriots who composed the Congress of 76. They were aware that they put in peril life, liberty, and country. Yet they well knew the importance of the measure proposed, and not only its importance, but its necessity. The country needed some great object distinctly before them. The colonies required a bond of union, a common cause, one expressed, recorded, recognized, some one great plan, the object of which they could pledge their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor to secure. The plan was independence. The influence of the Declaration was immediately perceived. It roused the nation to a higher tone of feeling and gave impulse and concentration to the national energies. It helped on the tide of revolution and mightily aided in driving back the waves of British oppression. But the full influence of that measure is not yet felt, is not yet seen. That belongs to distant time. Some day hereafter it will stand out in the great picture of human liberty, in all its grandeur and importance. More will be thought of it than of the splendid and long-lauded achievements of Marathon and Salamis, of Waterloo and Trafalgar. Nor can we yet estimate the greatness of the men. We are still too near them, but they are rising higher and higher every year that passes, as we retire into the distance from the date and scene of their actions. Their magnitude and worth acquire their true and proper dimensions. In stern and self-denying virtue, they will compare with Regulus, and in a pure and lofty patriotism will be placed on the same roll with William Tell and Robert the Bruce. The signers of the Declaration of American Independence and their compatriots in toil and trial and blood will never be forgotten. They need no monument, but they deserve one. And for myself, I wish there was one, a revolutionary monument, erected by the nation, worthy of the empire whose liberties, civil and religious, they secured, one which should stand, if God pleased, through all time, to serve as a consecrated offering to their patriotism and the evidence of their imperishable glory, a monument to which we might conduct our sons in future days, and as they pondered the deeply engraved names of those heroes and martyrs to liberty, we, the fathers, might say, look upon your ancestry, and scorn to be slaves. What a day is the 4th of July as it yearly recurs. The cannon on that day thunders from our hills, but it speaks of liberty. The bell from every spire sends forth its peal, but in sounds which impart a joyous impulse of the blood of the sire, and awaken a thrill of delight in the bosom of the stripling. No other nation ever celebrated such a day. Days of joy and jubilee they have had, but they were days which, while they removed one usurper from the throne, made way for another, or celebrated some ambitious hero's victories, achieved at the expense of slaughtered thousands. Is it the spirit of an unholy triumph which prompts the Americans to dwell with delight upon that day? Patriotic sympathy would hail with joy such a day for any nation on the globe, and such a day, we trust, will come for all, when the sun of liberty, which warms and refreshes us, will fill with joy even the vassals of the Russian autocrat, and spread his heart-cheering beams over the tyrannized millions of the misnamed celestial empire. It has sometimes been cast upon us as a reproach that we exalt the day too much. Exalt it too much. It has indeed sometimes been abused. The spirit of liberty has grown wanton, and excess has sullied the irreproachable propriety which had ever characterized the demonstrations of joy on such a day as this. But those days are chiefly past. No, whence the charge of exalting the day too highly? Not by those who have tasted the sweets of American liberty, nor by those who have drawn long and deep draughts from the refreshing fountains of Western freedom. Oh no, not by such, but by the hirelings of some Eastern usurper, by the myrmidons of crowned heads, who hate a day which speaks so loudly of rational liberty to the rest of the world in bondage. What monarch in Europe would think his throne safe were his subjects to witness an American celebration of the 4th of July? It would open visions before them upon which they would gaze with intense emotions. It would excite pantings after liberty, which, if unresisted, would convulse every nation and demolish every despotic throne. What would the Russian serf say, were he to look in upon the smiling faces which coursed the streets of a New England village on a bright and balmy 4th of July? What would the subject of Algerine or Turkish despotism say? Yet we exalt the day too much. But for that day, what would have been our present condition? Where would have been that Constitution under which our political voyage of more than 60 years has been made with so much prosperity to the nation? Where were that enterprise which has leveled our forests and spread a smiling and happy population over our western winds? Where that inventive genius which in its creations has rivaled and in some respects excelled the inventions of Europe? Look at our ships, our manufactures, our printing establishments, our cities, our canals, our railroads, our 1,000 and 10,000 sources of wealth and happiness. Where had these been but for the 4th of July, 1776, connected as it was and must ever be with the achievement of our national independence? Would Great Britain have suffered these? Would she have seen such thrift, such expansion, such accumulation of national power, and not have repressed it, when she could not bear, without passing prohibitory laws, that our forefathers should make a hat to cover their heads, or manufacture a sheet of paper on which to write a letter to a friend? Had the mother country had her will, where had been the genius of Fulton, Whitney, and Clinton. On the other side of the waters, not on this. Our halls of legislature would have failed in the manly eloquence of rival orators, and our temples of worship would have been devoted to God and the aggrandizement of a phalanx of spiritual lords. Said a patriarch, an apostle of liberty, just after the vote on the question of independence had been taken, let the day be commemorated as the day of deliverance by solemn acts of devotion to God. Let it be solemnized with pomp, guns, bells, bonfires, and illuminations, from one end of the continent to the other, from this time forward forever. The patriarch uttered noble and patriotic sentiments. Be the day remembered now and forever. Remember it, fathers, as connected with the civil and religious blessings which have been your portion in your earthly pilgrimage. Remember it, mothers, for it has made you the wives and companions of freemen. Remember it, sons and daughters, as the birthday of liberty, but for which you might be shedding your blood in the service of a tyrant, or straining your virtue in the embraces of a bacchanalian. Be it remembered as it recurs, and may it recur with every year while time shall last. First and foremost, let the tribute of a devout homage ascend to the God of our fathers, to him who imparted wisdom to their counsel and success to their arms, who, when darkness encircled them, dispelled it, when stores failed, supplied them, who was a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. To him be glory for a land like that which the patriarch saw from Pisgah, and whose hills are like those of Lebanon and Carmel. The day is becoming a religious festival. This is right. Let the sanctuary be opened, and homage be offered there. Let our Sabbath schools assemble and fill our groves with divine song. But never should we dispense with other innocent demonstrations of joy. Let the cannon thunder from our hills. Let the bells peal through our villages and through our valleys. In every appropriate way, let the future generations celebrate that glad era in our history, when British cohorts were obliged to retire, and God save the King on the rolling drum died upon our shores. End of section 25. Section 26 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States. Events of the Revolution. Attack on Sullivan's Island. The successful defense of Fort Moultrie on Sullivan's Island is justly considered one of the noblest achievements recorded in the annals of the Revolution. The reduction of the southern colonies to obedience was deemed a measure of prime importance by the British government, nor was it considered a project of difficult achievement. Hitherto, the principal theater of the war had been in the north, and hence it was calculated that preparations for the defense of the southern colonies had been so much neglected that little more than a demonstration in that quarter would be necessary to bring the people to terms. Even in 1776, an expedition having the above object in view was devised, the command of which was entrusted to Sir Peter Parker and Earl Cornwallis. Accordingly, on the 3rd of May, Admiral Parker, with 20 sail, arrived at Cape Fear with General Cornwallis, Vaughan, and several others. General Clinton was expected from New York with another considerable corps to cooperate in the attack. With his troops, he had arrived at the point of destination, even anterior to the naval armament, and being the senior general on the junction of the forces, assumed the command. The immediate object was the reduction of possession of Charleston, the capital of South Carolina, on the fall of which the subjugation of that and the other southern provinces would be an easy achievement. The meditated invasion was not unknown to the Carolinians, who, being a high-minded and chivalrous people, determined if their capital fell, it should be at an expense of a treasure of British blood. With great activity and energy, therefore, they betook themselves to the fortification of every assailable point. With patriotic disinterestedness, the citizens demolished their valuable storehouses on the wharves to supply materials for defense. Streets were barricaded and entrenchments erected along the shore. Even windows were stripped of their weights to supply the demand for bullets. The inhabitants generally came to the work of defense, and scarcely a man on the ground could be discovered without a spade, a pickaxe, or other implement of work. Even the blacks from the city and for miles in the country were employed and seemed animated with the enthusiasm and zeal of their masters. The commanding general was Major General Lee, who, having been appointed by Congress to the command of the Southern forces, and possessing the entire confidence of the troops and of the people, was enabled to carry to completion the various works of defense, which his knowledge and skill had decided to be important. Governor Rutledge, also a man of great influence in the province, cooperated with General Lee in all his measures of defense, and by his example and exhortations essentially contributed to the happy results which followed. At the distance of 6 miles from the point of land formed by the confluence of the two rivers, Ashley and Cooper, and on which Charleston is built, lies Sullivan's Island. It commands the channel which leads to the port. The due fortifications of this point was a matter of great moment. The outline of a fort had already been marked out, to complete which Colonel William Moultrie, a singularly brave and accomplished officer, was dispatched early in March. Palmetto trees, which from their soft and spongy texture were admirably calculated to deprive a ball of its impetus without causing splinters, had been cut in the forest, and the logs in huge rafts lay moored to the beach. Ignorant of gunnery, but confident in their own resources and nerved with resolute courage, Moultrie and his coadjutors, hardy sons of the soil, heaved those huge logs from the water and began the work. A square pen was built, with bastions from each angle, capable of covering 1,000 men. The logs were laid in 2 parallel rows and 16 feet apart, bound together with cross timbers dovetailed and bolted into logs, and the wide space filled with sand. When completed, it presented the appearance of a solid wall, 16 feet wide, but its strength was yet to be tested. Behind this, Moultrie placed 435 men and 31 cannon, some of them 26s, some 18s, and the rest of smaller caliber, throwing in all 513 pounds. It was at this juncture that Lee arrived from the north and took command of the troops. When his eye, accustomed to the scientific structures of Europe, fell on this rudely built affair, he smiled in derision, calling it a slaughter pen, and requested Governor Rutledge to have it immediately evacuated. But that noble patriot was made of sterner stuff and replied that while a soldier remained alive, he would never give his sanction to such an order. The naval force of the British consisted of the Bristol Land Experiment, of 50 guns, 4 frigates, the Archive, the Actaeon, the Solvay, and the Siren, of 28, the Sphinx of 20, the Friendship of 22, 2 smaller vessels of 8, and the Thunder of Bomb Ketch. On reaching the bar, at the entrance of the channels of Charleston, it was found that the 50-gun ships could not pass without being lightened. The removal and replacement of their guns was attended with incredible labor, and although thus lightened, they struck, and for a time were in danger of bilging. Meanwhile, General Clinton issued his proclamation, which he dispatched to the city with a flag, demanding the citizens to lay down their arms and to return to their allegiance, on pain of an immediate attack and an utter overthrow. To this demand not even the civility of a reply was accorded, and the threatened attack on the morning of the 28th of June was commenced. To the citizens of Charleston, those were anxious hours. There was hope, but more of fear. They filled the wharves, the roofs, and the steeples. In short, every eminence was black with spectators, gazing on the exciting scene and the approaching conflict. It was a calm, bright, beautiful day, the wind being fair. The British fleet came steadily, proudly towards the slaughter pen, and one after another took the positions assigned them. The Americans watched them with intense interest. Moultrie's eye flashed with delight. Every gun was loaded, every one was manned, and all were now anxiously waiting the order to fire. At length, a portion of the fleet had reached point-blank shot distance when Moultrie, who like Prescott at the battle of Bunker's Hill, had restrained his anxiously waiting men, now gave the word of command, "Fire!" And they did fire, and the shores shook with the tremendous explosion. The fleet continued to advance a little abreast of the fort, when letting go their anchors and chewing up their sails, they opened upon the fort. More than 100 cannon, their blaze, their smoke, their roar, all in the same instant. It was a terrible commencement. The stoutest heart palpitated. Everyone unconsciously held his breath. The battle had now fairly commenced, and the guns were worked with fearful rapidity. It was one constant peal of thunder, and to the spectators in Charleston, that low spot across the bay looked like a volcano breaking forth from the sea. Lee stood on Hadrill's Point, watching the effect of the first fire. When the smoke lifted like the folds of a vast curtain, he expected to see that slaughter pen in fragments, but there still floated the flag of freedom, and beneath it beat brave hearts, to whom that awful cannonade was but a symphony to the grand march of independence. When the fight had fairly begun, they thought no more of those heavy guns than they did of their rifles. Their coats were hastily flung one side, and their hats with them, and in their shirt sleeves, with handkerchiefs about their heads, they toiled away under the sweltering sun with the coolness and courage of old soldiers. The fire from those 9 vessels, with their cannon all trained upon that pile of logs, was terrific, and it trembled like a frightened thing under the shock. But the good palmettos closed silently over the balls as they buried themselves in the timber and sand, and the work went bravely on. Thus, hour after hour did it blaze, and flame, and thundered there on the sea, while the shots of the Americans told with murderous effect. At every discharge, those vessels shook as if smitten by a rock. The planks were ripped up, the splinters hurled through the air, and the deck strewed with mangled forms. Amid the smoke, bombs were seen traversing the air and dropping in an incessant shower within the fort, but a morass in the middle swallowed them up as fast as they fell. At length, riddled through and through, her beds of mortar broken up, the bomb vessel ceased firing, leaving the smaller vessels as unworthy of his attention. Moultrie trained his guns upon the larger ones, and looked to the Commodore, looked to the 50-gun ship, passed along the lines, and they did look to the Commodore in good earnest, sweeping her decks at every discharge with such fatal fire that at one time there was scarcely a man left upon the quarter-deck. The Experiment, too, came in for her share of consideration. Her decks were slippery with blood, and nearly 100 of her men were borne below, either killed or wounded. Nor were the enemy idle, but rained back a perfect tempest of balls. But that brave garrison had got used to the music of cannon, and the men, begrimed with powder and smoke, shot with the precision and steadiness they would have done in firing at a target. As a heavy ball in full sweep touched the top of the works, it took one of the coats lying upon the logs and lodged it in a tree. "See that coat! See that coat!" burst in a laugh on every side, as if it had been a mere plaything that had whistled past their heads. Moultrie, after a while, took out his pipe and, lighting it, leaned against the logs and smoked away with his officers, as if they were out there sunning themselves, instead of standing within the blaze and smoke and uproar of nearly 200 cannon. Now and then he would take the pipe from his mouth to shout, "Fire!" or give some order, and then commence puffing and talking, thus presenting a strange mixture of the droll and the heroic. The hearts of the spectators in the distance, many of whom had husbands and brothers in the fight, were far more agitated than they against whom that fearful iron storm was hailing. After the fight had continued for several hours, Lee, seeing that the slaughter pen held out so well, passed over to it in a boat and remained for a short time, accustomed as he was to battle, and to the disciplined valor of European troops. He still was struck with astonishment at the scene that presented itself. As he approached, there stood Moultrie, quietly smoking his pipe, while the heavy and rapid explosions kept up a deafening roar. And there, stooping over their pieces, were those raw gunners firing with the deadly precision of practiced artillerists. Amazed to find an English fleet carrying 260 guns, kept at bay by 30 cannon and 400 men, he left the fort to its brave commander and returned to his old station. Among the Americans who were that day in the slaughter pen and who were dealing death and destruction without stint was a Sergeant Jasper, whose name has since been given to one of the counties in Georgia, for this and the other heroic deeds. In the warmest of the contest, the flagstaff of the fort was shot away by a cannonball and fell to the outside of the ramparts on the beach. The spectators at Charleston saw it fall, and supposing that the fort had yielded, were filled with consternation and dismay. In the surrender of the fort, they read the destiny of themselves and city. But what was their joy to perceive that columns of smoke from the fort still continued to roll up. The blaze and thunder of its cannon continued to be seen and heard, and presently the folds of the flag again fluttered in the breeze. Sergeant Jasper was the hero of the occasion. He had witnessed the fall of the flag, and he saw it stretched in dishonor on the sand. It was a perilous attempt, but he did not hesitate. Leaping the ramparts, he proceeded amidst a shower of balls the entire length of the fort, and picking up the flag, tied it to a post and replaced it on a parapet. And there, too, he himself supported it till another flagstaff could be procured. Here, once more, it proudly waved amid the shouts and congratulations of the now still more courageous in the fort, and to the joy of still more distant and equally anxious spectators of the scene. About this time, another circumstance sent a momentary panic through the stern hearts of the defenders of the fort. The ammunition was failing, and a large force, which had effected a landing, was in rapid march to storm the works. Moultrie instantly dispatched Marion to a sloop of war for a supply, and another message to Governor Rutledge at Charleston. Both were successful, both in season. Said the governor in a note accompanying 500 pounds of powder, "Do not make too free with your cannon. Cool and do mischief." With this fresh supply of ammunition, the fire, which had been relaxed, was redoubled. The British were astounded. They had congratulated themselves upon the partial suspension of firing, and the fort was about to yield. But the new fury of the firing on the part of the Americans soon served to convince them of their error. They also redoubled their efforts, and for a time, the contest was more terrible than ever. Once, it is said, the broadsides of 4 vessels exploded together, and when the balls struck the fort, it trembled in every timber and throughout its entire extent, and shook if it was about to fall in pieces. The day was now wearing away, and still the contest was undecided. The British, reluctant to relinquish an object which in the morning they imagined so easily won, still continued the heavy cannonade, while the Americans, gathering strength and courage by what they had already accomplished, stood firm and undaunted. At length, The sun went down behind the distant shore, and darkness threw its ample folds on every object of nature. But now through the darkness, flames shot forth and thunders rolled, presenting a scene of solemn and indescribable grandeur. The inhabitants of Charleston still lingered on their watchtowers, gazing through the gloom towards the spot where the battle was still raging on its fiercest intensity. But they were not destined to hope and pray in vain. At about 9:30, the fire from the English fleet suddenly ceased. They had fought long, fought with all the ardor and enthusiasm of friends to their king and his cause. But they had fought in vain. Victory decided for Moultrie and his patriot band, and it only remained for the English to withdraw, as well as they were able, their ships, which had been nearly disabled, and their crews, which had been dreadfully reduced. The loss of the Americans in this gallant action, says the writer, whom we have already quoted, was slight, amounting to only 36, both killed and wounded, while that of the British, according to their own accounts, was 160. Double the number would probably be nearer the truth. The commander had his arm carried away. One is surprised that so few of the garrison were killed, when it is remembered that nearly 10,000 shots and shells were fired by the enemy that day. The Actaeon, during the action, went aground, and the next morning a few shots were fired at her, when a party was sent to take possession of her. The crew, however, setting fire to her, pushed off. When the Americans got on board, they turned 2 or 3 of the guns on the fugitives, but finding the flames approaching the magazine, abandoned the vessel. For a short time she stood a noble spectacle, with her tall masts wreathed in flame, and black hull cracking and blazing below. But when the fire reached the powder, there suddenly shot up a huge column of smoke, spreading like a tree at the top, under the pressure of the atmosphere, and then the ill-fated vessel lifted heavily from the water and fell back in fragments, with an explosion that was heard for miles around. A few days following the battle, the fort was visited by Governor Rutledge and many of the distinguished ladies and gentlemen of Charleston. They came to see the old slaughter pen, which had so nobly withstood the attack under such long practice and accomplished officers as Parker, Clinton, and Cornwallis. Ample praises were bestowed upon the rough and ready soldiers, while mutual congratulations were exchanged with Moultrie and his brave associates in command. Nor was the gallant Jasper forgotten. Taking from his side his sword, Governor Rutledge buckled it on the daring soldier as a reward for his noble exploit. Following this, the accomplished Mrs. Elliot presented a pair of elegant colors to the regiment under Moultrie and Mott, with the following brief but beautiful address: "The gallant behavior in defense of liberty and your country entitle you to the highest honor. Accept, then, 2 standards as a reward justly due to your regiment, and I make not the least doubt, under heaven's protection, you will stand by them as long as they can wave in the air of liberty." The colors thus presented to Colonel Moultrie were, at a subsequent date, carried by him to Savannah, and were displayed during the assault against that place. 2 officers were killed while attempting to place them upon the enemy's parapet at the Spring Hill redoubt. Just before the retreat, Jasper, while endeavoring to replace them upon the works, received a mortal wound. When a retreat was ordered, he recollected the honorable condition upon which the donor presented them to his regiment, and among the last acts of his life he succeeded in bringing them off. To Major Horry, who called to see him a little while before his death, he said, "Major, I have got my furlough. That sword was presented to me by Governor Rutledge for my service in defense of Fort Moultrie. Give it to my father, and tell him I have worn it with honor. If he should weep, tell him his son died in hope of a better life. Tell Mrs. Elliot that I lost my life supporting the colors which you presented to our regiment." Such was the affair at Fort Moultrie. Such the patriotic and chivalrous conduct of men, fighting for their altars, their homes, their wives, their children. Was it strange that, in a good cause, heaven should smile on such high and heroic conduct? Was it strange that a people so intent on the enjoyment of their just rights should accomplish their object? This repulse of the British, it may be added, was unexpected to them, and the more so as they well knew that no systematic measure of defense had been adopted at the South. The contest had hitherto been in a different quarter, and no intimations had transpired of a contemplated change. In addition to this, the British were profoundly ignorant of the true Southern character. They had learned some lessons in regard to the Yankees, and especially that if they were made of stuff, it was stern stuff. But they had yet to learn that the same kind of war abounded south of the Potomac. The old slaughter pen on Sullivan's Island enlightened them and impressed them as to the fact so fully that the influence of the lesson lasted for 2 years and a half, that being the respite of the southern states from the calamities of war, consequent upon the repulse of the British at Fort Moultrie. End of section 26. Section 27 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States, Events of the Revolution, Military Reverses, Loss of New York. From the commencement of hostilities to the evacuation of Boston by the British, the cause of the Americans had appeared to be specially favored by heaven. In their several engagements, if they had not achieved decided victories, the effect of them was such as to inspire the confidence, to diffuse through the colonies an unabated ardor, and the most lively anticipations of ultimate and not far distant triumph. A season of sad reverse and consequent dejection, however, was appointed for them, perhaps to teach them more entire dependence upon divine providence, and to enhance the value of a final conquest, when it should arrive, and which, though distant, was still in reserve for them. On the retirement of the British fleet from Boston, Washington was left to conjecture its destination. Apprehending, however, a hostile attempt upon New York, he had, before their departure, detached a considerable force for the protection of that important post. The main army soon followed, and on the 14th of April entered the city. Measures were immediately adopted to place it in a state of defense. Contrary to the expectations of Washington, the British fleet, on leaving the waters of Boston, directed its course to Halifax, at which place reinforcements from England were expected by Sir William Howe. Disappointed, however, in this latter respect, and finding provisions for his troops scarce, he resolved on sailing for New York. On the 2nd of July, he took possession of Staten Island. The inhabitants of the island received the English general with great demonstrations of joy. The soldiers being quartered about in the villages, found in abundance the refreshments of which they were in the greatest need. Here General Howe was visited by Governor Tryon, who gave him precise information with respect to the state of the province, as also with regard to the forces and preparations of the enemy. More inhabitants of New Jersey came to offer themselves to be enrolled for the royal service. Even those of Staten Island were forward to enlist under the English standard. Everything announced that the army had only to show itself in the provinces to be assured of a prompt victory. Admiral Howe, after touching at Halifax, where he found dispatches from his brother, who urged him to come and join him at New York, made sail again immediately, and landed without accident at Staten Island. The 12th of July, General Clinton arrived about the same time with the troops he reconducted from the unfortunate expedition against Charleston. Commodore Hotham also appeared with the reinforcements under his escort, so that in a short time the army announced to about 24,000 men, English, Hessians, and Waterkers. Several regiments of Hessian infantry were expected to arrive shortly. When the army could be carried to the number of 35,000 combatants of the best troops of Europe, America had never seen such a display of force. The Americans, on their part, meanwhile, had made every effort in their power to resist the danger to their cause, menaced by so formidable a force. The militia of the neighboring provinces and a few regular regiments from Maryland, from Pennsylvania and New England had been called in, by which several augmentations the American force had been nominally raised to 27,000. 1/4 part of these, however, were disabled by sickness, and nearly an equal number were destitute of arms, leaving but about 14,500 effective men. Among so heterogeneous a force, collected in a time of danger and excitement, there existed little opportunity to introduce order and discipline. To the discerning eye of Washington, grounds of serious apprehension existed, but nevertheless, with his usual calmness and energy, he adopted every measure within his means to sustain his position and inspire his soldiers with hope and confidence. In his energetic proclamations addressed to the army, he exhorted them to animate and encourage each other and show the whole world that a freeman, contending for liberty on his own ground, is superior to any slavish mercenary on earth. As Washington was necessarily ignorant by what route the British would choose to approach the city, he was reluctantly compelled to divide his forces. A part was stationed in the city, a part at Brooklyn, Long Island, and detachments at various other assailable points. Thus the armies, more numerous than had hitherto been collected, were fairly arranged, and every succeeding day was bringing nearer a contest which might decide the fate of the new republic. At length, from various indications, the American general was convinced that the first attack would be upon the forces at Brooklyn. Accordingly, he reinforced that point by a detachment of 6 regiments and placed General Putnam in command. On the 22nd of August, the British forces were landed on the opposite side of Long Island. The two armies were now about 4 miles asunder, and were separated by a range of hills, over which passed 3 main roads. Various circumstances led General Putnam to suspect that the enemy intended to approach him by the road leading to his right, which he therefore guarded with most care. Very early in the morning of the 26th, his suspicions were strengthened by the approach upon that road of a column of British troops, and upon the center road of a column of Hessians. To oppose these, the American troops were mostly drawn from the camp, and in the engagements which took place, evinced considerable bravery. These movements of the enemy were but feints to divert the attention of Putnam from the road which led to his left, along which General Clinton was silently advancing with the main body of the British army. The report of cannon in that direction gave the first intimation of the danger which was approaching. The Americans endeavored to escape it by returning with the utmost celerity to their camp. They were not able to arrive there in time, but were intercepted by General Clinton, who drove them back upon the Hessians. Attacked thus in front and rear, they fought a succession of skirmishes, in the course of which many were killed, many were made prisoners, and several parties, seeing favorable opportunities, forced their way through the enemy and regained the camp. A bold and vigorous charge, made by the American General Lord Sterling at the head of a Maryland regiment, enabled a large body to escape in this manner. This regiment, fighting with desperate bravery, kept a force greatly superior engaged until their comrades had passed by, where the few who survived, ceasing to resist, surrendered to the enemy. The loss of the Americans in killed, wounded, and taken prisoners considerably exceeded 1,000. Among the latter were Generals Sullivan, Sterling, and Woodhull. The total loss of the enemy was less than 400. In the height of the engagement, Washington crossed over to Brooklyn, and seeing some of his best troops slaughtered or taken, he uttered, it is said, an exclamation of anguish. He could, if he saw fit, draw out of their encampment all the troops and send them to succor the corps that were engaged with the enemy. He might also call over all the forces he had in New York and ordered them to take part in the battle. But all these reinforcements would by no means have sufficed to render his army equal to that of the English. Victory having already declared in their favor, the courage with which it inspired them and the superiority of their discipline cut off all hope of being able to restore the battle. If Washington had engaged all his troops in the action, it is probable that the entire army would have been destroyed on this fatal day, and America reduced to subjection. Great praise, therefore, is due to him for not having allowed himself, in so grave circumstances, to be transported into an inconsiderate resolution, and for having preserved himself and his army for a happier future. The English were so elated with victory that, eager to profit by their advantages, they would fain have immediately assaulted the American camp. But their general manifested more prudence, whether he believed the entrenchments of the enemy stronger than they really were, or whether he considered himself already sure of entering New York. Without encountering new perils, he repressed the ardor of his troops, afterwards encamping in front of the enemy's lines. In the night of the 28th, he broke ground within 600 paces of a bastion upon the left. His intention was to approach by means of trenches, and to wait till the fleet could cooperate with the troops. The situation of the Americans in their camp became extremely critical. They had in front an enemy superior in number, and who could attack them at any moment with a new advantage. Their entrenchments were of little moment, and the English, pushing their works with ardor, had every possibility of success in their favor. Added to these unfavorable circumstances, the arms and ammunition of the soldiers had suffered from a powerful and long-continued rain. Besides, they were worn out with fatigue and discouraged by defeat. Thus environed with difficulty and danger, a council of war decided that to evacuate their position and retire to New York was the part of wisdom and safety. The accomplishment of this project, however, was a movement attended with difficulty, but was effected with great skill and judgment, and with complete success. The commencement of the retreat was appointed for 8 o'clock on the night of the 29th, but a strong northeast wind and a rapid tide caused a delay of several hours. In this extremity, heaven remarkably favored the fugitive army. A southeast wind springing up at 11 essentially facilitated its passage from the island to the city, and a thick fog hanging over Long Island from about 2 in the morning concealed its movements from the enemy, who was so near that the sound of their pickaxes and shovels was heard. In about half an hour after, the fog cleared away, and the enemy was seen taking possession of the American lines. General Washington, as far as possible, inspected everything. From the commencement of the action on the morning of the 27th until the troops were safely across the East River, he never closed his eyes and was almost constantly on horseback. His wisdom and vigilance, with the interposing favor of divine providence, saved the army from destruction. The defeat experienced by the Americans at Brooklyn spread a deep gloom through the army, and excited on that account no little anxiety in the bosom of Washington. It was the first serious loss which they had sustained. The first reverse, which essentially shook their confidence and weakened their courage. To Washington and his officers, the great defect in the American army was apparent. It was twofold. First, the employment of by far too large a proportion of militia, and secondly, the utter impracticability of introducing among them that discipline and subordination which could place them on equal footing with the practiced and veteran troops of the enemy. At length, convinced of the justness of the views of Washington on these points, Congress decided that a regular army should be formed, in which the soldiers should be enlisted to serve during the present war, and that it should consist of 88 battalions, to be raised in all the provinces, according to their respective abilities. A bounty of $20 and a grant of land were offered. At a subsequent date, soldiers were allowed to enlist for 3 years, in which case, however, they were not entitled to the grant of land. Had Congress at an earlier day taken this measure to furnish an adequate army for Washington, both he and the country might have been saved great anxiety and a succession of mortifying defeats. And, but for the adoption of the above resolution, it is scarcely possible to predict what would have been the ultimate fate of the new republic. Fortunate would it have been for the Americans had their ill fortune terminated in the defeat experienced on Long Island. To other and not much less mortifying reverses they were destined, ere the deepest point of depression should be reached. It was the ardent wish of Washington to retain possession of New York, but finding, as he had, in a communication to Congress, the militia dismayed and intractable, and leaving the camp in some instances almost by regiments, by half-ones, and by companies at a time, he was compelled to relinquish the place to his enemies, and to abandon, which he still more regretted, all the heavy artillery, and a large portion of the baggage, provisions, and military stores. On leaving the city, the American army took post on Harlem Heights. Here Washington had time to ponder upon his situation and form his plan. His army had become seriously reduced, and from the despondency and dismay which were visible among them, it might become at any time still more reduced. On the other hand, the forces of the enemy were numerous, and withal consisted of regular and well-disciplined troops. It was futile, therefore, to attempt to maintain offensive operations against them. Far better, in his judgment, to risk no general engagement, but by retiring gradually before them, to lead them as far as possible from their resources, and in the meanwhile, to inspire his own troops with courage, by engaging them in skirmishes where success was probable. Having adopted this cautious system, he prepared to put it in practice. The British Army did not long entertain its position on York Island. The British frigates, having passed up the North River under a fire from Fort Washington and the post opposite to it on the Jersey shore, General Howe embarked a great part of his army in flat-bottomed boats, and passing through Hurl Gate into the Sound, landed at Frog's Neck. The object of the British general was either to force Washington out of his present lines, or to enclose him in them. Aware of this design, General Washington moved a part of his troops from York Island to join those at King's Bridge, and detached some regiments to Westchester. A council of war was now called, and the system of evacuation and retreating was adopted, with the exception of Fort Washington, for the defense of which nearly 3,000 men were assigned. After a halt of 6 days, the Royal Army advanced, not without considerable opposition, along the coast of Long Island Sound, by New Rochelle to White Plains, where the Americans took a strong position behind entrenchments. This post was maintained for several days, till the British, having received considerable reinforcements, General Washington withdrew to the heights of North Castle, about 5 miles from White Plains, where, whether from the strength of his position or from the British general having other objects in view. No attempt at attack was made. Immediately on leaving White Plains, General Howe directed his attention to Fort Washington and Fort Lee, as their possession would secure the navigation of the Hudson and facilitate the invasion of New Jersey. On the 15th of November, General Howe, being in readiness for the assault, summoned the garrison to surrender. Colonel McGaw, the commanding officer, in spirited language replied that he should defend his works to extremity. On the succeeding morning, the British made the assault in 4 separate divisions, and after a brave and obstinate resistance, surmounted the outworks, and again summoned the garrison to surrender. His ammunition being nearly expended, and his force incompetent to repel the numbers which were ready on every side to assail him, Colonel McGaw surrendered himself and his garrison, consisting of 2,000 men, prisoners of war. The enemy lost in the assault nearly 800 men, mostly Germans. The conquest of Fort Washington made the evacuation of Fort Lee necessary. Orders were, therefore, issued to remove the ammunition and stores in it. Before much progress had been made in the business, Lord Cornwallis crossed the Hudson with a number of battalions with the intention to enclose the garrison between the Hackensack and North Rivers. This movement made a precipitate retreat, indispensable, which was heavily effected with little loss of men, but the greater part of the artillery, stores, and baggage was left for the enemy. The loss at Fort Washington was heavy. The regiments captured in it were some of the best troops in the army. The tents, camp kettles, and stores lost at this place and at Fort Lee could not, during the campaign, be replaced, and for the want of them the men suffered extremely. This loss was unnecessarily sustained, as those posts ought, unquestionably, to have been evacuated before General Howe was in a situation to invest them, and this event was the more to be deplored as the American force was daily diminished by the expiration of the soldiers' term of enlistment and by the desertion of the militia. These successes encouraged the British to pursue the remaining American force, with the prospect of annihilating it. General Washington, who had taken post at Newark on the south side of the Passaic, finding himself unable to make any real opposition, withdrew from that place as the enemy crossed the Passaic and retreated to Brunswick on the Raritan, and Lord Cornwallis on the same day entered Newark. The retreat was still continued from Brunswick to Princeton, from Princeton to Trenton, and from Trenton to the Pennsylvania side of the Delaware. The pursuit was urged with so much rapidity that the rear of one army was often within shot of the van of the other. The winter being now set in, the British Army went into quarters between the Delaware and the Hackensack. Trenton, the most important post and barrier, was occupied by a brigade of Hessians under Colonel Rahl. General Howe now issued a proclamation in the name of his brother and himself, in which pardon was offered to all persons who, within the space of 60 days, should take the oath of allegiance and submit to the authority of the British government. The effects of this proclamation were soon apparent. People from several quarters availed themselves of it and threw down their arms. No city or town, indeed, in its corporate capacity submitted to the British government, but most of the families of fortune and influence discovered an inclination to return to their allegiance. Many of the yeomen reclaimed the benefit of the commissioner's proclamation, and the great body of them were too much taken up with the security of their families and their property to make any exertion in the public cause. Another source of mortification to the Americans was the capture of General Lee, who had imprudently ventured to lodge at a house 3 miles distant from his corps. This was the most gloomy period of the Revolutionary War. It was the crisis of the struggle of the United States for independence. The American army, reduced in numbers, depressed by defeat, and exhausted by fatigue, naked, barefoot, and destitute of tents, and even of utensils with which to dress their scanty provisions, was fleeing before a triumphant enemy, well appointed and abundantly supplied. A general spirit of despondency through New Jersey was the consequence of this disastrous state of public affairs. But in this worst of times, Congress stood unmoved. Their measures exhibited no symptoms of confusion or dismay. The public danger only roused them to more vigorous exertions, that they might give a firmer tone to the public mind and animate the citizens of the United America to a manly defense of their independence. Beneath this cloud of adversity, too, General Washington shone with a brighter luster than in the day of his highest prosperity. Not dismayed by all the difficulties which encompassed him, he accommodated his measures to his situation, and still made the good of his country the object of his unwearied pursuit. He ever wore the countenance of composure and confidence, and inspired by his own example his little band with firmness to struggle with adverse fortune. End of section 27. Section 28 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States, Events of the Revolution, Returning Prosperity, Battles of Trenton and Princeton. Irrespective of the special blessings of heaven, the colonies of America entered upon the Revolutionary War with fearful chances against them, that they well knew, and hence that blessing was more universally sought than by any other people in similar circumstances since the founding of empires. The cause was remembered by those who offered the incense of prayer morning and evening on the family altar. Scarcely a Sabbath occurred on which the ambassadors of God did not make public mention in their addresses to a throne of grace of the American cause, and fervent supplications for divine aid in supporting that cause and carrying it to a prosperous issue were to be heard in every church. Nor were colonial assemblies, nor after its organization the Continental Congress, backward in recognizing the necessity of propitiating the divine favor. Not a single instance, it is believed, is on record, and probably never occurred, in which a legislator in a provincial assembly, attached to the patriotic cause, or a member of Congress, opposed the adoption of any resolution which had for its object the humiliation of the people in the season of national adversity, or the rendering of due thanks to God in the day of prosperity. There were men concerted in conducting the military operations of the Revolution and in guiding the councils of the nation, who were far from being personally religious, but such was the pervading influence of piety in the land that they would have manifested no open opposition had they felt it, nor is it to be credited in the absence of positive evidence that such feelings ever existed. The reverses sustained by the Americans, detailed in the preceding pages, were most sensibly felt in every portion of the land, notwithstanding the knowledge of the superiority of the British in regard to numerical force, but much more in respect to munitions of war and the disciplined character of their soldiery. The Americans had cherished the expectation of success. Their confidence at the commencement of the struggle had been raised and strengthened by the issue of the affairs at Lexington and Bunker's Hill and the evacuation of Boston. Success thus early was positively essential to success in the sequel. had they early met with reverses, such as were experienced from the discomfiture of Brooklyn to the Battle of Trenton, it is doubtful whether that resolution would not have failed, and with the failure of that the contest had been relinquished. Those reverses, though painful and mortifying, were perhaps even salutary. A firmer reliance upon Providence was felt to be needful, and a holier tide of supplication ascended to the arbiter of the fate of nations. The connection between an acknowledgment of God in his providence and his blessing on the common cause was recognized by no body with more readiness than by the Continental Congress, although in May 1776 that body had recommended a public fast in view of the gloomy reverses which had attended the American arms on the 11th of December in a resolution which for the tone of its piety cannot be too much admired, and which might serve as a model of future ages. They recommended the observance of a day of fasting and humiliation, whereas the war in which the United States are engaged with Great Britain has not only been prolonged, but is likely to be carried to the greatest extremity, and whereas it becomes all public bodies, as well as private persons, to reverence the providence of God, and look up to him as the supreme disposer of all events, and the arbiter of the fate of nations, therefore resolved that it be recommended to all the United States as soon as possible to appoint a day of solemn fasting and humiliation, to implore of Almighty God the forgiveness of the many sins prevailing among all ranks, and to beg the countenance and assistance of his providence in the prosecution of the present just and necessary war. The Congress do also, in the most solemn manner, recommend to all the members of the United States, and particularly the officers, civil and military, under them the exercise of repentance and reformation, and further require of them the strict observation of the Articles of War, and particularly that part of the said articles which forbids profane swearing and all immorality, of which all such officers are desired to take notice. We left Washington on the Pennsylvania side of Delaware, his army greatly reduced by the return of numbers to their homes, and depressed by a long and disheartening retreat before an exulting foe. Nor would the Americans have now been permitted to pause in safety, had the British commander succeeded in procuring the means necessary to make the passage of the river. Finding his efforts for this purpose, however, fruitless, he began his preparations for retiring into winter quarters. The main body of the army was therefore cantoned between the Delaware and the Hackensack. About 4,000 men occupied positions between Trenton and Mount Holly, and strong detachments lay at Princeton, Brunswick, and Elizabethtown. The object of this dispersion over so wide an extent of country was to intimidate the people, and thus prevent the possibility of recruiting for the Continental service, while in the spring these forces could be immediately concentrated, and it was then proposed to put an easy conclusion to all rebellious contumacy. The desperate condition of his country's fortunes now pressed with saddening weight upon the mind of Washington, and he resolved, if possible, to retrieve misfortune by some daring enterprise. To such an enterprise he was the more inclined since, with the exception of about 1,500 effectives, his whole force would be entitled in a few days to its discharge. Having formed his plan, an attack upon the British posts on the Delaware, he proceeded to put in execution. Early in the morning of the 26th of December, 1776, the main body of the American army, 2,400 strong, and headed by Washington in person, crossed the river at McConkey's Ferry, about 9 miles above Trenton. The night was tempestuous with rain and sleet, and the river encumbered with quantities of floating ice, so that the passage, although begun soon after midnight, was not fully effected until 3 o'clock, and 1 hour more elapsed before the march could be commenced. The Americans moved in 2 divisions along the roads leading to the town, and their operations were so well combined and executed with such precision that the 2 attacks on the British outposts were made within 3 minutes of each other. The pickets attempted resistance, but were almost immediately driven in upon the main body, which was forming hurriedly in line. Colonel Rawle, their commander, soon after fell, mortally wounded. The confusion of the soldiery became irremediable, and after a loss of about 20 killed, 1,000 men laid down their arms and surrendered their munitions and artillery. On the American side, the loss in battle amounted to only 2 killed and 4 wounded. Among the latter, James Monroe, afterwards President of the United States. The other parts of this brilliant enterprise were not, however, executed with the same success. General Irvine had been instructed to cross at Trenton Ferry, and by securing a bridge below the town, to cut off the enemy's march along the Bordentown road. Notwithstanding all his exertions, it was found that the ice had rendered the passage impracticable, and 500 fugitives from the disastrous field of Trenton were thus enabled to escape by a speedy and well-timed retreat. General Cadwalader was to have crossed at Drink's Ferry and carried the post at Mount Holly, but the same impediment prevented this movement also, and he was compelled to return with a part of his infantry which had effected the passage. Deprived of this important and expected cooperation, Washington had, nevertheless, achieved a most critical and important triumph. He returned to his former position, charged with the spoils and trophies of his foes, and from that moment, though reverses frequently dimmed the brilliancy of the prospect, hope never again deserted the cause of American independence. Having secured the Hessian prisoners on the Pennsylvania side of the Delaware, Washington recrossed the river 2 days after the action and took possession of Trenton. General Mifflin and Cadwalader, who lay at Bordentown and Crosswicks with 3,600 militia, were ordered to march up in the night of the 1st of January to join the commander-in-chief, whose whole effective force, including the succession, did not exceed 5,000 men. The detachments of the British Army, which had been distributed over New Jersey, now assembled at Princeton, and were joined by the army from Brunswick under Lord Cornwallis. From this position, the enemy advanced towards Trenton in great force on the morning of the 2nd of January, and after some slight skirmishing with troops detached to harass and delay their march, the van of their army reached Trenton about 4 in the afternoon. On their approach, General Washington retired across the Assunpink, a rivulet that runs through the town, and by some field pieces posted on its opposite banks, compelled them, after attempting to cross in several places, to fall back out of the reach of his guns. The 2 armies, kindling their fires, retained their positions on opposite sides of the rivulet, and kept up a cannonade till night. The situation of the American general at this moment was extremely critical. Nothing but a stream, fordable in many places, separated his army from an enemy in every respect his superior. If he remained in his present position, he was certain of being attacked the next morning at the hazard of the entire destruction of his little army. If he should retreat over the Delaware, the ice in that river not being firm enough to admit a passage upon it, there was danger of great loss, perhaps of a total defeat. The Jerseys would be in full possession of the enemy. The public mind would be depressed. Recruiting would be discouraged, and Philadelphia would be within the reach of General Howe. In this extremity, he boldly determined to abandon the Delaware and by a circuitous march along the left bank of the enemy, fall into their rear at Princeton, which is known to be occupied by 3 British regiments. About sunrise, at a short distance from the town, they encountered 2 of these regiments, marching forward in order to cooperate in the expected battle, and warm engagement immediately commenced. The American general was well aware that the existence of his country hung suspended in the scale of victory, and he exerted himself as one who knew the importance of the object and felt that success depended on his efforts. Wherever the fire was hottest, or the press of battle most fearful, Washington was sure to be found, guiding the thunders of war and animating all by his language and example. At length the British line was broken, and the 2 regiments separated. Colonel Marwood, with the division in the van, pushed rapidly forward for the main army, while the 55th, cut off from this point of support, fled in confusion across the fields of Brunswick. The Americans now pressed the remaining regiment, which had first attempted a defense in the college, but this was soon abandoned, and those who were not captured escaped only by precipitate flight. The British loss amounted to 100 killed and 300 prisoners. The conquerors had to lament the death of General Mercer, an experienced officer much respected by the commander-in-chief. The battles of Trenton and Princeton, though similar in their outlines, were very different in point of conception and execution. The attack upon Trenton was a blow struck against an enemy in position, which admitted, therefore, of every advantage of preparation on the part of the assailants. The Battle of Princeton belonged to a higher and more elaborate order of tactics. The American forces were already engaged with the superior army, commanded by an officer of eminent reputation, and the change of plan was wholly contrived and executed with the enemy in front. It was entirely due to the prompt genius and fertile resources of Washington that his army was extricated from so perilous an exposure and enabled to attack the enemy's rear with such advantage as to leave it no choice but surrender or flight. A military critic, contemplating these inspirations with the soldier's eye, can easily appreciate the feelings of the great Frederick when he sent word to the American commander as a gift from the world's oldest general to its best. As a natural result of these unexpected maneuvers, the British officers were thrown into a state of uncertainty, which gave to their subsequent operations an unusual character of timidity. The distant roll of the American artillery at Princeton first announced to Lord Cornwallis the danger of his rear and the escape of his active adversary. Alarmed for the safety of his magazines, the British commander instantly broke up from the Assunpink and commenced a forced march upon New Brunswick, moving with such celerity as nearly to overtake the American rear at Princeton. On the other hand, Sir William Howe drew in all his forces by concentration in the neighborhood of Amboy and Brunswick, and abandoned all hope of preventing the recruiting service by overawing the whole extent of the country. Washington, finding the surprise of the stores impossible, moved northward into the highlands of Jersey in order to afford some relief to the fatigues of his troops. Prolonged and severe exposure to the inclemencies of the winter, without the usual protections, had produced sickness and even complaint. It was finally considered necessary to abandon offensive operations and to put the army under cover at Morristown, among other prudent precautions adopted during the temporary respite. The commander-in-chief caused the whole army to be inoculated, an operation then very uncommon in America, but which enabled him thereafter to defy a disease which had proved more fatal than the sword of the enemy. The situation of American affairs, though far from brilliant, was much improved by the late successes. The people of Jersey rose with fresh spirit and in a number of small skirmishes inflicted loss upon the enemy, both in men and stores. New hope was made animate the public mind, while Congress fanned the flame by judicious and well-timed incitements to vigorous action. Washington was authorized to raise 16 regiments, and in further testimony of the public confidence, he was invested for 6 months with almost dictatorial powers in the conduct of the war. It was, however, found to be impossible to collect a sufficient force for active operations upon any considerable scale during the winter. All the hopes of the commander-in-chief were therefore turned to the next campaign, and in the meantime an active warfare was carried on with small posts and foraging parties, which greatly annoyed the British Army, while the frequent reports of fresh successes excited the spirit of the American people. The most earnest applications were made to the several states for reinforcements enlisted upon longer terms, for as Washington strongly observed, to the short engagements of our troops may be fairly and justly ascribed almost every misfortune that we have experienced. These representations produced, at last, their due impression, and the hope was abandoned of defending the country by hasty assemblages of militia, and of carrying on a protracted warfare upon the impulse and mere foundation of disinterested patriotism. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ty Lasky. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Occupation of Philadelphia. Position of the armies. British removed to New York. Sail for the Chesapeake. Advance towards Philadelphia. American army also moves towards the same place. Meet at Brandywine. Battle. Americans repulsed. British enter Philadelphia. Congress retire to Lancaster. Battle of Germantown. Americans retreat. Ineffectual attempts to force the British to evacuate Philadelphia. During the winter of 1776 to 1777, the American army encamped, as already noticed, at Morristown. The Royal Army occupied Brunswick. Towards the close of May, the former, which had been augmented by recruits to almost 10,000 men, removed from Morristown to a fortified position at Middlebrook. The British soon after left their encampment, General Howe endeavoring by various movements to induce Washington to quit his stronghold and meet him on equal ground. But the latter, too prudent and sagacious to risk an engagement with a force so decidedly superior, determined to remain in his present secure position until the designs of the British were more fully developed. At length, the British commander, wearied with an unprofitable contest with an enemy which had the decided advantage as to position, and satisfied that his adversary would, on no consideration, hazard a general engagement, resolved to abandon New Jersey and direct his attention to the occupation of Philadelphia. In pursuance of this plan, the British forces fell back upon Amboy, and soon after passed over to Staten Island. Leaving Sir Henry Clinton in command at New York, General Howe, on the 26th of July, put out to sea with 16,000 troops. His destination was carefully concealed. Unfavorable winds delayed his voyage beyond his wishes, but on the 20th of August he entered Chesapeake Bay, and thus rendered it certain that an attack upon Philadelphia was intended. On the 25th, the troops were landed at Elk Ferry in Maryland, 50 miles south of the city. Washington, penetrating the designs of his adversary and yielding to the wishes of a great portion of the people in that section of the country, that a general engagement should be hazarded for the defense of Philadelphia, moved with his army across the Delaware, and, hastening his march, passed through and took a position on the eastern bank of Brandywine Creek, with the hope of giving a check to the advancing foe. The force of Washington, including irregulars, was now about 11,000 men. Meanwhile, the British army was advancing towards Philadelphia. At daybreak on the morning of the 11th, Washington having crossed the Brandywine and taken position on a height behind that river, it was ascertained that Sir William Howe, in person, had crossed the Brandywine at the forks and was rapidly marching down the north side of the river to attack the American army. The commander-in-chief now ordered General Sullivan to form the right wing to oppose the column of Sir William. General Wayne was directed to remain at Chad's Ford with the left wing to dispute the passage of the river with Knyphausen. General Greene, with his division, was posted as a reserve in the center between Sullivan and Wayne to reinforce either as circumstances might require. General Sullivan marched up the river until he found favorable ground on which to form his men. His left was near the Brandywine, and both flanks were covered with thick wood. At 4:30, when his line was scarcely formed, the British under Lord Cornwallis commenced a spirited attack. The action was for some time severe, but the American right, which was not properly in order when the assault began, at length gave way and exposed the flank of the troops that maintained their ground to a destructive fire, and continuing to break from the right, the whole line finally gave way. As soon as the firing began, General Washington, with General Greene's division, hastened towards the scene of action. But before his arrival, Sullivan was routed, and the commander-in-chief could only check the pursuit of the enemy and cover the retreat of the beaten troops. During these transactions, General Knyphausen assaulted the works erected for the defense of Chad's Ford and soon carried them. General Wayne, by this time learning the fate of the other divisions, drew off his troops. General Washington retreated with his whole force that night to Chester. The American loss in this battle was about 300 killed and 600 wounded. 400 were made prisoners, but these chiefly of the wounded. Among the latter were two general officers, the Marquis de Lafayette and General Woodford. Count Pulaski, a Polish nobleman, fought also with the Americans in this battle. Perceiving that the enemy were moving into the Lancaster Road towards the city, General Washington took possession of ground near the Warren Tavern on the left of the British and 23 miles from Philadelphia. The protection of his stores at Reading was one object of this movement. The next morning, he was informed of the approach of the British army. He immediately put his troops in motion to engage the enemy. The advance of the two hostile armies met and began to skirmish, when a violent storm came on which prevented a general engagement and rendered the retreat of the Americans absolutely necessary. The inferiority of the muskets in the hands of the American soldiery, which had been verified in every action, was strikingly illustrated in this retreat. The gunlocks being badly made and the cartridge boxes imperfectly constructed, this storm rendered most of the arms unfit for use, and all the ammunition was damaged. The army was, in consequence, extremely exposed, and their danger became the greater as many of the soldiers were destitute of bayonets. Fortunately, the tempest, which produced such serious mischief to the Americans, prevented the pursuit of the British. Washington still continued to make every effort to save the capital. But Sir William Howe, having secured the command of the Schuylkill, on the 23rd of September crossed it with his whole army. On the 26th he advanced to Germantown, and on the succeeding day Lord Cornwallis, at the head of a strong detachment, entered Philadelphia in triumph. Congress removed from the city and immediately reassembled at Lancaster. Fortunately, through the precautions of Washington, the military stores and deposits at Philadelphia had been removed up the Delaware and were thus prevented from falling into the hands of the enemy. Passing over some unimportant events, we arrive at the 4th of October, on the morning of which day the American army made a spirited attack upon a strong body of British forces encamped at Germantown, a village of a single street, beginning about 5 miles from Philadelphia and extending along the road about 2 miles more. Lord Cornwallis occupied the city with another division, and a numerous detachment had marched to Chester as an escort for a convoy of provisions. A fair opportunity for assailing the enemy in detail was thus offered to the enterprise of the American commander, and he was not slow in perceiving its advantages. He accordingly chose, for his point of assault, the advanced gap at Germantown, and made masterly arrangements for surrounding and destroying that exposed division of the enemy before reinforcements could arrive from Philadelphia. Never was an attack more auspiciously begun, or the prospect of a decisive victory, for a time, more flattering. But the British army, at length, recovering from its first surprise, rallied the fugitives and prepared vigorously to assume the offensive. The fortunes of the day, in consequence, changed, and Washington became convinced of the necessity of withdrawing his troops from the contest. The disputed town was therefore evacuated by the Americans. According to the official returns of the English general, his loss in the Battle of Germantown scarcely exceeded 500 men. On the side of the Americans, 200 were killed, more than 500 wounded, and 400 made prisoners. Congress passed a resolution, highly commended the plan of the battle, and thanking the commander and the army for their courage and conduct. The main object of the American commander was now to compel the evacuation of Philadelphia by cutting off the supplies of the British army. The fleet was effectually prevented from cooperation by the obstructions fixed in the channel of the Delaware and by two small forts, one called Fort Mifflin on Mud Island, near the confluence of the Delaware and Schuylkill, and the other at Red Bank on the opposite Jersey shore. Strong parties of militia scoured the whole country in the neighborhood of the city for the purpose of enforcing the resolution of Congress, which subjected to martial law all persons supplying provisions to the enemy. Sir William Howe soon felt the increasing difficulties of his situation and began to prepare his plans for their forcible removal. Works were erected against Fort Mifflin, which produced severe conflicts with Colonel Samuel Smith, who commanded the station. Lord Howe came up the river with his ships of war and transports, and anchored from Newcastle to Reedy Island, some frigates being detached in advance to remove the chevaux de frise that encumbered the channel. Considerable difficulties were encountered in effecting this object, so that the obstructions below Mud Island were not cleared until the middle of October, while those covered by the American guns were yet untouched. The capture of the forts was, therefore, the next object, and it was accordingly attempted by a combined attack on land and water. The importance to the British of effecting the reduction of these forts brought into requisition every possible means. On the other hand, the most determined resistance was made for the defense, but at length the Americans were obliged to yield them up to superior force, in consequence of which Sir William Howe was fully secured in his conquest of Philadelphia and in the possession of an uninterrupted communication between his army and fleet. The occupation of Philadelphia by the British was to them an important movement. Washington deeply regretted the success of the enterprise by which it fell into their hands, but he had no occasion to reproach himself in view of the event. He had taken every precaution and made every effort to prevent the loss of so important a place. But the benefits anticipated by the British were scarcely realized. The prospects of the Americans were, after all, growing brighter, and events were hastening on, which were to make those prospects brighter still. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Craig Creel. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Surrender of Burgoyne. Events of deep interest transpiring in the North must divert our attention for a time from the military operations of the Middle States. At an earlier day, a scheme had been formed by the British ministers of opening a way to New York by means of their army, which could descend from the lakes to the banks of the Hudson and unite in the vicinity of Albany with the whole or a part of that commanded by General Howe from the south. By means of such a maneuver, the eastern and western provinces would be separated from each other, and thus, being prevented from furnishing mutual succor, would become an easy prey to the royal forces. Obstacles had prevented the execution of this plan in the latter part of 1776, as originally intended, but now, the early part of 1777, it was designed to be prosecuted with a vigor and resolution corresponding to its importance. The General Burgoyne, an officer distinguished for his ability and possessed of a competent knowledge of the country and, moreover, animated with an ardent thirst for military glory, the expedition from the north was confided, while General Howe was expected to lead up the royal forces from the south. General Burgoyne arrived at Quebec in the beginning of May, and being seconded by General Carleton, immediately prepared himself to push forward the business of his mission. The regular force of General Burgoyne consisted of upwards of 7,000 British and German troops, exclusive of a corps of artillery of 500. 700 Rangers under Colonel St. Leger were added, designed to make an incursion into the country of the Mohawks and to seize Fort Stanwix, otherwise called Fort Schuyler. It was expected also that 2,000 Canadians, including hatchmen and other workmen, would join the army. And, finally, 1,000 Indians were induced to unite in the expedition. A train of artillery seldom equaled, either in numbers or in the skill of those who managed it, also accompanied the army. Able and experienced officers had been selected to direct its movements. The principal were Major General Phillips of the artillery, who had distinguished himself in the wars of Germany, the Brigadier Generals Fraser, Powell, and Hamilton, with the Brunswick Major General Baron Riedesel, and Brigadier General Specht. The whole army shared in the ardor and hopes of its chiefs. Not a doubt was entertained of an approaching triumph and the conquest of America. Thus prepared, General Burgoyne proceeded to encamp near the little river Bouquet upon the west bank of Lake Champlain at no greater distance to the north of Crown Point. Here, having addressed his army in a speech calculated to excite their highest ardor, and issued a proclamation warning the Americans against any attempt to resist his progress, upon pain of savage fury, devastation, famine, and kindred calamities, he moved upon Crown Point, whence soon after he proceeded with all his force to invest Ticonderoga. This fortress at the time was under command of General St. Clair. Believing his garrison only 3,000 men, 1/3 of which were militia, inadequate to resist the attack of so formidable a force as was making its approach, he ordered its evacuation and the retreat of his army, having first burned or destroyed everything which might prove important to the invading foe. The night of the 5th of July was appointed for the evacuation. The British army was near, and peculiar caution was to be observed, in order to effect their retreat in safety. General St. Clair led the vanguard, and Colonel Francis the rear. The soldiers had received orders to proceed with silence. St. Clair drew out the vanguard at 2 in the morning. Francis with the rear left at 4. The baggage, furniture, military stores, and provisions had been embarked on board of 200 bateaux and 5 armed galleys. The general rendezvous was appointed at Skenesborough, the bateau proceeding up Wood Creek, and the main army taking its route by way of Castleton. Under the animating prospect of effecting the retreat in safety, the army and the bateau were proceeding on their respective routes, when suddenly flames burst forth from a house which had been taken fire on Mount Independence, and discovered by their glare, to the surprise of the Royalists, the retreating patriots. Immediate orders were issued to the English to pursue. General Fraser, at the head of a strong detachment of grenadiers and light troops, proceeded by land along the right bank of Wood Creek. General Riedesel rapidly followed with his Germans to aid him if required. General Burgoyne embarked on board of several vessels and gave chase by water. By 3 in the afternoon, the van of the British squadron, composed of gunboats, came up with and attacked the American galleys near Skenesborough Falls. In the meantime, 3 regiments which had been landed at South Bay ascended and passed a mountain with great expedition in order to turn the enemy above Wood Creek, to destroy his works at the falls of Skenesborough, and thus to cut off his retreat to Fort Anne. But the Americans eluded the struck by the rapidity of their flight. The British frigates, having joined the van, the galleys, already hard pressed by the gunboats, were completely overpowered. 2 of them surrendered, 3 were blown up. The Americans now despaired, having set fire to their works, mills, and bateaux, and otherwise destroyed what they were unable to burn. They escaped as well as they could up Wood Creek without halting till they reached Fort Anne. Their loss was considerable, for the bateaux they burned were loaded with baggage, provisions, and munitions as necessary to their sustenance as to military operations. The corps which had been set out by land was in no better situation. The vanguard, conducted by St. Clair, had arrived in Castleton, 30 miles distant from Ticonderoga, and 12 from Skenesborough. The rear, commanded by Colonel Francis and Warner, had rested the night of the 6th at Hubbardston, 6 miles below Castleton, towards Ticonderoga. At 5 o'clock in the morning of the 7th, the English column under General Fraser made its appearance. The Americans were strongly posted and appeared disposed to defend themselves. Fraser, though inferior in point and numbers, had great confidence in the valor of his troops. He also expected every moment to be joined by General Riedesel, and being apprehensive that the enemy might escape if he delayed, he ordered the attack immediately. The battle was long and sanguinary. The Americans, being commanded by valiant officers, behaved with great spirit and firmness, but the English displayed an equal obstinacy. After several shocks, with alternate success, the latter began to fall back in disorder, but their leaders rallied them anew and led them to a furious charge with the bayonet. The Americans were shaken by its impetuosity. At this critical moment, General Riedesel arrived at the head of his column, composed of light troops and some grenadiers. He immediately took part in the action. The Americans, overpowered by numbers, fled on all sides, leaving their brave commander, with many other officers, and upwards of 200 soldiers dead on the field. About the same number, besides Colonel Hale, and 17 officers of inferior rank were made prisoners. Above 600 were supposed to be wounded, many of whom, deprived of all succor, perished miserably in the woods. The loss of the royal troops in dead and wounded amount to about 180. Upon receiving intelligence of the foregoing disasters, St. Clair proceeded by a circuitous route to Fort Edward in order to strengthen General Schuyler in anticipation of an attack upon that fortress. With the accessions thus made, the troops at Fort Edward amounted to but little more than 4,000, including the militia. The losses of the Americans had been great and were severely felt. No less than 128 pieces of artillery, besides a great quantity of warlike stores, baggage, provisions, particularly flour, had either fallen into the hands of the enemy or had been destroyed. Added to these losses, a general panic had seized upon the inhabitants, especially on account of the Indians attached to the British army, and against whose merciless and savage spirit there was felt to be no security. While General Burgoyne was detained at Skenesborough, General Schuyler was actively engaged in increasing his means of defense. Trenches were opened, and the roads leading to the fort were in every possible way obstructed. The militia from various quarters were summoned to the American standard, and artillery and warlike stores were forwarded from various points. At length, General Burgoyne moved towards Fort Edward, but such were the obstacles which impeded his movements that he did not reach the banks of the Hudson near Fort Edward till the 30th of July. In the meanwhile, under a conviction that, after all the efforts made to render that fort defensible, it could not be maintained against so formidable a force as was approaching, General Schuyler abandoned it, and returned lower down to Stillwater, where entrenchments were thrown up. Unexpectedly, General Burgoyne now found himself nearly destitute of provisions, and from the 30th of July to the 15th of August, the time was spent in procuring the means of supporting the army, which were obliged to be brought up from Ticonderoga at the expense of vast toil and labor. This, it was afterwards alleged, was the great mistake of General Burgoyne, that he suffered himself, after the occupation of Skenesborough and the discomfiture of the enemy's army, to have attempted the reduction of Fort Edward. Had he then made his way directly to Albany, he might have secured the possession of that important place to himself before the Americans could have rallied. While thus posted at Fort Edward, General Burgoyne received intelligence that large stores of live cattle, corn, and other necessaries belonging to the Americans had been deposited at Bennington, a village situated about 20 miles from the Hudson in Vermont. Impelled by necessity, as well as desirous of adding to his military fame, he resolved to attempt their seizure, the accomplishment of which plan he entrusted to Colonel Baum, a German officer of great bravery and well versed in this sort of partisan war. Accordingly, with a force of 500 men and 2 light field pieces, Baum set forth, in proud anticipation of success. The roads, however, were so heavy that the detachment was fatally retarded. The intelligence of their approach preceded them in time to allow Colonel Stark, a brave, active man who was in command at Bennington with a corps of New Hampshire militia, to assemble a considerable reinforcement of Green Mountain boys from the neighboring towns. Before Baum made his appearance, the number of Americans had swelled to about 2,000. On learning the numbers of the enemy, Baum dispatched an express to Colonel Breyman, who had been detached to support him if necessary, to urge his march. In the meanwhile, Baum took post on the banks of the Walloon Creek to await the arrival of his auxiliaries. Stark, however, was not disposed to accommodate his foe by any such delay, but, taking up his line of march, on the morning of 6th of August, advanced towards the place of Baum's encampment. Dividing his forces into several corps, he gave orders to attack the British on all sides at once. On their approach, Baum, strangely mistaking them for loyalists coming to his aid, held still. Judge his surprise when they poured in all sides a deadly fire upon him. Rallying his men in the best possible manner, for a time he made a brave resistance. But before the impetuous charge of the Americans, the English were obliged to yield. The fortune of the day had already been decided when Colonel Breyman appeared. He was, in fact, perfectly ignorant of the engagement and the fate of his pioneers. What was his consternation on reaching the entrenchments of Baum to find, instead of friends ready to receive him, the place in possession of an enemy ready to give him battle. Perceiving his mistake, his troops, though greatly fatigued, were ordered to combat, and bravely for a time they fought, and not without some prospect of success, a part of the Americans being employed in pillaging. But the momentary advantage which he seemed to have gained was soon lost, and leaving all their baggage and 1,000 muskets in the hand of the conquerors, they made a rapid retreat. The loss of the British in the two engagements was about 200 killed and 500 wounded and prisoners. The loss of the Americans did not much exceed 100. The exploit of Bennington redounded not only to the credit of General Stark and his brave troops, but to the good of the country at large. It roused the drooping spirits of the Americans. It inspired the troops with confidence, and presented an earnest of still nobler conquests. In consequence of this defeat, the situation of General Burgoyne was still more perplexing. The hope of supplying his army with provisions from the stores of Bennington was annihilated, and to other quarters he must look for supplies, without a considerable stock of which it would be presumption to attempt offensive operations. While these events were transpiring, Congress appointed General Gates to take command of the Northern Army in place of General Schuyler. The latter was a soldier of great bravery, but was not universally acceptable to the troops, especially to those from Massachusetts and other provinces of New England. The former enjoyed a high military reputation, and his appointment was hailed by the army with joy. Gates made his appearance at Stillwater on the 21st of August, and he took command. Meanwhile, says Boda, General Burgoyne continued in his camp on the left bank of the Hudson, where he used the most unremitting industry and perseverance in bringing stores and provisions forward from Fort George. Having at length, by strenuous efforts, obtained about 30 days' provisions, he took a resolution of passing the river with his army in order to engage the enemy and force a passage to Albany. As a swell of water occasioned by great rains had carried away his bridge of rafts, he threw another of boats over the river at the same place. Towards the middle of September, he crossed with his army to the right bank of the Hudson and encamped on the heights and in the plains of Saratoga, Gates being then in the neighborhood of Stillwater, about 3 miles below. The two armies, of course, faced each other, and a battle was expected soon to follow. On the morning of the 19th, it was reported by Colonel Colburn, who was watching the enemy, that they were beginning to ascend the hill towards the American left. General Gates sent Colonel Morgan to oppose them, and the firing began about noon. The action extended, and in 3 hours was general, and continued without interruption till dark. The American troops engaged amounted to 3,000, the British to 3,500. For 4 hours, says General Wilkinson, the battle fluctuated like the waves of a stormy sea, with alternated advantage, without one moment's intermission. It was truly a gallant conflict, in which death, by its familiarity, lost its terrors, and certainly a drawn battle, as night alone terminated it. The British army kept possession of the field, but they had nothing of which to boast. Their loss was more than 500 men, and among others Captain Jones, of the artillery, an officer of great merit. The loss of the Americans in killed and wounded was from 300 to 400. Among the former were Colonels Adams and Colburn. From September 19th to October 7th was devoted by the English to strengthening their fortifications. The army of Gates, in the meanwhile, was continually increasing, and on a single occasion was added to by the arrival of General Lincoln with 2,000 men, well trained and disciplined from the New England provinces. Attacks on the British pickets took place almost every night. For some time, General Burgoyne had been daily and ardently waiting for the news from General Howe as to the cooperation he intended. On the 20th of September, he received a letter from that general informing him that about the 20th of the month he should attempt the reduction of Fort Montgomery, situated on the right bank of the Hudson and near the Highlands. The situation of Burgoyne was now becoming so critical that he immediately dispatched an express to General Howe, entreating him to hasten his attack on the fort, if there was any prospect of delay, as he was provided with necessaries for his army only to the 12th of October, at which time he would be obliged to move from his present position. Near the 1st of October, General Burgoyne found it necessary to lessen the rations of his soldiers, a measure to which they cheerfully submitted. The 7th arrived, and no further tidings had reached him of the movements of General Howe. In this situation, General Burgoyne resolved, as the last resort, to make a bold and, if possible, a decisive attack. The battle occurred on the 7th, and a most severe and sanguinary contest it proved. We have space only for the results. The loss of the British in killed, wounded, and prisoners was about 600, that of the Americans 319. Of the British, Brigadier General Fraser, a gallant officer, was mortally wounded, and Colonel Brayman killed. General Arnold of the Americans was badly wounded, in the same leg which had already been shattered under the walls of Quebec. Many pieces of artillery, all the baggage of the Germans, and many warlike stores fell into the hands of the Republicans, who needed them greatly. They were impatient for the return of day to renew the battle. But deplorable and perilous beyond expression was the situation of the British troops. They bore it, however, with admirable temper and firmness. It was evidently impossible to continue in their present position without submitting to a certainty of destruction on the ensuing day. The Americans, invigorated and encouraged, would take advantage of the access they had already opened to themselves on the right and of other untenable points to carry every part of the camp and completely surround the British army. Burgoyne, therefore, determined to operate a total change of ground. He executed his movement with admirable order and without any loss. The artillery and its appurtenances were all removed before morning to the heights above the hospital. The British army in this position had the river in its rear and its two wings displayed along the hills upon the right bank. The English expected to be attacked the following day, but Gates would not expose to the risk of another battle, that victory of which he was already certain. He intended that time, famine, and necessity should complete the work which his arms had so fortunately commenced. There were frequent skirmishes, however, occurring in the course of the day, but of little importance. Towards night, the obsequies of General Fraser were celebrated in the British camp, a ceremony mournful of itself, and rendered even terrible by the sense of recent losses, of future dangers, and of regret for the deceased. The darkness and silence of the night aided the effect of the blaze and roar of the American artillery, while at every moment the balls spattered the earth upon the face of the officiating chaplain. The situation of General Burgoyne after the battle was gloomy and critical in the extreme. The fortunes of war were obviously against him, and no safe alternative presented itself but in retreat. Orders were accordingly issued for the army to return to Saratoga, 6 miles up the river. The retreat began at 9 o'clock, but such was the badness of the roads, rendered still more difficult by a heavy rain which fell that night, and such was the weakness of the teams for want of forage, that the English did not reach Saratoga till the evening of the ensuing day. The soldiers were harassed with fatigue and hunger. The hospital, with 300 sick and wounded, and a great number of wheel carriages, were abandoned to the enemy. The English, as they retired, burned the houses, and destroyed whatever they could use no longer. From the moment that General Gates learned the movements of the enemy, his plan was formed, to follow up his success by a vigorous pursuit, pushing the contest until they should surrender their arms as a conquered foe. Accordingly, putting his army in motion as early as was practicable, he followed. The only hope which now inspired Burgoyne was that he might effect a passage to Fort Edward, and in that fastness sustain himself till succor could arrive from the south. But when the intelligence arrived, as it did at the moment of his deepest perplexity, that the fortress was in possession of the Americans, he saw he must relinquish all hope of saving himself by his own efforts. The condition of the British army was indeed deplorable. Troops, worn down by a series of hard toil, incessant effort, and stubborn action, abandoned by Indians and Canadians, the whole army reduced by repeated and heavy losses of many of their best men and most distinguished officers, from 10,000 combatants to less than 5,000 fighting men, of whom little more than 3,000 were English. In these circumstances, and in this state of weakness, without a possibility of retreat, they were invested by an army of 4 times their own number, whose position extended 3 parts and 4 of a circle round them, who refused to fight from a knowledge of their own condition, and who, from the nature of the ground, could not be attacked in any part. In this helpless situation, obliged to be constantly on their arms, while a continued cannonade perturbed all the camp, and even rifle and grape shot fell in every part of their lines, the troops of Burgoyne retained their ordinary constancy, and, while sinking under a hard necessity, they showed themselves worthy of a better fate. Nor could they be reproached with any action or word which betrayed a want of temper or fortitude. At length, no succor appearing, and no rational ground of hope of any kind remaining, an exact account of the provisions was taken on the morning of the 13th, when it was found that the whole stock would afford no more than 3 days' bare subsistence for the army. In such a state, it was alike impossible to advance or to remain as they were, and the longer they delayed to take a definite resolution, the more desperate became their situation. Burgoyne, therefore, immediately called a council of war, at which not only the generals and field officers, but all the captains of companies were invited to assist. While they deliberated, the bullets of the Americans whistled around them and frequently pierced even the tent where the council was convened. It was determined unanimously to open a treaty and enter into a convention with the American general. On the night of the 15th, the articles of capitulation were settled. The morning of the 17th was appointed as the time on which they were to be signed. That night, on the 15th, intelligence, by a special messenger, reached the English camp that General Clinton had reduced Fort Montgomery and was then rapidly marching to their relief. This added to the suffering of the conquered Burgoyne. Forthwith, he summoned a council of war, and to his discredit, the only apology for which is to be found in the deep mortification felt by a proud, ambitious soldier to surrender, proposed to retreat, and once more try the fortunes of combat, in the hope that Clinton might arrive in season to their relief. But his officers, with stricter notions of propriety, were of the opinion that as their faith had been pledged, the honor of the English character required a fulfillment of the articles of capitulation. Meanwhile, Gates, apprised of the nature of the intelligence received, calmly waited for the arrival of the 17th, on the morning of which he proceeded to form his troops in the order of battle, which done, he dispatched a messenger to General Burgoyne to inform him that the appointed hour had arrived, and he must either sign the articles or prepare himself for battle. Deeply as the latter regretted submission, he was fully sensible that the circumstances demanded it, and therefore proceeded to sign the articles, which, in substance, were as follows: that the army should march out of the camp with all the honors of war and its camp artillery to a fixed place, where they were to deposit their arms and leave the artillery, to be allowed a free embarkation and passage to Europe from Boston, upon condition of their not serving again in America during the present war, the army not to be separated, particularly the men from the officers, roll calling and other duties of regularity to be permitted, the officers to be admitted on parole and to wear their sidearms, all private property to be retained and the public delivered upon honor, no baggage to be searched or molested, all persons of whatever country appertaining to or following the camp to be fully comprehended in the terms of capitulation, and the Canadians to be returned to their own country liable to its conditions. On the day on which the capitulation took place, the American army nearly 15,000 men, 10,000 of whom were regular troops. The English troops amounted to 5,791, of whom 2,412 were Germans, and 3,379 were English. The munitions of war, which by the capitulation came into possession of the Americans, were, besides being numerically great, exceedingly valuable. They consisted of a fine train of brass artillery amounting to 42 pieces of different sorts and sizes, 4,600 muskets, and an immense quantity of bombs, balls, and other implements of war. Such was the result of this expedition of the British on the banks of the Hudson. To the English, it was most unexpected and disastrous. To the Americans, joyous and fortunate. It had been planned with ability, and had General Howe fulfilled the part expected of him, the result might have been reversed. But his failure to cooperate, as contemplated in the plan, left General Burgoyne but little chance of success. The victory won, General Gates forthwith dispatched Colonel Wilkinson to convey happy tidings to Congress. On entering the Hall of Session, he approached the Speaker and said,
The whole British army has laid down arms at Saratoga. Our own, full of vigor and courage, expect your orders. It is for your wisdom to decide where the country may still have need of their services.
To General Gates and his army, Congress, by resolution, expressed their thanks. To the former, in addition, they voted a gold medal in commemoration of the proud achievement. On one side of it was a bust of the general with these words around: Horatio Gates, Ducis Trinua, and in the middle, Comita Americana. On the reverse, Burgoyne was represented in the attitude of delivering his sword, and in the background, on one side and on the other, were seen the two armies of England and America. At the top were these words: Salum Regionum Septentrion, and at the foot, Hosti ad Saratogum, dedituni excepto, die 17th October 1877. It would be difficult to describe the transports of joy which the news of this event excited among the Americans. They began to flatter themselves with a still more happy future. No one any longer entertained a doubt of independence. All hoped, and not without reason, that a success of this kind would at length determine France and the other European powers that waited for her example to declare themselves in favor of America. To the American people at large, the news of the victory conveyed the most heartfelt joy. The cloud which had been rested upon their hopes seemed to be breaking away, and to presage the dawn of day for which years they had prayed and struggled, but which, with all their efforts, hopes, and prayers, had until now appeared distant and doubtful. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Chapter 11. Progress of the War. Number 1. State of Affairs in England. The effect produced by the surrender of General Burgoyne upon the British cabinet and the nation at large was as grievous and depressing as it had been joyous and animating to Congress and the American people. The most brilliant success had been anticipated by the former. The most ignominious result had occurred. The pride of the nation was humbled, and those who had disapproved of the war were now loud in their censures of ministers. Already had the war cost England 20,000 men and 30 millions of money, but more of both were now needed. Reluctant to ask Parliament for a fresh levy, the ministers, during the recess of that body, near the beginning of the year 1778, dispatched agents into the different provinces of the kingdom to spur the inhabitants to enlist and to furnish voluntary contributions to carry on the war. The success of this plan was only partial, far less than anticipated or the exigencies of the case required. The citizens of Liverpool and Manchester, however, responded to the call, and agreed to raise and equip a regiment of 1,000 each. Edinburgh and Glasgow followed their example. London, as a city, peremptorily refused to raise troops, but the friends of the government raised the sum of £20,000. Number 2. Treaty with France. Not long after the Declaration of Independence, commissioners were authorized to bring the subject of a recognition before the court of Versailles, and to urge the measure by such considerations as existed in the case. This they had done, and continued to do so long as any prospect of success existed. At length, despairing of obtaining their object, they were about to abandon further effort, when the joyful intimation was communicated to Dr. Franklin that a treaty, involving the desired recognition, had been determined upon by the king and his ministers. On the 6th of February, 1778, this measure, most auspicious to American interests, was concluded at Paris. It was signed on behalf of the king by Monsieur Girard, and for the United States by Benjamin Franklin, Silas Deane, and Arthur Lee. The treaty stipulated, a thing until then unheard of on the part of a king, that the essential and express object of the alliance was to maintain effectually the liberty, sovereignty, and independence of the United States. On the 21st of March, the American commissioners were with great pomp and ceremony introduced by Count de Vergennes before the throne, whereon was seated the King Louis XVI, in the midst of the grandees of his court. The honor was one which was conferred only when the king gave audience to the ambassadors of sovereigns and independent states. On the 2nd of May, the French frigate La Sensible, having on board the important treaty, reached the American shores. Congress was forthwith convened, and the treaty was ratified. The most heartfelt joy pervaded the country. The army, drawn up in the order of battle, received the intelligence with exultation not to be described. Number 3. Movements in the British Parliament. Before the treaty between France and the United States was made public, the British ministry had knowledge of its existence. Justly alarmed, they felt the necessity of adopting some measures by which to bring the war to a close, without a collision with France. What those measures should be was a question on which a diversity of opinion existed in the cabinet. It is asserted that some of the members in secret session proposed at once to acknowledge the independence of the United States and to conclude a treaty with them. But on the 19th of February, Lord North introduced a resolution into Parliament, admitting that the Parliament could not in future impose any tax or duty on the colonies of North America, except such only as should be deemed beneficial to commerce, and the product even of those to be collected under the authority of the respective colonies, and to be employed for their use and advantage. He proposed, besides, that 5 commissioners should be appointed, empowered to adjust with any assembly or individual whatsoever the differences existing between Great Britain and her colonies, it being understood, however, that the compacts were not to take effect till ratified by the Parliament. To the surprise and indignation of the friends of the war, the bill passed, and shortly after the king appointed for commissioners the Earl of Carlisle, William Eden, George Johnstone, and the commander-in-chief of the English army in America. The 3 first sailed from St. Helena for America on the 21st, on board the ship Trident. In the beginning of June the commissioners arrived, and on the 9th repaired to Philadelphia. Soon after they made a communication to Congress explanatory of their object, and requested the privilege of opening a conference with that body, or with some of its members, either at New York or some other place which Congress should please to appoint. The serious consideration of Congress was given to the overture, and on the 17th of June their answer was returned. In substance it was, that they would be ready to enter upon the consideration of peace and commerce, not inconsistent with treaties already subsisting, when the King of Great Britain should demonstrate a sincere disposition for that purpose, of which no other proof could be admitted but that of an explicit acknowledgment of the independence of the United States, or the withdrawal of his fleets and armies. Thus terminated the negotiation. America, steady to her purpose, would not listen to any proposal which did not involve the recognition of her independence. Great Britain was yet too proud to accede to such terms, and consequently the idea of accommodation was abandoned, and the most vigorous measures were adopted to wage war against her ancient ally and her disobedient child, whose fortunes had now become linked together. It may be added in this place that, subsequent to the failure of the commissioners in effecting the object of their mission, commenced a system of intrigue with several distinguished persons, and especially with members of Congress, to whom one at least addressed confidential letters, with the hope of winning them to the royal cause. Some of these letters and propositions at length were made public. General Reed, a member of Congress, stated that a proposition had been made to him by Johnstone through a lady, that if he would promote the reunion of the two countries, he should have any office in the colonies which he might name. His reply was worthy of a Christian and a patriot. I am not worth purchasing, but such as I am, the King of Great Britain is not rich enough to do it. Number 4. Battle of Monmouth. During the winter of 1777–78, the British Army had occupied Philadelphia. The winter quarters of the American army were at Valley Forge. On the opening of the spring, in consequence of the alliance of France and America, orders were issued to the British general to evacuate Philadelphia and concentrate the royal force in the city and harbor of New York. In pursuance of this resolution, the royal army, now under command of Sir Henry Clinton, General Howe having returned to England, left Philadelphia, and on the 18th of June passed the Delaware into New Jersey. Washington immediately quitted his camp and hung upon the British army, watching a favorable opportunity to offer battle. On the 27th the British army encamped on some high grounds in the neighborhood of Freehold Courthouse in the county of Monmouth. On the morning of the 28th, General Lee was ordered to take command of 5,000 men and commence the attack. At first he declined the honor, but judging, on reflection, that such a procedure would redound to his discredit, he now sought the command at the hands of Lafayette, to whom, on his declining it, it had been tendered. Lee immediately put his troops in motion for the plain of Monmouth, some 4 or 5 miles distant. On approaching it, the British were already in motion. The army was in advance of the baggage train, which covered miles in extent. The morning was clear, and the sun poured down his heat so fervidly as seemingly to cause all nature to faint. Before noon the mercury of the thermometer reached 96. Man and beast panted for breath. The sand plain became parched as an oven, and water was needed at almost every step. The sufferings of men and horses early became nearly insupportable. Moreover, it was the Sabbath, that day when the hum of life is ordinarily hushed, and when men are commonly with their families in the house of God. We may pause, we trust, to say that that Sabbath and the God of that Sabbath would have been more honored, nor do we believe that the patriot cause would have suffered in the sequel, had Washington, instead of sending out a hostile corps, had he and his troops spent it in paying divine honors to the God of our fathers. It had been still better could hostile armies have that day grounded their arms, and of that plain made a sanctuary, and there, in the exercise of that friendship and love which the gospel enjoins, worshipped together at a common altar and before a common Father. But the latter was not to be expected, perhaps not the former. Other thoughts were occupying those bosoms, and a far different spectacle was that day to be witnessed. Let us not judge severely. We will hope that the honor of God did animate those sons of the Pilgrims. We know that they were true patriots, and that they were fighting for their altars and their firesides. Nor is it to be doubted that they would have preferred the calm and delightful worship of God with their families in the sanctuaries of their own quiet villages. But they were summoned to the field of battle, and here now we find them soon employed amid scenes of carnage and death. Wayne was that day in command under Lee. On seeing the British train, horses and wagons miles in extent, following the army in advance, the former with his detachment hastened rapidly forward, with the intent to cut off and capture the train. Meanwhile Lee, with the rest of his division, took a more circuitous route, designing to attack the corps which had the train in charge. Most unexpectedly, however, just as he was ready to commence the charge, intelligence was received that the entire British army, which was on the retreat, but which had had intimation of Lee's advance, had wheeled about, and were in full march to protect its rear. Lee had reluctantly taken the command. He was in ill humor, and, moreover, was probably now appalled at the prospect before him. At all adventures, greatly to his discredit, for as yet he had not commenced action, he ordered a retreat. This movement fell upon Wayne like a thunderbolt, who was himself compelled by reason of it to fall back, at the hazard of his entire command. Washington was still at a distance with the remainder of the army, but was rapidly approaching the theater of the contest. The distant cannonade impelled him forward. The troops, partaking of his own enthusiasm, if not of his anxiety, laid aside knapsacks, coats, all that encumbered, and amidst dust and heat pressed on to the encounter. At this moment a horseman was seen approaching from the immediate battlefield. He pressed his horse and made announcement to Washington that Lee's division, in utter disorder, was in full retreat. For a moment the latter seemed petrified with astonishment, and the next moment, for it seems he had for some reason dismounted, vaulting upon his saddle, he sprang forward, and like a winged arrow directed his way to the scene of confusion and flight. The instant he was seen by the troops in retreat, the brave fellows, we use the stirring language of Headley, the brave fellows, who had not been half beaten, sent up a shout that was heard the whole length of the line, and "Long live Washington" rent the air. Flinging a hasty inquiry to Osgood as to the reason, who replied, "Sir, we are fleeing from a shadow," he galloped to the rear, and reining up his horse beside Lee, bent on him a face of fearful expression, and thundered in his ear as he leaned over his saddle-bow, "Sir, I desire to know what is the reason, and whence arises this disorder and confusion?" It was not the words, but the smothered tone of passion in which they were uttered, and the manner, which was severe as a blow, that made this rebuke so terrible. Wheeling his steed, he spurred up to Oswald's and Stuart's regiments, saying, "On you I depend to check this pursuit." And riding along the ranks, he roused their courage to the highest pitch by his stirring appeals, while that glorious shout of "Long live Washington" again shook the field. The sudden gust of passion had swept by, but the storm that ever slumbered in his bosom was now fairly up, and galloping about on his splendid charger, his tall and commanding form towering above all about him, and his countenance lit up with enthusiasm, he was the impersonation of all that is great and heroic in man. In a moment the aspect of the field was changed. The retreating mass halted. Officers were seen hurrying about in every direction, their shouts and orders ringing above the roar of the enemy's guns. The ranks opened, and under the galling fire of the British, wheeled and formed in splendid order. Washington then rode back to Lee, and pointing to the firm front he had arrayed against the enemy, exclaimed, "Will you, sir, command in that place?" He replied, "Yes." "Well, then," said he, "I expect you to check the enemy immediately." "Your orders shall be obeyed," replied the stung commander, "and I will not be the first to leave the field." The battle then opened with renewed fury, and Washington hurried back to bring his own division into the field. This took time, as the division was still at a distance. Meanwhile, however, the retreat was partially stayed. The troops once more rallied. They stood, they fought with unwonted desperation. But the overpowering legions of the enemy pressed hard. Their shouts were deafening, their cannonade appalling and destructive. Lee now attempted to his utmost power to withstand the impetuous shock, but it was entirely beyond the compass of his troops. They were again giving way. A few moments longer, and all would be lost. At this critical juncture Hamilton appeared, seemingly sent as a messenger from above. Crossing the field, his charger covered with foam, and his hair streaming in the wind, Hamilton appeared, and riding up to Lee, said to him, "My dear General, let us die here rather than retreat." What would have been the effect of this soul-stirring and patriotic address of Hamilton had no succor been at hand, we pretend not to say. They were words of comfort and assurance, and if necessary to prevent a dishonorable retreat. There, doubtless Hamilton, and perhaps now Lee himself, would have surrendered up life. But succor was at hand. Washington with his division had arrived. No time was lost. He issued his orders, and they were obeyed. Sterling, Knox, Wayne brought up their several commands, and soon the battle was raging, and the whole plains shook under the clangor of arms and the thunder of artillery. For a time, few such spectacles were seen during the Revolutionary War. The heat of the day, we have already said, was intense. Water was not to be had, or rather there was no time to quench parched lips, had there been any. Their thirst added to the sufferings of the troops immeasurably. The tongues of the soldiers became so inflamed and swollen as not to be retained in their mouths, yet they fought, and fought with a desperation increased by the very sufferings they endured. The British suffered from the same causes, and fought with the same desperation. And for a time it was indeed doubtful whose cause would triumph. But the batteries of Knox and Sterling, like volcanoes, hurled death and destruction on every side, while the impetuous Wayne with his columns, torrent-like, spread confusion and dismay in every step of their progress. There was a concentration of effort, and that effort doubtless the more earnest and effective, for the reason of the previous unwarranted and pusillanimous retreat. In turn, the British themselves now retreated, and encamped on the spot which Lee's division had occupied in the morning. They had fought with unwonted zeal. Officers and soldiers were exhausted. They coveted rest. They needed repose. It was so with the Americans. Even Washington's powerful frame was overcome by the heat and toil he had passed through, and as he stood begrimed with the dust and the smoke of the battle, and wiped his brow, the perspiration fell in streams from his horse, which looked as if it had been dragged through a muddy stream, rather than rode by a living man." Yet, wearied as he was, wearied and worn down as were his officers and men, Washington could not consent so to terminate the day. A further duty remained ere he slept. That duty was to dislodge the enemy from the position which he had taken. His officers, his army sympathized with him. They were willing to put forth one more effort to secure all that they had promised themselves, and which in the morning had seemed so practicable. 2 brigades were therefore ordered to attack the British at their post, on the right and left. The battle was now renewed, and renewed with all the spirit and determination of an earlier hour. It continued, however, but for a brief period. The sun was fast ascending when the second battle began, and had set ere the several corps had really attained their proposed positions. It was fortunate, probably, that the contest was interrupted. Both armies had done enough. Had Washington succeeded in dislodging the enemy, his troops were too much spent to have followed up the victory. There they now paused. Darkness soon set in. Too much overcome even to administer to the wants of nature, the troops of both armies flung themselves upon the parched ground and slept. They slept in sight of each other, and they slept strong and deep. With the morning light, Washington had decided to renew the battle. He therefore, instead of retiring to his marquee, wrapped himself in his cloak, and sunk upon the earth in the midst of his soldiers. At the dawn of morning Washington rose, and with his recruited followers was about to follow up the advantages of the preceding day, but the enemy had retired. Aware of the peril of his condition, the British commander had roused his army at midnight and ordered a retreat. And so silently was that retreat effected, and so soundly had the American army slept, officers and men, that no one of the thousands which composed it had any suspicion of the retreat, till the light of day revealed it. Washington was indeed disappointed, but the departure of the enemy, if it was not in all respects equal to a victory, gave practical assurance that Washington had suffered no defeat. There were doubtless other engagements during the Revolutionary struggle more brilliant and of greater influence, as to the final result, than the Battle of Monmouth, but it is doubtful whether there was a single other one in which there was a higher exhibition of firmness, or the practice of greater self-denial, or the endurance of greater suffering. Never did commander appear more nobly than did Washington. But for his presence at the critical moment, his quick perception of the danger, and the means of averting it, his celerity in issuing his orders, his manly but terrific rebuke of Lee, and perhaps more than all, his undaunted bravery and his firm stand when all were flying from a pursuing foe, all would indeed have been lost. For 12 long hours were the respective armies that day engaged. They numbered about 20,000 men. They were on a plain where little or no water could be obtained, and with a thermometer standing the whole day at nearly 100 degrees. Not a few died from sunstroke, and still more from excessive fatigue. The cry for "water, water," from the wounded and the dying, was sufficient to overcome the stoutest heart. It is not necessary to dwell longer on the particulars of this remarkable battle. The British troops, as already intimated, left Washington in occupation of the field. On the following day, finding his foe gone, he took up his line of march, and by easy stages moved towards the Hudson. It does not belong to the plan of our work to pursue the history of the difficulty which that day arose between Washington and Lee, growing out of the retreat of the latter. That retreat was most unexpected, dishonorable, and needless. So Washington evidently deemed it, and this was the occasion of his severe rebuke of that officer in the field. It has been said that Washington was profane. That he was greatly excited, calm as he usually was, admits of no question. That he was profane is without proof. Weems says, as quoted by Headley, that as he rode up he exclaimed, "For God's sake, General Lee, what is the cause of this ill-timed prudence?" To which the latter replied, "No man can boast a larger share of that rascally virtue than your Excellency." What reliance, if any, is to be placed upon the above authority, the writer pretends not to say. To an inquiry once made of Lafayette at La Grange by Dr. Sparks, what the precise expression of Washington was, he replied that although near him at the moment, he could not have told an hour subsequently. He thought, however, that it was not so much the expression itself as the manner in which it was uttered that stung the retreating general. That manner was terrible. The wrath of Washington was without disguise. But the results of the day served to ameliorate the feelings of Washington towards Lee, whatever opinion he might have continued to entertain of his unworthy conduct. It is said that he reinstated him in his old command, and had Lee reciprocated the feelings and kindness of Washington, the unpleasant occurrence might have passed and have been forgotten. But Lee was hot-tempered, and under the smart of rebuke, addressed a most ill-judged and saucy letter to Washington, in which he demanded a trial by court-martial. Washington, in his reply, accused Lee of a breach of orders in not attacking the enemy, and a breach of good behavior unbecoming an officer of his rank in so hasty and cowardly a retreat. Lee rejoined, and in a manner entirely in accordance with his previous communication, "You cannot," he wrote, "afford me greater pleasure, sir, than in giving me an opportunity of showing to America the efficiency of her respective servants. I trust that the temporary power of office, and the trivial dignity attending it, will not be able, by all the mists they can raise, to effusate the bright rays of truth. In the meantime, your Excellency can have no objection to my retiring from the army." In whatever light Lee's previous conduct deserved to be regarded, no doubt could exist as to the intended insult of Washington conveyed in the above letter. Suffice it to say that he was put under immediate arrest, and in August was tried before a court-martial on 3 separate charges, viz., for disobeying orders in not attacking the enemy, for making an unnecessary and disorderly retreat, and for disrespect to the Commander-in-Chief in 2 letters. Of these charges, with a slight modification of one of them, he was found guilty and suspended from the army for 12 months. The decision was most unexpected and distasteful, as might be supposed, to a man of Lee's ardent and self-complacential feelings. Washington he never forgave. Stung by the decision of the court-martial against that body, against Congress itself, he launched his bitter invectives. At the expiration of his suspension, and while Congress was contemplating his restoration, he addressed an insulting letter to that body, which hastened his dismission. We add only that he retired to Virginia, where on a farm he passed the residue of his days. End of section 31. Section 32 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Chapter 12. Treachery of Arnold. On the night of the 21st of September, 1780, there was lying at anchor on the Hudson, a few miles below West Point, a British sloop of war called the Vulture. A little before midnight, a boat with muffled oars and rowed by 2 men put off from the American shore, and proceeded with great caution towards the sloop. In the stern of the boat sat a 3rd man, of more consequence than the oarsman, and the leader of the secret expedition. It was a tranquil night. The stars peered out with unwonted luster, and the waters moved slowly down the channel. What object was proposed by this cautious midnight adventure? Was intelligence sought from the enemy, or was it to be imparted to them? Was it a patriotic or a traitorous expedition? The sequel will tell. Among the brave and chivalrous men who early engaged in the defense of American rights was Benedict Arnold. On the occurrence of the Battle of Lexington, he was residing at New Haven, and was commandant of a company of militia called the Governor's Guards. On the arrival of the news of the above battle at New Haven, citizens and soldiers, as if moved by a common impulse, assembled on the green. Fired with indignation, as were others, Arnold proposed to head such as would volunteer under him, and lead them to the more immediate scene of action. Such was the dispatch of preparation. At the head of 60 volunteers, he was ready to march. After reaching Cambridge, for a time Arnold was employed in an expedition against Ticonderoga. About the time of his return, Congress was contemplating a still more important and hazardous movement against Canada under General Schuyler. Believing that essential aid might be rendered by the way of the Kennebec River, a detachment of troops was made at Cambridge, the command of which was tendered to Arnold. The troops detached for this service amounted to 1,100 men, 10 companies of musketmen from New England, and 3 companies of riflemen from Virginia and Pennsylvania. The field officers were Colonel Arnold, Lieutenant Colonels Greene and Enos, and Majors Bigelow and Meeks. The afterwards celebrated Daniel Morgan commanded the riflemen. On the 18th of September the troops sailed from Newburyport and rendezvoused at Fort Western on the Kennebec, opposite the present town of Augusta. From this point they started, and their hardships and trials began. No body of troops during the Revolutionary War, if indeed in the annals of warfare, encountered greater obstacles or endured more suffering than this. The distance traversed was about 200 miles, and nearly the whole of it was a howling wilderness. On the night of the 14th, Arnold with his men crossed the St. Lawrence, and ascending the same abrupt precipice which Wolfe had climbed before him, formed his small corps on the heights, near the memorable Plains of Abraham. But he soon discovered that neither the number nor condition of his men would justify him in hazarding an action. Having spent a few days on the heights, and summoned the town to surrender without even a response, he retired 20 miles above Quebec, to wait the arrival of the troops which were to proceed by the western route, which was now led by General Montgomery, who had succeeded General Schuyler in consequence of the illness of the latter. On the 1st of December Montgomery joined Arnold, and on the morning of the 31st occurred the memorable assault upon Quebec, in which the gallant and lamented Montgomery fell. Arnold, not less bold and intrepid, had his leg bone severely fractured, and was obliged to be carried from the ground. The issue was disastrous to the Americans, as is well known, about 60 being killed, and between 300 and 400 taken prisoners. Notwithstanding his wound and the serious diminution of his force, Arnold maintained a blockade of the city during a long and severe Canadian winter. As a reward for his persevering efforts in conducting his troops through the wilderness, and for his gallant conduct in the assault of Quebec, Congress promoted Arnold to the rank of brigadier general. In February 1777, Congress appointed 5 additional major generals. According to the usual practice in reference to promotions, Arnold would have been entitled to this honor, but those thus promoted were all his juniors, and one of them, General Lincoln, was taken from the militia. To a man like Arnold, ambitious of military glory, such a neglect could not be otherwise than deeply wounding. In anticipation of his mortified feelings, Washington addressed a kind and soothing letter to him, virtually expressing his disapproval of the course of procedure, and advising Arnold to demean himself with the magnanimity of a soldier, in the hope that justice would still be done him and others who were similarly neglected. Meanwhile, Washington addressed to friends in Congress a letter of inquiry on the subject. To this it was replied that as each state claimed a number of general officers proportioned to the troops it furnished, and as Connecticut already had 2, there existed no vacancy for another. There was at least plausibility in the reason, but it seems not to have satisfied Washington. Much less could it be expected to satisfy so sensitive and ambitious a man as Arnold. This disappointment was probably among the causes which soured the mind of the latter, and laid the foundation of those corrodings of the heart, which in after times led to the utter ruin of his reputation, and came near effecting the ruin of his country. But this was by no means the only ground of Arnold's complaint. construing the neglect of Congress as an implied censure of his military conduct in past times, and perhaps the inference was not entirely without foundation, Arnold resolved to demand of Congress an examination into his conduct. With this object in view, he proceeded to headquarters to solicit of Washington permission to proceed to Philadelphia. Just at the time he was passing through Connecticut, a British force, consisting of 2,000 troops under the infamous General Tryon, had landed at Campo between Fairfield and Norwalk, for the purpose of penetrating to Danbury, to destroy some public stores which the Americans had lodged there. Arnold heard of this invasion, and, for the time, honorably foregoing the object of his journey, and roused by that high military spirit which in no small degree characterized him, he immediately turned his course northward for the purpose of aiding in repelling the foe. A militia force of 500 had been hastily collected by Generals Worcester and Sullivan. These, together with about 100 Continental troops, Arnold overtook near Reading on their march towards Danbury. At Bethel, information was obtained that the town had been fired, and the public stores destroyed. The next morning the generals divided their forces, General Worcester with 200 men falling in the rear of the enemy, while Arnold and Sullivan with 500, their original force having been augmented, by a rapid movement took post in their front at Ridgefield. About 11 o'clock General Worcester overtook the enemy, and attacked them with great gallantry. Riding to the front of his troops, with the design of inspiring them with appropriate courage, he cried, "Come on, my boys, never mind such random shot." But scarcely had he uttered the words when a fatal ball pierced his side, and this gallant general fell. Meanwhile Arnold, having reached the north part of the long street at Richfield, barricaded the road with carts, logs, hay, and earth, presenting a formidable obstruction to the approaching enemy, and no mean protection to the resisting force. At 3 o'clock the enemy appeared, marching in a solid column, and they commenced a heavy fire as they advanced towards the breastwork. It was briskly returned. For nearly a quarter of an hour the action was warm, and the Americans maintained their ground by the aid of their barricade against 4 times their number, until the British column began to extend itself and to stretch around their flanks. This was a signal for retreat. Arnold was the last man that remained behind. While alone in this situation, a platoon of British troops, who had clambered up the rocks on the left flank, discharged their muskets at him. His horse dropped lifeless, and when it was perceived that the rider did not fall, one of the soldiers rushed forward with a fixed bayonet, intending to run him through. Arnold sat unmoved on his struggling horse, watching the soldier's approach, till he was near enough to make sure his aim, then drew a pistol from his holsters and shot him dead. Seizing this critical opportunity, he sprang upon his feet and escaped unharmed. So remarkable an exhibition of cool and steady courage in a moment of extreme danger has rarely been witnessed. He rallied his men, and continued to annoy the enemy in their progress. Being reinforced the next day, he hung upon their flanks and rear throughout the whole march to their ships, attacking them at every assailable point. In a skirmish near Campo, just before the British embarked, the horse which he rode was shot through the neck, and on all occasions he exposed himself with his accustomed intrepidity. The heroic conduct of Arnold, periling life as a volunteer, and while smarting under a sense of wrong, was duly appreciated wherever the exploit was told. Congress, sensible of the merit of the achievement, immediately promoted him to the rank of Major General, but instead of antedating his commission, that he might take rank with those who had been raised above him, they left him still subordinate to them. This was unfortunate and even inconsistent. Arnold felt the neglect with still deeper sensibility, and saw in it, as he imagined, an undeniable proof that the charge of ingratitude which he had brought against his country was well founded. At length his complaints were referred to the Board of War, and the charges of his accusers were examined. The board reported that they were satisfied with the character and conduct of General Arnold. This report Congress confirmed. Indeed, they went further, and presented him with a horse properly caparisoned, in token of their approbation of his gallant conduct in resisting the troops under General Tryon. Had they added to this an equality of rank with the generals who had been raised over him, Arnold would have been satisfied. But neglecting this, and the cause was doubtless to be ascribed to the personal influence of bitter enemies, who could not forget his arrogance and presumption, he was chagrined rather than flattered by the tokens of approbation he had received, and soured rather than pacified. Added to this, Arnold was mortified and exasperated that his accounts were not fully and promptly allowed by a committee appointed to audit them. This they could not justly do without much qualification. They were numerous and large, many debts incurred were without authority, and vouchers were wanting. The consequence was a general suspicion that Arnold intended to enrich himself, or meet his private extravagant expenditures at the public expense. Passing over several intervening events, especially the signal success of General Gates in resisting the progress of General Burgoyne, during which Arnold acted a part so heroic as to be honored by Washington with one of the 3 sets of epaulets and sword knots which had been presented to him by a gentleman of France, we reach a signal event in the life of this remarkable man, his appointment by Washington, in consideration of his disabled condition, to the command of Philadelphia, following the evacuation of that city by the British. The station was honorable, and the duties, though delicate, were not severe. Several circumstances about this time served to weaken his affections for the patriotic cause. One was the report of specific charges against him by a committee of Congress for acts oppressive and unworthy his rank and station, on which he was tried and ordered to be reprimanded by the commander-in-chief. In performing this duty, Washington exhibited as much mildness as the case permitted. "Our profession," said he, "is the chastest of all. The shadow of a fault tarnishes our most brilliant actions. The least inadvertence may cause us to lose that public favor which is so hard to be gained. I reprimand you for having forgotten that, in proportion as you had rendered your name formidable to our enemies, you should have shown moderation towards our citizens. Exhibit again those splendid qualities which have placed you in the rank of our most distinguished generals. As far as it shall be in my power, I will myself furnish you with opportunities for regaining the esteem which you have formerly enjoyed." The decision of the court, and the reprimand of Washington, mild and delicate as it was, fell heavy on the excitable spirit of Arnold. A burning revenge rankled in his bosom, and from this time, if his traitorous purposes had not before been formed, he sought opportunities to gratify his malice, and at the same time the sordid passion of avarice which had long held sway in his bosom. Another circumstance, besides contributing to his expenses, operated to separate his affections from the patriotic cause. He had married a beautiful and accomplished lady during his residence in Philadelphia, a daughter of Mr. Edward Shippen, a family of distinguished rank, and which, like others of a similar stamp in that city, was intimate with Sir William Howe, Major André, and other British officers, during their occupation of Philadelphia. This alliance brought Arnold, as a matter of course, into associations with persons who were attached to the royal cause, and who were ready to foster his prejudices and justify his complaints of ingratitude and persecution. At length he matured a plan, confined for a time to his own bosom, dark, base, and traitorous, as it were the offspring of the nether world. To the accomplishment of this plan it was necessary that he should be appointed to the command of West Point, a fortress on the Hudson. With consummate art he accomplished his purpose, and at the hands of Washington, to whom he had been indebted more than to any other, for standing by him as a shelter during his stormy life, he received the appointment, soon after which he repaired to the Highlands and established his headquarters at Robinson's house, 2 or 3 miles below West Point, on the opposite or eastern bank of the river. Previous to her marriage, Mrs. Arnold had been acquainted with Major André, and had corresponded with him after that event, and after his removal with the British forces to New York. Acquainted with this correspondence, Arnold took the opportunity presented by it to address, unknown to his wife, letters to Sir Henry Clinton through André, under the signature of Gustavus, and André replied under the assumed name of John Anderson. This correspondence had been carried on for months before Arnold's appointment to West Point. For a time Clinton was at a loss to imagine the real character behind the curtain, but at length he became convinced that it could be no other than Arnold himself. Hitherto that general had treated Gustavus with cautious indifference, but no sooner was Arnold promoted to the command of West Point than Clinton was ready to enter into negotiation with him to surrender that fortress into the hands of the British, and almost at any price which Arnold might choose to name. The first plan devised for bringing about an interview between Arnold and André failed, but a second proved more successful. The Vulture, a sloop of war, with Colonel Robinson on board, came up the river about the 16th of September. On their arrival at Teller's Point, Robinson, who was a Tory, and whose property had been confiscated by the State of New York, addressed a letter to General Putnam, relating to the recovery of his property, and forwarded it under cover of a letter to Arnold by a flag boat. Putnam was known not to be in that quarter, but the letter to him served as a pretext to enable Robinson to communicate a plan by which an interview could be effected. Arnold, by means of consummate art and duplicity, had engaged a Mr. Smith, a man of respectable standing, to go on board the Vulture, and convey a gentleman there to the American shore, who would impart intelligence to him of the greatest importance to the American cause. Smith had been employed in procuring intelligence from time to time from New York for Arnold's predecessor at West Point, and at length consented to perform the service solicited by Arnold, and that his family might not be privy to the transaction, they were removed to Fishkill under pretence of a visit to some friends. Thus matters were arranged, and on the night of the 21st, Smith, with 2 oarsmen, bribed to secrecy by the promise of £50 each, left the American shore, and proceeded, as related in the commencement of this account, to the Vulture. André was expecting Arnold himself. Not finding him on board, but receiving a letter putting him on his guard, and inviting him to return in the boat, for a time he hesitated. Robinson was still firmer in the opinion that he should not go. But at length the adventurous spirit of André decided the point, and having cautiously concealed his uniform in a greatcoat, he stepped on board the boat, which immediately proceeded towards the American shore. They landed at the foot of a mountain called Long Clove, about 6 miles below Stony Point. Arnold was in the bushes ready to receive the stranger. Smith had expected to be present at the interview, and was not only disappointed but exasperated in being refused. What a spot! What a conference! What a deep and traitorous planning in midnight darkness! The interview was long, and the patience of Smith was exhausted, but more his fears were roused. The night was far spent, and the dawning of the day was at hand. He now made known his apprehensions to the midnight traders, but as they had not perfected their business, Smith and his oarsmen were allowed to retire. No sooner were they gone than Arnold proposed that Andre should proceed with him to Smith's house, and leave the manner of his return to future deliberation. This plan was replete with hazard, but no alternative presenting itself, Andre reluctantly followed. Judge his surprise when, on approaching the American lines, a sentinel hailed them and demanded the countersign. Andre shuddered. Arnold gave the sign, and they passed on. Andre was now, contrary to all his determinations, within the American lines, on dangerous ground, where his life and fortunes hung, as it were, upon the cast of a die. Arnold and Andre reached Smith's about the dawn of day. Soon after, the latter made his appearance. An incident now occurred which added to the anxiety of Andre. The sound of cannon broke upon them, which, on proceeding to a window overlooking the river, was ascertained to be from the American shore, and from the movements of the vultures soon after down the stream, it was inferred that the fire was against her. So it proved. Believing her to lie in the river for no good purpose, Colonel Livingston had directed a fire to be opened upon her, which caused the movement observed. Andre now felt the delicacy of his situation still more, and the difficulty of his return to the sloop to be still greater. But the duties of his mission required attention, and to its completion the plotters betook themselves. It was finally settled. The British, on a given day, were to dispatch a fleet up the river with the requisite troops, and Arnold, in order to render the seizure of the fortress easy, was previously to withdraw the garrison, and station them at different points in the neighborhood, in small detachments. In consideration of the surrender, the trader was to receive a large amount of British gold. Having completed these nefarious negotiations, the manner in which Andre should return next engrossed their deliberations. This was a question of difficult solution. Andre insisted on being put on board the Vulture. Smith was unwilling to run the hazard. Before the question was decided, Arnold left for West Point, giving to Andre passports accommodated to the manner in which it might finally be decided that he should return. Andre spent the day in an upper room at Smith's, a long and anxious day. Towards its close he urged Smith to take him on board the Vulture, but to his surprise and distress the former peremptorily refused, but offered to accompany him on horseback to some point of safety. No other alternative presenting itself, Andre consented, and having changed his military coat for a citizen's dress, over which throwing his great coat, they departed. Between 8 and 9 o'clock they were startled by the hail of a sentinel who ordered them to stop. "Who commands here?" inquired Smith, dismounting, and approaching the sentinel. The commander, Captain Boyd, being himself within hearing distance, approached, and demanded who the stranger was, and whither bound. Smith, ignorant of the real character of Andre, answered as Arnold had dictated, and moreover added that he had a pass from the general. Boyd required a sight of the pass, on perusing which his curiosity was still more excited, and he now in private questioned Smith with still greater particularity. Smith explained the matter as well as he was able, and by several adroit fabrications finally induced Boyd to consent to their continuing their journey, not however until morning, for fear, as he pretended, they might be waylaid by the cow boys. Andre would have purchased a release from tarrying in the neighborhood that night at any price, had he had the means, but such an overture would have been fraught with danger, and therefore, bending to necessity, they repaired to one Miller's, where they passed the night, a night of dread and fearful anticipation. At early dawn, in order to escape the further scrutiny of Boyd, they were on their journey. At the distance of about a couple of miles from Pine's Bridge they halted, took breakfast, and separated, Smith setting out on his return, and Andre continuing his journey. Andre had now nearly 30 miles to traverse ere he was on safe ground. He had been recommended to proceed by the way of White Plains, but on crossing the above bridge, deeming the Tarrytown road more safe, he took that, and for a time passed on without molestation. 2 plundering parties were abroad that morning from the neutral ground, one of which, consisting of John Paulding, Daniel Williams, and Isaac Van Wart, had concealed themselves in some bushes near the road, which Andre was passing, watching there for some valuable prey. Andre approached the spot, upon which Paulding rose, and presenting his firelock to his breast, bid him stand. "Gentlemen," said Andre, "I hope you belong to our party." I asked him, "We follow the testimony of Paulding on the trial of Smith. What party?" He said, "The lower party." Upon that I told him I did. Then he said, "I am a British officer out of the country on particular business, and I hope you will not detain me a minute." And to show that he was a British officer, he pulled out his watch. Upon which I told him to dismount. He then said, "My God, I must do anything to get along," and seemed to make a kind of laugh of it, and pulled out General Arnold's pass, which was to John Anderson, to pass all guards to White Plains and below. Upon that he dismounted. Said he, "Gentlemen, you had better let me go, or you will bring yourselves into trouble, for your stopping me will detain the General's business," and said he was going to Dobbs Ferry to meet a person there, and get intelligence for General Arnold. Upon that I told him I hoped he would not be offended, that we did not mean to take anything from him, and I told him there were many bad people who were going along the road, and I did not know but perhaps he might be one. Williams testified as follows. We took him into the bushes, and ordered him to pull off his clothes, which he did, but on searching him narrowly we could not find any sort of writings. We told him to pull off his boots, which he seemed to be indifferent about, but we got one boot off and searched in that boot and could find nothing. But we found there were some papers in the bottom of his stocking next to his foot, on which we made him pull his stocking off, and found 3 papers wrapped up. Mr. Paulding looked at the contents and said he was a spy. We then made him pull off his other boot, and there we found 3 more papers at the bottom of his foot within his stocking. After consultation, it was decided to take the prisoner to North Castle, where Lieutenant Colonel Jameson commanded a detachment of dragoons. Having surrendered him to Jameson, the latter for a time hesitated what disposition to make of him. The papers found upon Andre were important, in the handwriting of Arnold, and endorsed by him. Most men would have suspected treason, nor would Arnold himself have escaped suspicion. Yet Jameson at length decided to forward the papers to Washington by express, and the prisoner to Arnold. These measures had been taken when Major Talmadge, next in command to Jameson, returned from an excursion to White Plains. On learning the incidents of the day, he expressed his surprise, and begged Jameson to dispatch a counter order if possible, to bring back the prisoner and the papers. To the foregoing Jameson finally consented, but the papers were left to be conveyed to Washington. Andre was overtaken and brought back. Talmadge, being a sagacious observer, marked Andre, his walk, his military air, his dignified bearing, and decided that the prisoner was no ordinary man. Shortly after, under escort of Talmadge, Andre was removed to Lower Salem to await the developments of time and the orders of Washington. The morning after their arrival at Salem, Andre requested paper and ink, and soon presented to Talmadge an open letter addressed to Washington, with a request that he would himself read and forward it. This letter, couched in most respectful language, communicated to Washington his name and rank in the British army, and his object in coming within the American lines. It so happened, a wonderful interposition of divine providence, who can doubt, It so happened that on the very day that André wrote his letter, Washington, on his return from Hartford, arrived at Fishkill, 18 miles from Arnold's headquarters. Contrary to his previous intentions, he was induced to remain there during the night. In the morning an express was dispatched early to give notice to General Arnold that the party would reach his quarters to breakfast. Washington and his suite followed soon after, and on coming to the road which led off to Robinson's house, Arnold's residence, Washington was proceeding towards the river. Being informed of his mistake, he observed that, as he must inspect the redoubts on this side the river, he himself would forego Mrs. Arnold's breakfast, but his suite might pass on and enjoy it. They would not, however, leave their general, and all, excepting his aides, who were sent forward to make his excuse, proceeded towards the river. On learning that General Washington would not be there to breakfast, General Arnold and family, with the aides, proceeded to the breakfast table. That was the last peaceful meal Arnold was to enjoy in this world, and even the peace of that was invaded before they were ready to leave the table. A messenger entered with a letter from Jameson, the letter which first announced the capture of André. It fell as a thunderbolt upon the traitor. Yet he so far concealed his agitation before the aides as to prevent serious suspicion that anything uncommon had occurred. A sudden emergency called him to West Point, he said, and he begged to be excused. Having ordered a horse, he requested Mrs. Arnold's presence in her chamber, and here in few words informed her of the necessity of his fleeing for his life. He left her fainting on the floor, and mounting, put spurs to his horse, directing his course to the river, on reaching which he entered a boat, and fabricating a story to his purpose, ordered the men to proceed to the Vulture. The promise of reward gave impulse to their energies, and Arnold was soon safely on board of the royal sloop. Washington, having completed his inspection of the redoubts, reached Arnold's soon after his departure. Understanding that he had gone to West Point after a hasty breakfast, Washington and suite followed. But what was his surprise to learn that Arnold had not been there. After a cursory view of the fortress, the party returned to Arnold's. Meanwhile, the messenger from Colonel Jameson with André's papers had arrived. Light was now shed upon the mystery. Arnold was a traitor, and had fled to the enemy. Measures were immediately taken to secure the fortress. An express was dispatched to Salem with orders to have André conveyed to Arnold's house. Let us hasten to the conclusion. On the 29th of September, Washington ordered a board of inquiry consisting of 6 major and 8 brigadier generals. After a full hearing of the facts, the board reported that Major André ought to be considered as a spy, and according to the laws and usages of nations, to suffer death. The decision, though just, was painful to Washington, to the board, to the officers of the American army, but more painful, if possible, to Sir Henry Clinton and the companions of André in arms. Efforts, and such as did honor to Clinton, were made to reverse the doom of André. Intimations were given from Washington that upon one condition, the surrender of Arnold, André might be released. But to this Clinton thought he could not in honor yield, while in the scale of affection André would have outweighed 1,000 traitors like Arnold. A deputation from Clinton repaired to Robinson's house under a flag, to urge the release of André, but no change could be effected in the mind of Washington. Sentence of execution issued, and 5 o'clock of the first day of October was appointed for carrying it into effect. On the morning of that day, André addressed a letter to Washington, requesting that he might be allowed a soldier's death. Tappan, 1st October, 1780. Sir, buoyed above the terror of death by the consciousness of a life devoted to honorable pursuits, and stained with no action that can give me remorse, I trust that the request I make to your Excellency at this serious period, and which is to soften my last moments, will not be rejected. Sympathy towards a soldier will surely induce your Excellency and a military tribunal to adapt the mode of my death to the feelings of a man of honor. Let me hope, sir, that if aught in my character impresses you with esteem towards me, if aught in my misfortune marks me as the victim of policy and not of resentment, I shall experience the operations of those feelings in your breast by being informed that I am not to die on a gibbet. I have the honor to be your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, John Andre. To this request Washington could not consistently accede, but to avoid needless pain he omitted to make a reply. The execution finally took place October 2nd at 12 o'clock, a delay having been occasioned by pending negotiations, which could not be terminated in season the previous day. Dr. Thatcher, in his military journal, has given the closing particulars of this tragic scene. It follows: The principal guard officer, who was constantly in the room with the prisoner, relates that when the hour of his execution was announced to him in the morning, he received it without emotion, and while all present were affected with silent gloom, he retained a firm countenance, with calmness and composure of mind. Observing his servant enter the room in tears, he exclaimed, "Leave me till you can show yourself more manly." His breakfast being sent to him from the table of General Washington, which had been done every day of his confinement, he partook of it as usual, and having shaved and dressed himself, he placed his hat on the table, and cheerfully said to the guard officers, "I am ready at any moment, gentlemen, to wait on you." The fatal hour having arrived, a large detachment of troops was paraded, and an immense concourse of people assembled. Almost all our general and field officers, excepting His Excellency and his staff, were present on horseback. Melancholy and gloom pervaded all ranks. The scene was affecting and awful. I was so near during the solemn march to the fatal spot as to observe every movement and participate in every emotion which the melancholy scene was calculated to produce. Major Andre walked from the stone house in which he had been confined, between two of our subaltern officers, arm in arm. The eyes of the immense multitude were fixed on him, who, rising superior to the fear of death, appeared as if conscious of the dignified deportment which he displayed. He betrayed no want of fortitude, but retained a complacent smile on his countenance, and politely bowed to several gentlemen whom he knew, which was respectfully returned. It was his earnest desire to be shot, as being the mode of death most conformable to the feelings of a military man, and he had indulged the hope that his request would be granted. At the moment, therefore, when suddenly he came in view of the gallows, he involuntarily started backward, and made a pause. "Why this emotion, sir?" said an officer by his side. Instantly recovering his composure, he said, "I am reconciled to my death, but I detest the mode." While waiting and standing near the gallows, I observed some degree of trepidation. Placing his foot on a stone, and rolling it over and choking in his throat, as if attempting to swallow. So soon, however, as he perceived that things were in readiness, he stepped quickly into the wagon, and at this moment he appeared to shrink. But instantly elevating his head with firmness, he said, "It will be but a momentary pang," and taking from his pocket 2 white handkerchiefs, the provost marshal with one loosely pinioned his arms, and with the other the victim, after taking off his hat and stock, bandaged his own eyes with perfect firmness, which melted the hearts and moistened the cheeks, not only of his servant, but of the throng of spectators. The rope being appended to the gallows, he slipped the noose over his head, and adjusted it to his neck, without the assistance of the executioner. Colonel Scammell now informed him that he had opportunity to speak if he desired it. He raised the handkerchief from his eyes, and said, "I pray you to bear me witness that I meet my fate like a brave man." The wagon being now removed from under him, he was suspended, and instantly expired. Thus was cut off in the morning of life a man full of promise and expectation, one to whose personal attractions were added accomplishments, rich, varied, and brilliant, destined but for an untimely sacrifice of himself, under the impulse of a forbidden ambition, to have reached the goal of his wishes, honor, and renown. His death at the hands of the Americans, according to the usage of war, was just. But to Arnold, the pioneer in the base transaction, the news of his execution must, it would seem, have been as the bitterness of death. But no, Arnold had no such feelings. Conscience was seared. The generous sympathies of our nature were extinct. Even the honor of a soldier, dearer to him than life itself, had expired. The long-cherished, deep-rooted, sordid passion of his soul, avarice, alone lived. And now, while Andre, who might almost be said to be the victim of that nether spirit, was mouldering in an untimely and dishonored grave, he demanded his pay. What must Clinton, the friend and patron of the high-souled and magnanimous Andre, have felt when he told out to Arnold £6,315 as the reward of his treachery? In addition to this pecuniary reward, Arnold received the commission of Brigadier General in the British Army. But after his infamous attack on New London, and his inhuman conduct to the brave Ledyard and his garrison in Fort Trumbull, finding himself neglected by the British officers, he obtained permission to retire to England, for which he sailed in 1781 with his family. The life of Arnold was prolonged 20 years beyond this date. But although the king and a few others in office felt compelled to notice him for a time, yet they at length were willing to forget him, while others despised and shunned him. Colonel Gardner says that when a petition for a bill authorizing a negotiation of peace was presented to the king, Arnold was standing near the throne. Lauderdale is reported to have declared on his return to the House of Commons that, however gracious the language he had heard from the throne, his indignation could not but be highly excited at beholding, as he had done, his Majesty supported by a traitor. And on another occasion, Lord Surrey, rising to speak in the House of Commons, and perceiving Arnold in the gallery, immediately sat down, exclaiming, "I will not speak while that man," pointing to him, "is in the house." Not long after the war, Arnold removed to St. John's, in New Brunswick, where he engaged for a time in the West India trade. Subsequently he returned to England, where he resided to the time of his death, which occurred in London, June 14th, 1804. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Section 33. 13. Concluding Scenes of the Revolution. We must hasten to the closing scenes of the long and sanguinary contest between Great Britain and America. The capture of Burgoyne in 1777 was hailed by a portion of the American people as indicative of a speedy termination of the war. But in these anticipations, they were destined to be disappointed. For several years following, although the contest was still continued, but little advance was made towards the termination. Battles were indeed fought, naval engagements occurred, and predatory enterprises were planned and executed with various success. But neither power could be said at any one period to be decidedly in the ascendant. In 1779, the theatre of war was changed from the northern to the southern section of the Confederacy. To this change, the British were invited by the prospect of an easier victory. That portion of the country was rendered weak by its scattered population, by the multitude of slaves, and by the number of Tories intermingled with the citizens. Partial success to the British arms was the consequence. Savannah was taken possession of, which gave the enemy, for a time, the power in Georgia. In like manner, Charleston fell into their hands, and with it a considerable portion of the state of South Carolina. In the progress of this southern warfare, battles occurred at Camden, at the Cowpens, at Guilford Courthouse, and at Eutaw Springs. 1. Siege of Savannah. In the autumn of 1778, Savannah fell into the hands of the British. At that time, Colonel Campbell, with a force of 2,000 men, was dispatched by Governor Clinton from New York against that city. The American garrison under General Howe, consisting of but 600 Continental troops and a small body of militia, was inadequate to resist so formidable a force. And at the expiration of a spirited action, in which the Americans suffered severely, the latter surrendered, and with that surrender the British took military occupation of the capital itself. The succeeding year, D'Estaing, with a French fleet, destined to cooperate with the Americans for the recovery of Savannah, arrived on the coast of Georgia. This intelligence having been communicated to General Lincoln, who was in the vicinity of Charleston with a small force, he immediately broke up his camp and marched to assist in the disembarkation of the French troops. Before the arrival of Lincoln, D'Estaing had sent a haughty summons to Prevost, the English commander, to surrender. The safety of the former depended upon reinforcements, which he was daily expecting, and in order to attain a delay, he required 24 hours to consider the question of a capitulation. Unfortunately, D'Estaing acceded to this demand. This proved fatal to the expedition, for, meanwhile, Prevost was not idle. He succeeded in mounting nearly 100 cannon, and, moreover, the expected reinforcement arrived, swelling his force to 3,000 men. Upon which he replied to the French commander that he was resolved to hold out to the last. The original plan of attempting the place by storm was now prudently abandoned, and the slow process of its reduction by siege was resolved upon. The combined forces numbered between 6,000 and 7,000 men. The siege was commenced. Trenches were opened, and by the 4th of September a sap had been pushed to within 300 yards of the abattis. In the course of another month, batteries had been erected, and other preparations were ready. On the evening of October the 4th, the tragical scene commenced, and a heavy cannonade was kept up during the night. In the morning, that scene became terrific. 37 cannon and 9 mortars were opened upon the city, while 16 heavy guns from the fleet added their uproar to the thunder of the former. The response to these was still louder and more appalling. Nearly 100 guns, which had been mounted by Prevost, as we have said, gave back their tremendous explosions. Carcasses, filled with all manner of combustibles, were hurled into the town, setting on fire the houses and spreading consternation among the inhabitants. Shells came down from the sky, bursting like meteors, and scattering their death-dealing fragments in every street and in the neighbourhood of every dwelling. All that day, and indeed for 4 succeeding days and nights, this mutual tremendous firing was maintained. Savannah and its neighbourhood became covered with a dense, dark cloud of smoke, through which the rays of the sun could scarcely penetrate by day, and which, as that set, served as a pall to increase the gloom and darkness of the night. If the besiegers were steady to their purpose, the besieged were no less resolute and successful in their resistance. Little or no impression had hitherto been made upon the enemy's works, and how long they would continue to hold out, the Americans had no means of judging. They had reason, indeed, to believe that a reduction might at no distant day be effected, as the supplies were cut off, and the inhabitants must be suffering intensely. But D'Estaing began to fear for the safety of his fleet, exposed, as it was, on an open coast. In this posture, he proposed to Lincoln to attempt the place as originally contemplated, by storm. This, the latter, deemed extremely hazardous, but submitting to the higher authority of the Count, an assault was fixed for the 9th of October. At 1 o'clock of the morning of that day, the Americans were up and ready for the fearful contest. The French unwisely delayed for some 2 or 3 hours. But at length, led on by D'Estaing and Lincoln, the combined forces, the French in 3 columns and the Americans in 1, proceeded to the attack. Taking a position at the head of the first column, D'Estaing led them forward to the very walls of the English works. It was a fatal approach. Of a sudden, and when the French commander was congratulating himself that he was taking the enemy by surprise, the blaze of 100 cannon filled him and his troops with amazement, while the balls and grape shot mowed down their ranks, as did the fire of the Americans at Bunker's Hill. Still, D'Estaing ordered the remainder to advance, he himself heroically leading the way. But it was only to death and defeat. Soon wounded, D'Estaing was borne from the spot, while his brave troops remained to meet a still severer destiny. They were mowed as grass by a new ground scythe. The few who survived now made good their retreat to an adjoining wood, leaving room for the second column pressing forward to supply their place. These, passing over the fallen bodies of their brave companions, succeeded in mounting the walls. There they stood, and there, with almost superhuman strength and determination, they fought. But it was not even for such bravery and such perseverance to succeed. If the struggle was now fearful, the carnage was still more so. One after another, and by 10s and 20s, they fell side by side, companions in death of their brave precursors. A remnant only was left, and as that remnant succeeded in securing a retreat, the third and last column of the French troops came into action. A similar contest awaited them, which they entered into with even greater ardour and more excited passion. But it was followed by a similar, and perhaps still more fatal, result. The chivalrous Lawrence, at the head of the Americans, now made his appearance, and directing his entire force against the Spring Hill redoubt, attempted to scale its ramparts. But it was a vain attempt. The parapets were too high to be reached, and the assailants fell as they appeared, shot down with equal certainty and rapidity. Among the Americans, at this memorable contest was that Carolina regiment which, at the siege of Fort Moultrie, had so distinguished itself, and which, as a reward for its valour, Mrs. Elliot had presented 2 standards, as we had occasion to notice, when describing the noble defence of the old slaughter pen. Nothing daunted by the fate of their companions, this regiment pressed furiously forward, and now, for a brief period, was witnessing a spectacle which lighted up gladness in every eye. 2 American standards, the very standards which we have named, were seen waving on the English ramparts. And there, too, was the noble-hearted Jasper himself, with those standards, which he loved better than life itself. But it was a momentary floating to the breeze, and these standards had forever done their duty. They soon fell, and with them fell the brave and patriotic Jasper. He grasped his standard as he fell into the ditch, and there the flag covered him as a winding sheet of glory. He had told Mrs. Elliot that he would surrender his flag only with his life, and he was true to his word. Jasper's name, heroism, patriotism, will descend with the lapse of years, nor will they be remembered but to be honoured, while the records of American valour shall have an existence. The issue may be told in few words. The Americans failed and retired. Many a noble heart had shed its blood. Many an arm, which had that day shed fast atonement for its first delay, was folded on the breast in death. And among those who fell nobly, there was one, a high-souled Polander, the chivalric Pulaski, a volunteer in the American service. He fell at the head of 200 horsemen, urging on their way amid fire and smoke, until a swivel shot struck the gallant soldier to the earth. The contest lasted a little more than an hour, and yet, in that brief space, 637 French and 450 Americans were mangled, bleeding corpses on the ground. More than 1,000. Rapid work. It should seem that Moloch might have been satisfied with the victims offered on that day's altar. D'Estaing retired soon after with his fleet. He had gained no praise. On the contrary, he was censured for his haste in demanding the surrender of Savannah before the arrival of Lincoln, and then, by allowing Prevost so long a time to deliberate, in truth giving him ample opportunity to prepare for defence. The result was inglorious, and served to perpetuate and even strengthen the cause of the English at the South. 2. Siege of Charleston. Charleston had long been an object of cupidity on the part of the British. We have already had occasion to speak of an expedition under Sir Peter Parker and Generals Cornwallis and Howe, destined against that city, and the summary check they received at Fort Moultrie, and that old slaughter pen, every one of whose garrison was a hero, and the record of whose combined resistance can never be remembered but to the honour and praise of American valour. That repulse was not forgotten by the British, and, when next an attempt should be made, it was to be expected that preparations would be commensurate with the magnitude and difficulties of the enterprise. It proved so. In the spring following the siege of Savannah, General Clinton left New York with 10,000 men, intent on the capture of Charleston. Lincoln was still at the head of the American troops in the South, but they were altogether inadequate to defend the city against so numerous and formidable a force as now appeared against him. For his own credit, as well as for the honour of the American arms, clearly he should have avoided a collision. But, over-persuaded by Governor Rutledge and other prominent citizens, and, moreover, reluctant to abandon a place which contained large public stores, or seemed to yield where there was hope of success, he consented to remain and accomplish whatever human wisdom, combined with American valour, could do. On the 30th of March, General Clinton commenced the siege. He proceeded with a caution to be explained only by the lesson taught the British at the siege of Fort Moultrie, and a determination not to be under the necessity of meeting with another such disastrous result. In another place, it should have been noted that Fort Moultrie, in the present invasion, made no resistance. The contest, it being intended, should be on the mainland, and in the immediate vicinity of the city where such defences had been erected as the authorities were able to provide. On the 10th of April, the first parallel was completed, and Lincoln was summoned to surrender. To this summons he replied, quote, that he felt it to be his duty, and it was also his instruction, to defend the place to the last extremity. End quote. 10 days elapsed, during which a second parallel was finished, and a second summons made and declined. A heavy and formidable cannonade was now opened by Clinton, which was kept up with scarcely any remission for several days. Meanwhile, Lincoln was almost constantly on duty, straining every muscle to resist the steady but apparently fatal advance of his foe. It is related of him that, quote, one day he was 10 hours in the saddle without once dismounting, riding hither and thither with his great heart filled with anxious foreboding, and the last fortnight he never took off his clothes to rest. Flinging himself in his uniform on a couch, he would snatch a few moments' repose, and then again be seen riding along the lines. End quote. Meanwhile, his defences became weakened, and his troops exhausted with labour and fatigue. They had little time to sleep, and even the supply of provisions was limited. Yet Lincoln continued, day after day, to inspire them with courage and hope. All that a brave commander could do, he did, concealing the apprehensions which harrowed his inmost soul, and for which there were reasons. All that men could do, his noble few did, suffering privations seldom experienced during the revolutionary contest. It was a brave defence. It was a long, protracted, painful struggle. But it was in vain. At length, the batteries of the enemy had reached within 80 yards of the American defences, and preparations were making for a general storm. Thus environed by a formidable force, both by sea and land, nex spes opus alla dabatur. It was the dictate of humanity, both in respect to the inhabitants of the city and the brave but exhausted remnant of his devoted army, to capitulate. Accordingly, overtures were made to General Clinton, which were at length accepted. Charleston fell, and the entire army laid down arms. By the terms of capitulation, the garrison were to march out and deposit their arms in front of the works, but, as a mark of humiliation, the drums were not to beat an American march, nor their orders to be displayed. This was severe, but the humiliation was remembered when, 18 months afterwards, Lord Cornwallis surrendered at Yorktown, and, quote, waters of a full cup were wrung out, end quote, to him. 3. Battle of Camden. The fall of Charleston opened the South to Cornwallis, nor was he slow to take advantage of the opportunity of strengthening the royal cause. Baron de Kalb had been sent from the main army to the assistance of Lincoln, but the latter having surrendered before his arrival, the former assumed the command of the forces opposed to Cornwallis. Shortly after, however, Gates, the quote, hero of Saratoga, end quote, arrived, having been appointed to occupy the place of General Lincoln. The reputation which Gates had acquired in his contest with Burgoyne had preceded him, and served to stay the despondency and gloom which was extensively pervading the South. The militia responded to his call and came flocking to his standard. Thus reinforced, he proceeded towards Camden, the rendezvous of Lord Rawdon. But his haste was ill-judged. Besides, by reason of a serious lack of provisions for his troops, which he had neglected to provide, they were compelled to subsist for several days on green apples, corn, and other vegetables. Their strength also was still more diminished for want of needful rest. On reaching the vicinity of Rawdon, instead of an immediate attack before the latter could receive reinforcements, and when he was more on an equal footing with the enemy, he wasted several days in skirmishes, which served to darken rather than brighten his chance of success. In this interval, Cornwallis arrived with the troops under his command, thus adding to the strength of the enemy and greatly increasing their confidence and courage. Indeed, Cornwallis was not slow in deciding to hazard an engagement, although he knew that the contest would still be unequal. Gates had superior numbers, but a retreat would be to abandon all that he had gained in South Carolina and Georgia, and in effect would be the ruin of the royal cause. The American army occupied a post at Rugeley's Mills. On the 11th of August, at 10 o'clock in the night, the English began their march. Ignorant of this movement, Gates had put his army in motion at the same time, and with similar intent. What was their mutual surprise, when at 2 o'clock in the morning the advanced guard of the British suddenly came in contact with the head column of the Americans. A brief skirmish ensued, but soon ended as if by mutual consent, neither commander being willing to hazard a nocturnal re-encounter. At a council of war summoned by Gates, the Baron de Kalb advised a retreat to their former encampment, as in their present position they were between two marshes, while at Rugeley's Mills they would have the decided advantage as to position. In this, however, he was overruled by Gates, who decided to wait the approach of the enemy where they were. We shall not enter into the details of this unfortunate battle. It was sad and sanguinary. General Gates misjudged as to position, but still greater was his error in attempting to change the order of battle almost at the moment when the battle began. Of this latter mistake, Cornwallis was not slow to take advantage, but at once ordered his troops to charge. Unprepared for an attack so sudden and so furious, the American column gave way, the Virginians actually betaking themselves to flight. All was soon confusion and uproar. De Kalb threw himself at the head of the regular troops, and, infusing into them the fire and indignation which animated his own bosom, led them on. They advanced firm, calm, determined. But the contest was now unequal. They could not resist the impetuous torrent which came thundering upon them. they could not save the battle. And at this time, their ranks thinned, their path obstructed, the cavalry of Tarleton came bearing down upon them with the impetuosity of a whirlwind. Quote, shot after shot had struck the Baron de Kalb, and the blood was pouring from his side in streams. Yet, animated by that spirit which has made the hero in every age, he rallied his men for a last charge, and led them at the point of the bayonet on the dense ranks. Striking a bayonet from his breast, and laying the grenadier that held it dead at his feet, he pressed forward, and in the very act of cheering on his men, fell with the blood gushing from 11 wounds. His aides immediately covered him with their bodies, exclaiming, "Save the Baron de Kalb! Save the Baron de Kalb!" End quote. But their efforts to save him were unavailing. He was taken prisoner, and his troops fled. Gates, meanwhile, was pursuing his fugitive army. Their arrest and recall were, however, beyond his power. The rout was entire, the defeat complete, owing, as was thought by men of competent judgment, to the mismanagement of Gates. De Kalb survived his wounds but a short time. He was able, however, to dictate a brief letter to the patriotic band of soldiers at whose head he had planted himself, and who nobly sustained him up to the moment of his fall. He died in the cause of liberty, regretted by all who knew his worth as a man and a soldier, and honoured by Congress, which directed a monument to be erected to his memory at Annapolis. The Battle of Camden was sanguinary, and had the effect to spread a gloom over the face of American affairs. The loss of the Patriots exceeded 600 in killed, the wounded and prisoners 1,300. The British stated their loss to be only 300 in killed and wounded. Cornwallis was the victor, but the British cause had now reached its culminating point. Elated at their successes, the conquerors grew insolent and rapacious. The Americans resolute and determined. 4. Battle of Cowpens. Never did a service require an able and efficient commander more than the American service at the South, following the disastrous defeat of Gates at the Battle of Camden. Fortunately, the precise man was found in General Greene, who, next to Washington, was the ablest commander in the Revolutionary Army. An officer of large experience and distinguished for two qualities, which were more important at this juncture than all others. Great caution and great rapidity. To these were added a wonderful fortitude and as wonderful perseverance. On assuming the command, Greene found the army reduced to 2,000 men, of whom not more than 800 were fit for service. The officers, however, had few equals and no superiors. There were Morgan, Lee, Marion, Sumter, and Washington, Lieutenant Colonel, men whose heroic achievements have justly placed them high on the rolls of military fame. Had the army borne any comparison to its officers, either in point of numbers or in discipline, energy, and enthusiasm, the royal cause in the South would have met a still earlier doom than it did. But the army was not only greatly reduced in numbers, but so destitute was it of arms, ammunition, food, and clothing, that it seemed a matter of presumption to attempt entering the list with Cornwallis, who, to a well-disciplined and powerful army added every desirable materiel of war. But it often occurred during the revolutionary struggle that, quote, the race was not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong. End quote. The first measure adopted by Greene was unusual. He separated his forces, small as they were, into several divisions and stationed them at different points. For this he has been censured as contrary to military rule. But the sequel proved the wisdom of the measure. It served greatly to dismay Cornwallis, who scarcely knew in what direction to proceed or which one to attack. Whether Morgan, Marion, or Lee, who, with their respective detachments, were threatening him from different points. At length, however, he decided to begin with Morgan, who was stationed at Cowpens with an available force of less than 1,000 men. The plan proposed by Cornwallis was that Tarleton, with 1,100 men, should assail him in front, while he himself, with the main army, would attempt to prevent his retreat. On the appearance of Tarleton, Morgan retired, but being, at length, hotly pressed, a contest became inevitable. The first onset of Tarleton was terrible. The Americans gave way, and the victorious British were anticipating the utter rout of their foes. But at a critical point of the action, Colonel Washington, who had been watching the various movements of the respective armies, gave orders to his bugler to sound a charge. It was nobly done. Nothing could withstand the impetuosity, the fire, the fury of the assailants. The infantry, which was pressing on to victory, were, as in a moment, borne down and scattered like chaff before the whirlwind. Morgan had time to rally his repulsed force, and, with such an example as had been set them, they now sped their way to victory. It was a brief but a stirring, sanguinary scene. Tarleton lost of his 1,100, 700, besides 2 cannon, 800 muskets, and 100 dragoons. The battle over, Morgan hastily retired, in order to escape Cornwallis, who was bearing down upon him. In this he was successful, but it was only at the sacrifice of the baggage and a large part of the stores of the army. Cornwallis pursued a similar policy. Never was man more determined to make sure of the enemy than he was, and never was man more determined to escape than Morgan. His object was to reach the headquarters of Greene, but at the distance of 50 miles, it was his good fortune to meet his general, who, with a small force, was hastening to his assistance. 5. Retreat. Subsequent movements. Immediately following the Battle of Cowpens, Greene directed his course towards Guilford, which he had appointed as the rendezvous of his army. This was a perilous undertaking, and the more so as his route lay across the Catawba, the Yadkin, and the dam, each of which was liable to be suddenly swelled and thus prevent his passage. And at a time, perhaps, when Cornwallis would be pressing upon him. Besides, the winter was a most unpropitious season for such an enterprise. The soldiers were poorly clad, many of them were barefoot, blankets were greatly needed, and even provisions were scarce. But there was no safe alternative. Greene's force was inadequate to maintain a position against so formidable a force as Cornwallis had under his command. It was not indeed certain that a retreat so distant and so fraught with difficulties could be effected in safety, but it was decided to run the hazard, and towards the accomplishment of his plans, Greene now put forth all his energy and skill. We shall not follow him minutely in the various steps of his remarkable and successful enterprise. Often did the English advocate columns press upon his rear, and so determined were the former, with such rapidity did they urge their pursuit, that the fugitives were able in some instances to rest but 3 hours out of the 24, and to secure but 1 meal a day. Their fatigue, their deprivations, their sufferings penetrated the very heart of their sympathizing leader. His own anxiety was deep and wasting, yet he had a smile and a word of encouragement as he rode up, and hurried forward his exhausted columns. At length they approached the Dan. That passed, they were safe. But this was the point of their greatest danger. Cornwallis was near at hand, and, like Pharaoh of old, pressing upon the children of Israel at the banks of the Red Sea, was confident of their utter extermination. He had resolved to overwhelm and annihilate the American army on the banks of the Dan. They reached those banks. In the rear, covering their embarkation and, if possible, keeping in check the advance of the now infuriated enemy, were stationed Lee's legion and Washington's horsemen. It was a noble but perilous enterprise which they had undertaken. Had the forces of Cornwallis reached them, it is impossible to conjecture the issue. They had decided to succeed or perish. But about noon, a messenger made his appearance upon a swift charger, making the joyful announcement that the army had safely made the passage. The guard now themselves urged their way to the ferry. Greene had not yet crossed. He had delayed through his anxiety for the safety of Lee and Washington and their brave comrades. Who can describe his exultation as they came dashing on their proud steeds? That was a moment of intense joy. But that joy reached its climax when all were safely on the opposite shore, and the deep waters of the Dan were rolling between his army and their pursuers. The last boat that left bore the intrepid Lee, and, as it grounded upon the opposite shore, the British van had reached the banks. This was the climax of their disappointment. At the end of a pursuit of 250 miles, and during which they had destroyed all their baggage to accelerate their progress, it was their destiny to uphold their prey exulting beyond their reach. Of this retreat, it has been well remarked that, quote, for the skill with which it was planned, the resolution and energy with which it was carried through, and the distance travelled, it stands alone in the annals of our country, and will bear a comparison with the most renowned feats of ancient or modern times. It covered Greene with more glory than a victory could have done, and stamped him at once the great commander. End quote. Soon after the events now recited, the army of General Greene was augmented by the arrival of reinforcements from Virginia to 5,500 men. Numerically, his force was larger than that of Cornwallis, but most of the troops were for the first time in a camp. Thus strengthened, Greene decided to hazard an engagement as early as circumstances allowed. With this object in view, after giving his troops some little opportunity to rest, he proceeded and took post at Guilford. Here, on the 15th of March, occurred the Battle of Guilford Courthouse, which on the part of Greene had been so wisely planned as must have issued in the utter discomfiture of Cornwallis, had all the Americans behaved with their accustomed bravery. But, most unfortunately, the terrible aspect of the British army on its near approach spread consternation and dismay among the Carolina militia, and, throwing down their guns, knapsacks, and canteens, they precipitately left the scene of action. These were followed by a portion of the Marylanders. It was impossible to rally them, or even to stay their progress. But the Virginians fought notably, as did the 2nd Regiment of the Marylanders. Upon these and the Continental troops, the entire force of the battle fell. For a time, even with the loss of the aid of those who so ignobly fled, victory seemed to decide for the Americans. But at length Cornwallis, at a great sacrifice of men, succeeded in getting the ascendancy, and no alternative was left to Greene but to order a retreat, while it could safely be made. The loss of the Americans was about 400 in killed and wounded. That of the British reached nearly 600. The British claimed the victory, but it was a victory which caused Fox to exclaim, when announced in the British House of Commons, quote, "Another such will ruin the British Army." End quote. Following the battle described above, Cornwallis retreated to such a distance from Greene as to present little inducement to the latter to follow, even had his force been able to cope with that under his lordship's command. It remained, therefore, for him to adopt some new plan and to look in another direction for some field of usefulness to his country's cause. After much consideration, he decided to lead back his forces into South Carolina and to fall on the line of the British posts between 96 and Charleston. It was a bold, original, and hazardous experiment, and the more so as Cornwallis might also return and press him with his superior force. But the decision was made, and, taking up his line of march, in 12 days he reached Camden, where Lord Rawdon was strongly entrenched. Taking a position on Hobkirk's Hill, 2 miles north of Camden, Rawdon in a few days drew out his forces and appeared in battle array against him. At the time the approach of the enemy was announced, the Americans were deeply engaged in cooking food, of which for 24 hours they had been destitute. For a moment there was confusion, but abandoning their meal, as did Greene his coffee, they soon stood in order of battle. The action opened with promise to the Americans. Greene himself, at the head of a single regiment, fought as a common soldier. His troops appeared firm, and even enthusiastic. Judge his surprise when, at this critical moment, he perceived the regiment of Gunby, the one upon which, more perhaps than all others, he depended. The one which at Guilford had displayed such bravery that regiment was giving way, was in the very act of retreating. Greene sped his charger among them, headed them, rallied them, but it was too late. The battle was lost. There was, indeed, more fighting, and every effort was made to recover from the shock caused by the retreat of Gunby's veteran regiment. But it was fruitless, and Greene retreated in rather a creditable manner considering the circumstances. But the regiment, it is recorded, the cause of such deep mortification and utter failure, was after all not to blame. At least the apology was made for them, that they mistook the order of Gunby, their leader, who had directed them only to halt, for an order to retreat. In the din of arms, his command was not understood, and the consequence was the disastrous result we have named. The situation of Rawdon, notwithstanding his success, was critical. Greene's was still more critical. For the first time, it is said, the latter became vacillating and despondent. On the one hand, he was in danger from Rawdon, and on the other, it was reported that Cornwallis was marching rapidly against him. His army was small, destitute, discouraged, but it was not Greene's nature long to despond. He rose above the difficulties and perils of his position and decided to occupy the place which God and his country had assigned him. At this juncture, more certain intelligence was received that Cornwallis was on his march to Virginia. This left him at liberty to follow out his original plan. Meanwhile, Rawdon broke up his encampment at Camden and moved towards Fort Mott, against which Marion and Lee were pursuing a siege. Before Rawdon could reach it, it had surrendered to the Americans. There remained now in the hands of the British but one fortress more of importance. This was 96, situated 147 miles northwest from Charleston, and garrisoned by 560 men. To the reduction of this, Greene turned his attention. On the 22nd of May, he appeared before it and commenced a siege. While successfully pursuing his design and daily advancing towards the consummation of his wishes, news arrived of the rapid approach of Rawdon. Indeed, he appeared even earlier than had been anticipated, and Greene had no alternative but to retreat. But, listening to his army, who were intent on a demonstration against the enemy, he consented thereto. But, although they made the assault with admirable firmness and even enthusiastic zeal, they failed, and orders to retreat were given. Rawdon followed Greene some 15 or 20 miles on his retreat, when, returning to 96, he ordered his evacuation and himself took up his march for Charleston. As the sickly season had now commenced, Greene withdrew his army to a cool and salubrious position on the high hills of Santee. Here, having remained until the 22nd of August, his troops resting and recruiting as much they needed both, he broke up his encampment and began his march, and on the 7th of September arrived within 7 miles of Eutaw Springs, where the British lay encamped in an open field under the command of General Stuart. On the following day, putting his army in motion, he proceeded towards the field, where occurred. End of section 33. Section 34 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Section 34. 6. The Battle of Eutaw Springs. Greene took the British commander somewhat by surprise, but he was not slow to put his army in the order of battle. The Americans were the first to commence the contest, and that commencement was auspicious. The militia did themselves greater credit than on some former occasions. Both armies were engaged. Both contended with a seriousness, a determination, a perseverance commensurate with the prize at stake. It is not necessary to descend to particulars. Each cause was apparently more than once in the ascendant, but in the sequel neither could claim a decided victory. Yet the advantage rested with Greene. The English had lost 1/4 of their number in killed, and another quarter were made prisoners. Moreover, he had driven them from the field, but he could not pursue them on account of his prisoners and wounded and the exhausted state of his army. At the close of the contest, the belligerent armies united in burying their dead. What a contrast to the spectacle which had been exhibited a few hours before, The Battle of Eutaw Springs was the last general engagement in the South. Soon after, the British concentrated themselves at Charleston, and here they were for months hemmed in and watched by the faithful and persevering Greene. But their situation, at length, became so distressing that they determined to evacuate the city. This was carried into effect on the 13th of December, 1781. At 3 o'clock of the same day, Greene entered in triumph, to the exultation of its emancipated citizens, and with all the honours which a grateful people could shed upon him. "God bless you! God bless you!" was uttered by hundreds as he passed along. Nor was it a thoughtless, unmeaning prayer, but the warm and ardent desire of warm and ardent hearts. Greene merited it all. He loved his country with an affection which no circumstances could weaken, and served her with a fidelity which no temptation could interrupt. Truthfully, most truthfully, did Washington say of him. Could he but promote the interests of his country in the character of a corporal, he would exchange, without a murmur, his epaulets for the knot. 7. Battle of Yorktown. The campaign for the year 1781, as arranged between Washington and the Count de Rochambeau at Wethersfield, Connecticut, had for its object the recovery of New York, still in possession of the British. A French fleet, to arrive in August, was expected to cooperate. In pursuance of this plan, the Allied forces were concentrated at Kingsbridge, 15 miles above New York. While these movements were in progress, it was unexpectedly announced that the destination of the French fleet was the Chesapeake instead of New York, and here the Count de Grasse at length arrived with 28 ships of the line, several frigates, and 3,000 troops. This intelligence manifested in the necessity of a change of purpose. Without the cooperation of a fleet, it would be impossible to succeed in the reduction of New York. Besides, there now opened an equally, if not a more important enterprise in a different quarter. Lord Cornwallis, who had for some time conducted the military operations of the British at the South, as we have had occasion to notice, had concentrated his forces at Yorktown in Virginia, which, together with Gloucester Point, he had strongly fortified. His army consisted of 10,000 effective men. Washington was not long in deciding the course which the interests of his country required him to pursue. He was now ready to follow the indications of Providence, and it was now apparent that a victory over Cornwallis must necessarily forward the triumph of the patriot cause. It was happily ordered that the French fleet should have the Chesapeake for its destination. In that vicinity, the final conflict was to be waged. There, the pride of Britain was to be humbled. There, the last act in the drama was to transpire. Pursuant to his altered purposes, Washington put his army in motion, and on the 25th of August, the passage of the Hudson was effected. It being a point of great moment to conceal the real object of this movement, the march of the army was continued until the 31st, in such a direction as to keep up fears for New York, and a considerable degree of address was used to countenance the opinion that the real design was against that place. The letters which had been intercepted by Sir Henry Clinton favoured this deception, and so strong was the impression made that after it became necessary for the combined army to leave the route leading down the Hudson, he is stated to have retained his fears for New York, and not to have suspected the real object of his adversary. until he had approached the Delaware, and it had become too late to obstruct the progress of the Allied army towards Virginia. He then resolved to make every exertion in his power to relieve Cornwallis, and, in the meantime, to act offensively in the north. An expedition was planned against New London in Connecticut, and a strong detachment under the command of General Arnold was embarked on board a fleet of transports, which landed early in the morning of the 6th of September on both sides of the harbour, about 3 miles from the town. The result of this expedition, so infamous to Arnold, so inhuman, so contrary to all the laws governing modern warfare, is too well known to need recital here. The progress of Washington could not consistently be arrested by such an incursion, ready as in other circumstances he would have been to have hastened to the defence of his fellow citizens against so vindictive a monster as that traitor had shown himself to be. Momentous results were now depending upon accelerated movements, and accordingly he urged his troops forward to the extent of their power. Having made the necessary arrangements for the conveyance of his army down the Chesapeake, Washington, accompanied by several distinguished officers, French and American, hastened forward to Williamsburg, where, in an interview with the Count de Grasse, a system of operations for the contemplated siege was devised. On the 25th of September, the last division of the Allied troops arrived in James's River, and were disembarked at the landing near Williamsburg. On the 30th, the combined armies, 12,000 in number, moved upon Yorktown and Gloucester, at which time the fleet of Count de Grasse proceeded up York River, with the double object of preventing the retreat of Cornwallis and intercepting his supplies. The village of Yorktown lies on the south side of York River. Its southern banks are high. In its waters, a ship of the line could ride with safety. Gloucester Point projects far into the river on the opposite shore. Both these posts were occupied by Cornwallis, the main body of the army being at York under the immediate command of his lordship. Lieutenant Colonel Tarleton was stationed at Gloucester, with a detachment of about 600 men. Every possible effort had been made to fortify these posts. The interests involved were of incalculable magnitude. A failure now, Cornwallis could not but perceive, would put to hazard the royal cause. Every expedient, therefore, was adopted, which was calculated to secure his success, and give victory to the British arms. Washington was equally impressed with the greatness of the enterprise in which he had embarked. The eyes of his countrymen were turned with intense interest to the issues of the impending contest. Nor can it be doubted that supplications went up from thousands of family altars and from private closets, that the God of the Pilgrim Fathers would interpose for the salvation of a people who, from their first landing on these shores, had regarded his honour as their highest object, and the enjoyment of rational liberty as their greatest privilege. The preparations having now been completed, Yorktown was invested, upon which Cornwallis, abandoning all his advanced works, retired behind his principal fortifications. The former were immediately occupied by the besiegers. It is not important to detail the events of each succeeding day as this siege progressed. Washington, calm and collected, continued to extend his batteries towards the principal works of the enemy. The cannonade from the British line of defences was furious and incessant. On the 16th, a fierce sortie was made by the British. An American battery was stormed. The artillerists were overpowered, and 7 cannon spiked. But the Americans rallied and succeeded in recovering all that was lost. Finding his situation extremely critical, Cornwallis now decided on abandoning his sick together with his baggage and crossing to Gloucester to attempt an escape to New York. In pursuance of this plan, boats, prepared under various pretexts, were held in readiness to receive the troops at 10 in the evening and convey them over the river. The arrangements were made with such secrecy that the first embarkation arrived at the point unperceived, and part of the troops were landed, when a sudden and violent storm interrupted the execution of this hazardous plan, and drove the boats down the river. The storm continued till near daylight, when the boats returned, but the plan was necessarily abandoned, and the boats were sent to bring back the soldiers, who were re-landed on the southern shore in the course of the forenoon without much loss. On the morning of the 17th, several new batteries which had been completed were opened, and a more appalling and, if possible, destructive fire was commenced upon the British works. It could no longer be withstood. Cornwallis became convinced of the folly of protracting a contest which was only weakening his forces and sacrificing the lives of his troops. It was a most unwelcome and humiliating necessity, but that necessity existed, and at 10 o'clock he ordered the British lines to beat a parley. This was immediately followed by a proposed cessation of hostilities for 24 hours, with reference to a settlement of terms of capitulation. Washington, in his reply, expressed his desire to stay the effusion of blood, but not one moment could he lose in fruitless negotiations. His lordship might transmit his proposals, and 2 hours would be given to consider them. These were transmitted, but they proved unsatisfactory. Washington now himself dictated the terms, and they were the same as given to Lincoln at the fall of Charleston. At the appointed time, the conquered army, with colours cased and drums silent, marched out and laid down their arms. Lincoln was appointed to receive the sword of Cornwallis, an honour which he deserved, and a service doubtless the more grateful from the circumstance that, 18 months before, he had been compelled to surrender his sword to an English commander. It was an imposing spectacle. To the British, the more humiliating, as it cast a shade over all their prospects of success in the land of rebellion. To the Americans, the more grateful, as it was a presage of an end to their toils and hardships. The conduct of Cornwallis on the occasion of surrender was unbecoming the firm and high-minded officer. He was not present, but appointed another to tender his sword in his place. There are men who can participate in the honours of victory and claim their full portion, but who are too proud to share with their fellow officers and soldiers the mortification of defeat. Cornwallis was one. To Washington and his army, the issues of this contest was most joyful, and in token of that joy, orders were issued that all under arrest should forthwith be set at liberty. But this was not enough. A public recognition of the divine goodness seemed befitting. Accordingly, in his public orders, in terms most solemn and impressive, he directed that divine service should be performed in the different brigades and divisions. All the troops not on duty were recommended to be present and to assist in the solemn and grateful homage paid to the benefactor of the nation. Battle of Yorktown. 8. Treaty of Peace. The first intelligence received in America from England after the news of the Battle of Yorktown had reached that country was different in its tenor from what had been expected. The Americans regarded it as the finishing stroke of the war, and anticipated a similar estimation of the battle in England. But on the assembling of Parliament in November 1781, the speech from the throne breathed a settled purpose to continue the war, and the addresses from both houses, which were carried by large majorities, echoed the sentiment. But when the first excitement had passed, and men began to contemplate the posture of things with calm and enlightened reason, they saw the folly of persisting in the contest. To conquer America by force was impracticable, and the further waste of treasure and blood was both impolitic and inhuman. Pursuant to these corrected views, on the 22nd of February 1782, General Conway moved an address to the King, praying that the war on the continent of North America might no longer be pursued, for the impracticable purpose of reducing that country to obedience by force, and expressing their hope that the earnest desire and diligent exertion to restore the public tranquillity, of which they had received His Majesty's most gracious assurances, might, by a happy reconciliation with the revolted colonies, be forwarded and made effectual, to which great end His Majesty's faithful Commons would be ready to give their utmost assistance. This motion, being lost by a single vote only, was 5 days after renewed by the same gentleman, in a form somewhat different, and was carried, and an address in pursuance of it presented to the King. Not yet satisfied with the triumph obtained over the ministry, and considering the answer of the King not sufficiently explicit, the House of Commons on the 4th of March, on the motion of General Conway, declared that all those who should advise or by any means attempt the further prosecution of offensive war in America should be considered as enemies to their King and country. In this state of things, it was impossible for the ministry longer to continue in power, and on the 19th they relinquished their places. A new administration was soon after formed. The Marquis of Rockingham was placed at the head of the Treasury, and the Earl of Shelburne and Mr. Fox held the important places of secretaries. Measures were immediately adopted by the new ministry with a view to peace. As the basis of peace, it was the wish of the Marquis of Rockingham to offer America unlimited, unconditional independence. To this, the Earl of Shelburne was opposed, and, moreover, it was one of the last measures to which the King himself would give his assent. In July, the Marquis of Rockingham died, and Lord Shelburne was appointed First Lord of the Treasury. This produced an open rupture in the cabinet, and the resignation of Lord John Cavendish, Mr. Fox, and others, in consequence of which William Pitt was made Chancellor of the Exchequer, and Thomas Townshend and Lord Grantham Secretaries of State. On the 11th of July, Parliament adjourned. Among their last acts was one authorizing the King to conclude a peace or truce with the Americans. On the 30th of November, 1782, a provisional treaty was agreed on at Paris by John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, John Jay, and Henry Lawrence on the part of America, and by Mr. Fitzherbert and Mr. Oswald on the part of Great Britain. It may be added, in this connection, that the definitive treaty of peace was signed at Paris on the 3rd of September by David Hartley, Esquire, on the part of His Britannic Majesty, and by John Jay, Benjamin Franklin, and John Adams on the part of the United States. The provisions of the treaty attest the zeal and ability of the American negotiation, as well as the liberal feelings which actuated the British minority. The independence of the United States was fully acknowledged. The right of fishing on the banks of the Newfoundland and certain facilities in the enjoyment of that right were secured to them forever. 9. Cessation of hostilities. On the 18th of April 1783, General Washington announced the cessation of hostilities between the two countries in the following general order. Quote, "The Commander-in-Chief orders the cessation of hostilities between the United States of America and the King of Great Britain to be publicly proclaimed tomorrow at 12 o'clock at the new building. And the proclamation, which will be communicated herewith, be read tomorrow evening at the head of every regiment and corps of the army, after which the chaplains, with the several brigades, will render thanks to Almighty God for all his mercies, particularly for his overruling the wrath of man to his own glory, and causing the rage of war to cease among the nations." End quote. It is worthy of notice that this order was read to the army just 8 years after the Battle of Lexington. 10. The army disbanded. On the 2nd of November, Washington issued his farewell orders to the army. In conclusion, he said, quote, "Being now to conclude these his last public orders, to take his ultimate leave in a short time of the military character, and to bid adieu to the armies he has so long had the honour to command, he can only again offer in their behalf his recommendations to their grateful country, and his prayers to the God of armies. May ample justice be done them here, and may the choicest of heaven's favours, both here and hereafter, attend those who, under the divine auspices, have secured innumerable blessings for others. With these wishes and this benediction, the Commander-in-Chief is about to retire from service. The curtain of separation will soon be drawn, and the military scene to him will be forever closed." End quote. What more tender, and what more touching? While to Washington himself and to his army, it must have been most grateful that years of toil, privation, and suffering were ended, and the glorious object for which that toil, privation, and suffering had been endured was achieved. The hour of separation must have been most painful. They were to part to meet no more. Well did his soldiers know that their brave and beloved chief would bear them in his heart. But there were circumstances which, at this final interview, bore heavily upon them. They were poor, and, in rags and destitution, they were returning to their homes. Washington's sympathies were enlisted for them, and while he could not justify the course they had pursued, for they had passed resolutions in their encampment reflecting on the justice of their country, and especially upon Congress, and had used terms of harshness and threatening, yet Washington expressed his pity and his ardent hope that ample justice would be done them by a grateful country for the services they had rendered, and for the toils and trials they had sustained. The parting moment now arrived. Column after column marched by him, receiving as they passed his tender and affectionate salutation, the several bands of music playing the mournful, yet on this parting occasion appropriate dirge of Roslyn Castle. 11. Departure of the British Army. The 25th of November had been fixed for the final retirement from the American shores of the British officers and troops. The place of departure was New York, and on that day they went on board the British fleet, the American troops under General Knox at the same time entering and taking possession of the city. Guards being posted for the security of the citizens, General Washington, accompanied by Governor Clinton and attended by many civil and military officers and a large number of respectable inhabitants on horseback, made his public entry into the city. What a triumph! What a glorious issue of the toils, anxieties, and hardships growing out of an 8 years' contest! It was an occasion of joy, such as the sun had not beamed upon him since the day he was lighted up in the firmament. Public dinners followed, and magnificent fireworks attested the general joy. 12. Final interview of Washington and his officers. One other painful yet pleasing scene awaited the commander-in-chief, the parting with the officers of the army, the companions of his toils and triumph. The affecting interview took place on the 4th of December. Quote, "At noon, the principal officers of the army assembled at Francis's Tavern, soon after which their beloved commander entered the room. His emotions were too strong to be concealed. Filling a glass, he turned to them and said, 'With a heart full of love and gratitude, I now take leave of you. I most devoutly wish that your latter days may be as prosperous and happy as your former ones have been glorious and honourable.' Having drunk, he added, 'I cannot come to each of you to take my leave, but shall be obliged if each of you will come and take me by the hand.' General Knox, being nearest, turned to him. Washington, incapable of utterance, grasped his hand and embraced him. In the same affectionate manner, he took leave of each succeeding officer. The tear of manly sensibility was in every eye, and not a word was articulated to interrupt the dignified silence and the tenderness of the scene. Leaving the room, he passed through the corps of light infantry, and walked to Whitehall, where a barge waited to convey him to Powell's Hook. The whole company followed in mute and solemn procession, with dejected countenances, testifying feelings of delicious melancholy, which no language can describe. Having entered the barge, he turned to the company, and waving his hat, bade them a silent adieu. They paid him the same affectionate compliment, and after the barge had left them, returned in the same solemn manner to the place where they had assembled." End quote. And there was still one further duty obligatory upon Washington, one act more, and his earthly glory was consummated. To give back the commission which for 8 years he had held, and which he had been actuated by the ambition of Alexander, Caesar, or Napoleon, he might have employed to ascend a throne. To the fulfilment of this last and highest duty he now addressed himself. Leaving New York, he repaired to Annapolis in Maryland, where Congress was in session, and on the 20th of December informed that body of his intention and requested a day to be assigned for the performance of the duty. Quote, "To give the more dignity to the act, they determined that it should be offered at a public audience on the following Tuesday at 12 o'clock. Quote, "When the hour arrived for performing a ceremony so well calculated to recall the various interesting scenes which had passed since the commission now to be returned was granted, the gallery was crowded with spectators, and several persons of distinction were admitted on the floor of Congress. The members remained seated and covered. The spectators were standing and uncovered. The general was introduced by the secretary and conducted to a chair. After a short pause, the president informed him that the United States, in Congress assembled, were prepared to receive his communications." With native dignity provided by the solemnity of the occasion, the General rose and delivered the following address. Mr. President, the great events on which my resignation depended having at length taken place, I have now the honour of offering my sincere congratulations to Congress, and of presenting myself before them to surrender into their hands the trust committed to me, and to claim the indulgence of retiring from the service of my country. Happy in the confirmation of our independence and sovereignty, and pleased with the opportunity afforded the United States of becoming a respectable nation, I resign with satisfaction the appointment I accepted with diffidence. A diffidence in my abilities to accomplish so arduous a task, which, however, was superseded by a confidence in the rectitude of our cause, the support of the supreme power of the Union, and the patronage of Heaven. The successful termination of the war has verified the most sanguine expectations, and my gratitude for the interposition of Providence and the assistance I have received from my countrymen increases with every review of the momentous contest. While I repeat my obligations to the army in general, I should do injustice to my own feelings not to acknowledge, in this place, the peculiar services and distinguished merits of the gentlemen who have attached to my person during the war. It was impossible that the choice of confidential officers to compose my family should have been more fortunate. Permit me, sir, to recommend, in particular, those who have continued in the service to the present moment, as worthy of the favourable notice and patronage of Congress. I consider it an indispensable duty to close this last act of my official life by commending the interests of our dearest country to the protection of Almighty God, and those who have the superintendence of them to His holy keeping. Having now finished the work assigned me, I retire from the great theatre of action, and, bidding an affectionate farewell to this august body, under whose orders I have so long acted, I here offer my commission, and take my leave of all the employments of public life. Here, advancing to the chair, he delivered his commission to the President, who in turn addressed him, and in conclusion said, quote, "We join you in commending the interests of our dearest country to the protection of Almighty God, beseeching Him to dispose the hearts and minds of its citizens to improve the opportunity afforded them of becoming a happy and respectable nation. And for you, we address Him to our earnest prayers, that a life so beloved may be fostered with all His care, that your days may be happy as they have been illustrious, and that He will finally give you that reward which this world cannot give." End quote. The great act was now accomplished. Washington retired, greater, nobler in the estimation of his countrymen than ever, and followed by their love, esteem, and admiration, he once more took up his abode in the quiet and peaceful shades of Mount Vernon, happier in the consciousness of a disinterested patriotism than if, as the rewards of his toils, he had attained the proudest diadem on earth. End of section 34.